को मालूम है कि इनके साथ में जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं वो उनके कितने बड़े एथिकल लोग हैं, ये सारा हिंदुस्तान जानता है ये। तो उनका क्या ऊंट किस करवट बदलेगा रुख बदलेगा, ये थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है। तो ये ऑफ कोर्स इंडेक्स में दिखाई दे रहा है, जिस तरह से इंडेक्स एक टाइम पे 6000 पॉइंट डाउन था, मैं तो रास्ते में देखा।
बैंक निफ्टी की बात करें आप,
शायद सेंसेक्स भी डाउन था,
सेंसेक्स
शायद, हाँ
अभी 4300 4200 पॉइंट, या इट्स अ बिट ऑफ रिकवरी फ्रॉम देयर।
तो अनिश्चितता का माहौल है, ये समझना चाहिए फिलहाल अभी ये इसको लेके कि की पर्सन जो है वो कौन रहेंगे, क्या रहेंगे, ये लोग सोच रहे हैं, ऐसा जो मेरा समझ में आया लोगों को।
और सर जस्ट एक पॉलिसी पर्सपेक्टिव से क्या बदलाव आ सकता है, जो हम आज का अभी तक का जो नंबर्स जो आंकड़े देख रहे हैं उसके बेसिस पे क्या बदलाव आ सकता है? कौन सा वो एक या दो सेक्टर है जहां पे आपकी नज़र रहेगी कंसर्न पर्सपेक्टिव से?
नहीं, देखिए, जो प्राइमरी जो पॉलिसी है, जो समझिए इंडिया ग्रोथ की जो पॉलिसी है वो तो बरकरार रहने वाली है।
करेक्ट।
मेरे को लगता नहीं है कि उसके अंदर में कोई बहुत बड़ा विशेष फर्क पड़ने वाला है, चाहे कोई भी गवर्नमेंट आ जाए। देखिए, एक बात लोग भूल जाते हैं, हमने देवी गौड़ा साहब भी प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, उसकी भी हम लोगों ने सरकार देखी है, तब भी मार्केट तेज हो गया था। और गुजराल साहब भी एक बार रातों रात, मैंने कहीं पढ़ा, उनको 2:30 बजे फ़ोन किया गया कि सुबह तुमको प्राइम मिनिस्टर की शपथ लेनी है। तो पॉलिटिक्स में ऐसा होते रहता है ऐसा। तो वहाँ पर भी उसके बाद भी मार्केट तेज हुआ था। तो मार्केट जो अपनी एक धारा में चल रहा है, जो प्राइमरी ट्रेंड है, मेरे को लगता है उसमें कहीं कोई बदलाव नहीं आने वाला है, वो ट्रेंड बरकरार रहने वाली है। लेकिन छोटी छोटी बातें जो इधर उधर हो सकती है, किसी सेक्टर को प्राथमिकता मिल सकती है, कोई सेक्टर है उनको प्रायोरिटी नहीं मिल सकती है, और कुछ समझिए टैक्सेशन के अंदर में कुछ बदलाव हो सकते हैं। तो ये सब जो छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं, तो शेयर बाजार को ये सब चिंतित कर देता है। तो शेयर बाजार का काम ये चिंता करना, वो शेयर बाजार के खून में है चिंता करना।
So अगर 2004-2009 देखें, if you see those results, then 2009 I won't count because then you had the second term of the same government and the markets had actually cheered that versus the exit polls. But 2004, if I look at it, and just the wisdom of hindsight,
4 और 14
2004,
अच्छा, ओके,
हाँ, जब आप लग रहा था कि इंडिया शाइनिंग के बाद वाजपेयी सरकार की सरकार आएगी, नहीं आई। I am comparing it to that for the simple reason that there was a disappointment. But in hindsight, the markets did very well. People made money. The economy did well. Do you think that some of that wisdom will come? कि भाई ये फिर एक इलेक्शन एक दिन की बात है, इंडिया स्टोरी, भारत की स्टोरी इससे कई बड़ी है।
वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे को भी यही लगता है कि हमने कैसे कैसे लोगों को देखा है सरकार बनाते हुए और पीएम बनते हुए और एफएम बनते हुए, उसके बाद भी एक कारवा चलता रहा है। तो ऐसे लग रहा है जैसे भारत जो इंडिया जो है ये एक ऑटोनोमस मोड के ऊपर में है। इसको जो भी आएगा, कुछ अगर ज़्यादा कोई बेवकूफ़ी भी अगर न भी करे तो भी ये दिशा चलने वाली है। तो उस समय जो आप बता रहे हो तमन्ना, उसमें मेरे को शायद याद है, उसमें कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी का भी उसमें सहयोग था, जो सरकार बनी थी उसमें शायद कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी का भी,
सीपीआईएम का भी था।
कुछ
मार्केट सेंसेक्स 900 पॉइंट नीचे था उस दिन, हम दलाल स्ट्रीट पर माइक लेकर घूम रहे थे। बहुत पुरानी बात है, लेकिन उसके बाद भी देखा है ना हमने।
तो देखो कितनी प्रोग्रेस हुई। आप उस समय दलाल स्ट्रीट में माइक लेकर घूमते थे, आज यहाँ पर बैठकर आप इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो। ये भारत है।
I don't know if that's too much of progress, but अच्छा, काम की बात अब विजय जी, कि अब इन्वेस्टर क्या करें? जो आपको देख रहा है वो आपसे एक एडवाइस चाहता है, क्या आज कुछ खरीदारी करके रखें, रुके, कितने दिन तक रुके, कौन से सेक्टर देखें?
देखिए, मेरा मानना ऐसा है, अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर है ना, तो आज और कल पे कोई एक्शन को आधार मत करो। आप इंडेक्स को देखकर कभी आप लॉन्ग टर्म का काम नहीं कर सकते। रोज के इंडेक्स को देखकर आप एक प्राइमरी ट्रेंड समझिए। अगर आप लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर हैं तो प्राइमरी ट्रेंड समझने की चेष्टा कीजिए कि कंट्री की प्राइमरी ट्रेंड क्या है, इकोनॉमी की प्राइमरी ट्रेंड क्या है। इकोनॉमी की प्राइमरी ट्रेंड अप और अप ही है। तो अब आपको कब लेना, आज लेना है कि और कल लेना है, कि 10% महंगा लेना है या 10% सस्ता लेना है, ये आपके मानसिक बल पर निर्भर करता है। मैं हमेशा बोलता हूं कि शेयर बाजार में पैसों से ज़्यादा मानसिक बल ज़्यादा जरूरी है। योर मेंटल कैपेसिटी इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन योर फाइनेंशियल कैपेसिटी। आज आप लेते हैं और मार्केट समझिए गड़बड़ है, 2-2 पॉइंट की गड़बड़ है, रात को आपको नींद नहीं आएगी, जाकर आप घर में झगड़ा करेंगे आप उसको, तो बेटर आप इसको अवॉइड कर दीजिए। अगर आप बॉटम में ले लिए तो कोई आपको गिनीज बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड में आपका नाम नहीं आने वाला कि मैंने बॉटम में खरीदा था। आपको ही लोगों को बोलना पड़ेगा, तो अरे 40 रुपया हुआ था ना, देख मैंने 40 में लिया था, अभी 48 रुपया का भाव, वो 46 में आप बेच के भी निकल जाओगे आप। तो उनका इतना वैल्यू नहीं है। जो सुलझे हुए इन्वेस्टर है उनको आराम करो, और 1-2 दिन आप देख लीजिए और थोड़ा आप श्योर हो जाइए क्या बन रही है, और शाम तक 4:30 बजे तक और क्लियर हो जाएगा। थोड़ा ट्रेंड क्लियर हो जाए, 10% महंगा ले लो, तब भी कोई दिक्कत का बात नहीं। शांति अगर चाहिए तो आपको
और सर आपकी नजर कौन से पॉकेट्स पे रहेगी? वो कौन से
पॉकेट
सेक्टर्स?
अच्छी लग रही है मेरे को।
मतलब ऐसे वाली पॉकेट जिसमें पैसे भर जाए। आप वो वाली पॉकेट पूछ रहे हो?
नहीं देखो, मेरे को क्या लग रहा है, पहले भी जो ट्रेंड था ना भाई, जो पहले ट्रेंड चल रहा था, समझिए इलेक्शन के पहले जो ट्रेंड था, मेरे को
डिफेंस था, एनर्जी,
डिफेंस के शेयर्स देखो महंगे हैं, पीएसयू जो डिफेंस के शेयर्स बहुत महंगे हैं, आज थोड़े से वो करेक्ट हुए हैं ये, तो ये करेक्शन चलेगा। अब इतना महंगा तो एक यूफोरिया में चलता है। अभी कल जैसे मैंने कल तो सब रेव पार्टी मना रहे थे सब, अब उसका हैंगओवर हो रहा है भाई, यहाँ पे आ जाए तो अभी वो सब उल्टा हो रहा है उसका एकदम। तो ये एडजस्ट होना बहुत जरूरी है, मेरे को ऐसे लग रहा है। मार्केट कोई ना कोई बहाना खोजता है, कोई ना कोई इवेंट को बहाना बना लेता है, और इतना बड़ा इवेंट है ये, छोटे छोटे इवेंट से मार्केट डरता ही नहीं था कि ये हो गया वो हो गया, और कभी विक्स का ऐसा हो गया, कभी मॉनसून का हो गया, कभी फॉरेक्स का हो गया। मार्केट ने सब चीज़ों से डरना ही बंद कर दिया था उन्होंने कि चल क्या है मेरे, क्या हो जाएगा अभी, ये इतना बड़ा इवेंट आया, तो ये एक बहाना है मार्केट को करेक्ट होने का। और मेरे को ये अच्छा लगता है कि अगर आपको लॉन्ग टर्म ट्रेंड आपकी अगर अप है और मार्केट बीच में अगर गिरता है, तो वो जो लोग मिस किए उनको आने का एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है उन लोगों के लिए।
तो ये ओवर वैल्यूड जो आप कह रहे हैं, एनर्जी है, डिफेंस है, जो आपने दो सेक्टर्स कहे, आप पीएसयूज भी ओवरऑल उसी बास्केट में डालेंगे? स्लाइटली ओवर वैल्यूड, थोड़ा करेक्शन की और ज़रूरत है वो स्पेस में भी आपके हिसाब से?
आए तो अच्छा बात है ना, जैसे डिफेंस के जो शेयर्स है वो बहुत एक्सपेंसिव थे, वो
करेक्ट,
अभी वो करेक्ट हो रहे हैं जैसे, तो ये चलता रहेगा। इसके अंदर में इंडिविजुअल स्टॉक्स को आपको देखना पड़ेगा, जैसे पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स हैं, ये बड़े सस्ते थे ये, कल उन्होंने बड़ा उछाल आया। ओएमसी है वो बड़े सस्ते हैं, कल उन्होंने बहुत बड़ा उछाल आया, आज वो करेक्ट हो रहे हैं। तो ये पॉकेट में आपको ढूंढना पड़ेगा।
कुछ ऐसे 2-3 हैं इन पीएसयू डिफेंस, फॉर एग्जांपल एचएएल और कोचिन शिपयार्ड की बात करता है, आज ऐसी पिटाई हुई है, मतलब इट्स एंड बट इफ यू लुक एट देयर नंबर्स, उनके रिजल्ट्स ऐसे नहीं कि नतीजे खराब थे, उनका ऑर्डर बुक अच्छा खासा तंदुरुस्त है, पाइपलाइन इज गुड, एग्जीक्यूशन इज गुड, यू नो अ लॉट ऑफ दीज स्टॉक्स आर नाउ फेयरली इन द सेंस दे आर गुड बेट्स फॉर इन्वेस्टर्स एज वेल। इनमें से कुछ आपकी लिस्ट पर है?
नहीं, मेरे लिस्ट पे फिलहाल नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरे को अभी भी ये थोड़े से महंगे लगते हैं। हो सकता है मैं इसमें रॉन्ग हूँ इस पे जज करने में, और मेरे पास में पैसा भी नहीं है कि मैं नया पैसा फर्दर लगाऊं। आप हंसो मत, मैं सही बात बोल रहा हूँ मैं आपको। हंस रही है क्योंकि मैं फुली इन्वेस्टेड हूँ बाजार में।
नहीं, ऐसे बस जस्ट टू रिपीट, विजय केडिया जी कह रहे हैं कि मेरे पास अब पैसे नहीं लगाने के लिए, सो आई जस्ट थॉट
आज अभी M2M देखना जाकर, मैं देखूंगा जाकर कि क्या होता है अभी। आज तो सब बंटा
नहीं तो ऑन अ सीरियस नोट, ऐसे 3 या 4 आइडियाज जिन पर लोगों को ध्यान देना चाहिए। आज सब कंजम्पशन बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि आज चढ़ा है, बट कंजम्पशन आफ्टर अ पॉइंट, यू नो, मार्जिन ग्रोथ इज लिमिटेड अपसाइड। स्मॉल कैप में आप ज़्यादा देखेंगे, मिड कैप में देखेंगे, कहाँ देखेंगे?
नहीं, मेरा ध्यान तो ज़्यादातर मिड कैप में ही रहता है जी, आपको ही मालूम है। मेरे को क्या लगता है, कोई भी सरकार आए, ऐसा मैं समझता हूँ, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की जो स्टोरी है इंडिया के अंदर में, ये अगले 5-10 साल की स्टोरी है, चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की स्टोरी है। एक बात मेरे को हमेशा समझ में आती है, जो मैं सोचता हूँ, मेरे लिमिटेड बुद्धि से मैं सोचता हूँ कि इंडिया मार कहाँ खा सकता है? इंडिया मार खा सकता है एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के अंदर में। अगर वो चीज़ सुधार नहीं होती है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट नहीं कर पाती है इंडिया, शायद कहीं मैंने पढ़ा शायद 1 करोड़ जॉब चाहिए हर साल। अगर ये एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट अगर नहीं हो सकता है, तो हमारा जो डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड जो हम बोलते हैं, वो हमारा खतरे में पड़ सकता है मेरे को। तो वो कैसे आएगा? वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से आ सकता है। तो इसी बोलकर मेरे को लगता है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो और इस तरह के कैपिटल गुड्स हो।
व्हाट अबाउट रूरल थीम्स? क्योंकि अब जो सरकार आएगी, उनको अब ध्यान में आ गया है कि आपको रूरल इंडिया की बात करनी है, फर्टिलाइज़र, 2 व्हीलर्स। अब तो सिर्फ हमने FMCG में थोड़ा सा एक व्यू देखा है। ये सारे थीम्स आपको कुछ पसंद आ रहे हैं?
नहीं, मेरा उनमें कोई विशेष ध्यान नहीं है उनके अंदर में, मेरा बड़ा लिमिटेड फोकस रहता है। तो मेरा ध्यान जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में है, टेलीकॉम इक्विपमेंट जैसी कंपनियों के अंदर में है। क्योंकि ये चलते रहने का है, इसके अंदर में कभी रिसेशन नहीं आता है। आप बात तो करते ही रहोगे, आज ज़्यादा बात करोगे, मर गया, डूब गया, ये गिर गया, वो गिर गया, जैसे आप तो जो स्टोरी जो कंज्यूम आप करते हो, जो भी कंजम्पशन, जिसको कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कोई सरकार आ रही है नहीं आ रही है, वो या कौन FM है या कौन PM है, वो सबसे बेस्ट स्टोरी है जो हमेशा निरंतर चलने वाली।
राइट। अभी एक पॉकेट जो ऑलमोस्ट कंसेंसस बाय है ये मार्केट में, सब इसी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक्स। जो हमारे फ्रंट लाइन बैंक्स है, आईसीआईसीआई, एचडीएफसी, एक्सिस, सारे रिपोर्ट्स पढ़ो तो ये 3 नाम में से 2 नाम फीचर हो रहे हैं। आपके हिसाब से ये कैसा एक सेक्टर सेगमेंट है और उनके वैल्यूएशंस अब जबकि हमने एक थोड़ा कूल ऑफ ऑलरेडी देखा है, ज़्यादा अट्रैक्टिव लग रहे हैं आपको?
नहीं, मेरे को पर्सनली नहीं लग रहा है, मेरा उनमें ज़्यादा स्टडी भी नहीं है मेरे को, बल्कि जो पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक्स जो हैं जो कल 12-15% बढ़े थे, आज वो वापस गिर गए हैं, मेरे को बल्कि उनमें ज़्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी लगती है कि उनके अंदर भी अपॉर्चुनिटी ज़्यादा नहीं तो कम से कम इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी रहना चाहिए। हो सकता है वो भी बढ़िया करे, लेकिन मेरा उन पर फोकस नहीं है मेरा।
जैसे कि
नहीं, जैसे इन्होंने नाम लिए कोटक या एचडीएफसी और ये
नहीं, पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक जिनको आपको
छोटे छोटे बैंक है, जैसे कैनरा बैंक है वो बढ़िया कर रहा है, बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा जैसे अच्छा कर रहा है, बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र इसने अच्छा किया है, तो ये सारी बैंक अच्छी कर रही है, इनके नंबर्स भी अच्छे आए हैं और आगे भी ग्रोथ डबल डिजिट में क्रेडिट ग्रोथ बता रहे हैं लोग, तो ये अच्छे करना चाहिए।
ओके, प्रीमियमाइजेशन का जो एक ट्रेंड चला है कि जो खर्च हो रहा है वो हायर एंड पे हो रहा है, वो आपको लगता है कि चलते रहेगा नो मैटर कि कौन सी सरकार आती है? आपने कहा ना कि कुछ करंट थीम्स हैं और प्रीमियमाइजेशन उसमें एक थीम है जो बनती रहेगी, क्योंकि एक जो एस्पिरेशनल इंडियन है वो तो जगह है, चाहे कुछ भी हो उनको ज़्यादा प्रीमियम चीज़ें खरीदनी है, तो वो एक ट्रेंड आपको लगता है?
वो लगता मेरे को रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि जैसे जैसे इनकम बढ़ती है, जैसे जैसे समझिए इकोनॉमी बढ़ती है, वैसे वैसे इनकम बढ़ती है, तो उसी तरह एस्पिरेशन वाले जो शेयर्स हैं इनके अंदर में ऑब्वियसली इनकी डिमांड ज़्यादा बढ़ती है। ऐसे भी एक कहावत है कि $2500 या $2200-2500 के ऊपर जब पर कैपिटा इनकम आती है तो ये सब कंजम्पशन में, ये सब चीज़ों में बूम आता है, तो हम लोग यही देख रहे हैं और आगे भी यही बरकरार रहना चाहिए।
और एक सेक्टर जो थोड़ा बहुत पेन फेस कर चुका है, फार्मा केमिकल सेक्टर, क्या उसमें आपको अब टर्न अराउंड नज़र आ रहा है? कितना दूर होगा?
मेरा उनमें कोई ज़्यादा फोकस नहीं है उसके अंदर में, मेरे पास खाली एक शेयर्स हैं फार्मा के अंदर में, ज़्यादा वो मेरे लिए समझ में नहीं आता है मेरे को, वो बड़े कॉम्प्लेक्स है उसके अंदर में, कभी एपीआई, कभी डीपीआई, कभी एफडीआई, कभी एफडीआई, कभी यूएसएफडीए, क्या क्या उनके अंदर होता है।
तो आप दूर रहते हैं?
तो मैं उनसे थोड़ा दूर रहता हूँ।
पर ये इंटरेस्टिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन है तमन्ना, क्योंकि इतने बड़े इन्वेस्टर होके भी जो चीज़ उनको समझ में नहीं आ रही है वो उनसे दूर रह रहे हैं।
I doubt कि उनको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, but
exactly, and yet he's staying away from it.
I think I get the point that you know उसमें ग्रोथ कितना होगा ये क्लियर नहीं होता फार्मा कंपनी में, और ज़्यादा परफॉर्म भी नहीं करते हैं।
और दूसरा एक बात और है तमन्ना, ये क्या है, आपके पास पैसा लिमिटेड है, तो मैं एक जगह बोलता हूँ भैया आपको मछली खाने से प्रोटीन मिलता है, मेरे को भिंडी खाने से प्रोटीन मिलता है, तो मेरे भिंडी खा लिया, आप भी खुश हो, मैं भी खुश हूँ, मेरे को जरूरी थोड़ी है कि हर शेयरों में काम कर रहा है, हर सेक्टर में काम करने का। मैं कोई फंड तो चला नहीं रहा हूँ, एडवाइजर हूँ नहीं, मेरे को नहीं करने का है, जो मेरे को समझ में आया, जो थोड़ा सा बेटर समझ में आता है मैं उसमें ज़्यादा काम करूँगा, जो नहीं समझ में आता है उसको अवॉइड करूँगा।
नहीं, सो वन मोर पॉकेट रियल एस्टेट पर मैं आपका व्यू चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि ये एक जो उनके स्टॉक्स हैं, अब फ्रॉथ कितना है, रियल कितना है आजकल, और मुझे लगता है पिछले अगले 48 घंटों में फ्रॉथ वर्ड हमको बहुत सुनाई देगा, क्योंकि अचानक से सबको फ्रॉथ दिख रहा है, जो कल तक बहुत बढ़िया दिख रहा था आज फ्रॉथ दिखने लगा है। पर ठीक है, रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर पर आपका क्या व्यू है? जिस तरह से बढ़त हुई है और इनके आप सारे रिजल्ट्स देखिए तो सब प्री सेल्स वैल्यू पे चल रहे हैं, प्री कि जिनकी बुकिंग हो गई है, जितनी बुकिंग हो गई है, ये यू थिंक कि वहाँ पर थोड़ा करेक्शन आ सकता है, या वो एक लंबे 10 साल वाली स्टोरी है?
पर्सनली मेरे को लगता है उसमें फ्रॉथ है। जिस तरह के मेनली जो बड़े बड़े बिल्डर हैं, जो शहरों के बिल्डर, जैसे बॉम्बे में देखिए आप 1.5 लाख रुपया स्क्वायर फीट, 1 लाख रुपया स्क्वायर फीट, जो एक यूफोरिया क्रिएट हुआ है, उसको देखकर जो जिधर 25,000 रुपया वाला स्क्वायर फीट है उसका दाम भी 35,000 हो गया, जिधर 5,000 था उधर 15,000 स्क्वायर फीट हो गया फॉर एग्जाम्पल। तो वो मेरे को एकदम पूरा फ्रॉथ रखता है कि ये नहीं कि जो मलाबार हिल में होगा वो एंटॉप हिल में होगा, दोनों में हिल जरूर है लेकिन बाकी दोनों की फील अलग अलग है। तो मेरे को उस सेक्टर में जरूर रियल एस्टेट में मेरे को फ्रॉथ लगता है मेरे को कि ये मालूम नहीं कितने दिन चलेगा, मेरा कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट भी नहीं है।
ज़्यादातर आप मिड कैप में इन्वेस्ट करते हैं जो कि लार्ज कैप बन जाते हैं, तो हमें बताइए कि अब करंटली मिड कैप में क्या आपको उसी तरह की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ दिखना शुरू हुई है, स्पेशली आज के डीपिश करेक्शन के बाद? क्या आपको लग रहा है कि स्लोली मिड कैप में अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ दिखेगी मे बी 1 या 2 हफ्ते में?
नहीं, मिड कैप का पहले तो ये समझिए जो ट्रेंड है ना, ये 10-20 साल चलने वाला है।
करेक्ट।
जिस तरह से नए रिटेलर आ रहे हैं, 15 करोड़ डीमेट अकाउंट है, और जिस तरह से 20,000 करोड़ का समझिए महीने का जो ये आ रहा है, और तो लोगों का जो झुकाव रहता है वो ऑफ कोर्स स्मॉल कैप और मिड कैप में रहता है। तो इसकी ट्रेंड तो ये रहनी है, इसके अंदर में बदलते रहेंगे, इसके अंदर में उतार चढ़ाव आते रहेंगे, ये फ्रॉथ होते रहेंगे, यूफोरिक होते रहेंगे, मैनिपुलेटेड भी होते रहेंगे, उसके बाद में कोई दूसरे शेयर्स चलेंगे इसके अंदर में। और जहाँ तक सवाल ये है कि उनके अंदर में वैल्यू है, ये डिपेंड करता है कि मिड कैप माने बहुत बड़े शेयरों की, नंबर्स ऑफ शेयर्स की, बहुत बड़ी नंबर ऑफ कंपनीज, बहुत बड़ी उनकी बात करें तो एक जेनरिक आंसर उसका नहीं होना चाहिए कि हाँ ये अच्छे लगी रहे हैं।
व्हाट अबाउट जो जितनी फ्यूचर्स एंड ऑप्शंस में ट्रेडिंग हो रही थी, रिटेल पार्टिसिपेंट्स भी आ रहे हैं, वो चलता रहेगा आपके मुताबिक?
ये चलेगा, क्योंकि क्या होता है ना कि जो बैड हैबिट होती है ना, एडिक्शन, उससे निकलना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है।
लत लग गई है, वो
लत लग, जैसे वो सिन शेयर्स नहीं होते, सिन शेयर्स बोलते हैं, जैसे दारू वाले, सिगरेट वाले, तो वैसे ये भी एक ऐप ही है, ये भी आप ठगाठक आप कर रहे हो आप।
ठगाठक तो इज गोइंग टू बी द वर्ड ऑफ द डे विजय जी।
तो ये तो चलना है, वो जैसे जंगली रम्मी नहीं है, आता है ना ऐड आती है जंगली रम्मी और वो शहरी बिल्ली और क्या है, वैसे ही ये फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन का खेला है मैम, ये तो यही चलता रहेगा। और एक बात मेरे को लेकिन समझ में आती है, सिल्वर लाइन जो एक बात मेरे को आज मैं सोचा, जैसे हमेशा मैं इनके खिलाफ रहता हूँ फ्यूचर ऑप्शन के, कि हाँ जैसे मैंने लास्ट गाना भी लिखा, उसमें बोला कि एक साल में मैं जितना कमाता हूँ, एक दिन के क्रैश में उतना गवा देता हूँ। 3 दिन पहले गाना रिलीज किया, आज संयोग से ऐसा हो गया यार। तो लेकिन एक बात मेरे को लगता है कि जब तक लोग इस दौर से नहीं गुजरेंगे, जब तक लोग ये फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन की त्रासदी से नहीं गुजरेंगे, तब तक वो खरा सोना नहीं बनेंगे। उनको सबको वो ड्रीम है कि मेरे को इसी में पैसा।
सो ट्रायल बाय फायर। अच्छा, आपने गाने की बात की, अब वैसे तो हम आपको छोड़ नहीं सकते बिना गाने की। गाना, पोएम, अब पीपल नीड सम सॉर्ट ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन फ्रॉम यू विजय जी।
तो इन्वेस्टर है, देखो ये सब तो यूं ही चलता रहेगा भाई। ये कितनी बार इलेक्शंस आए हैं, कितनी बार फ्यूचर, कितनी बार फॉरेक्स आया, कितनी बार मॉनसून आया, फेल हुआ, रिसेशन आए, ये आए वो आए, फिर भी हम कहाँ से कहाँ खड़े हैं। तो सिंपल एक ही बात यार कि इन्वेस्टमेंट गुरु मंत्र यहाँ पर है कि इन्वेस्टर बनो, यहाँ पर फ्यूचर एंड ऑप्शन जरूर ट्राई करो। एक बार 2 बार में अगर बैंड बज जाती है तो उसका एडिक्शन नहीं हो, और सिंपल एकदम आ जाओ लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टिंग के लिए, और पैसे बनाने का एकदम सुनहरा तरीका, बेस्ट तरीका शेयर बाजार में यही है।
लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर की आज जीत हुई है, चाहे और कोई जीत हार हो, लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर की जीत होती रहेगी। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया विजय जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। विजय खेडिया in our studios, putting that message into perspective. But meanwhile, just a bit of focus on the action in the bond markets as well. Government bonds and the rupee is reacting to poll trends. The yield on the 10-year has hit 7.05, which is the biggest intraday jump since October 6th. The rupee is also stone's throw away from a record low. Mimamsa is getting us all the latest. Mimamsa, you've been speaking to the dealing rooms. What's the buzz here?
Yeah, hi Tamanna. So the prices of government bonds fell, and so to say the yields on government bonds rose because traders have been selling government bonds, because the expectation according to the exit polls that was ongoing during the weekend showed that the BJP will come in majority, but that is not what the early trends show at this point of time. Traders and investors across the segment are reversing their bets that they had taken, and these were on the basis of predictions of exit polls. All the exit polls had estimated that the ruling alliance will win over 350 seats, but that is not what is the trend at this point of time. So there is, of course, the stock market has fallen a lot, and that is what is spilling over to rupee market as well. Traders are reversing their positions. There are some outflows, and also that the crude oil prices have fallen. So oil importers have been taking advantage of these attractive levels, and they have been buying dollars for their requirements. So oil importers' demand for dollars, as well as the sentiment that has turned averse for the markets at this point of time, is what is weighing on the rupee, which is at 83.51 at this point of time, which is just stone's throw away from 83.57, which was the record low. But the dollar sales likely from RBI has limited further losses, and the only concern that is prevailing in the market, the mood of the market, is that if BJP does not come into majority, does not come into power, then the fiscal prudence and the economic stability will go for a toss.
That's two different things, though. Thank you for that, Mimamsa. But those last two sentences are completely two different scenarios. BJP does not come into majority, likely. BJP does not come into power, unlikely, because the NDA has crossed the halfway mark. So in that sense, the political games have truly begun. We'll of course wait for the final counts to come in. Very quick break, but on the other side we get you all the action. Stay tuned.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Welcome. This is India Decides 2024 on NDTV Profit. We are taking stock of, well, the outcome of the general election at the moment as things stand with respect to the leads. And of course, at the moment, I believe we also have a handful of winners coming through, and the news of the handful of winners coming through. And perhaps to take us through how things stand at the moment in terms of the entire political scenario, as well as what we can expect going forward, perhaps towards the end of this trading session, little later on in the evening, and what tomorrow could look like for India. Well, we are in conversation with Navneet Munot. He is the MD and CEO of HDFC AMC. We also have with us Naresh Kaushik. He's a senior journalist. Shankar Iyer, political economy analyst and author, as well as Uday Nigurkar. He is the political analyst analyst as well. I'm going to open the conversation while bringing Shankar in. Shankar, good afternoon. Thanks for joining in. With the current trends that you are seeing, your assessment, your analysis about how things are at the moment. Okay, I believe we have lost Shankar. Uday, I'll come to you. The same question for you. What is your current assessment at the moment?
The current assessment is that there is a major setback for BJP in Maharashtra. There has been a setback for Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena group. And the most sufferer in this is Ajit Pawar, who has yet to register a victory at this point of time, though he is leading in one seat, but I doubt whether that lead will get converted into an ultimate result. Who are the beneficiaries? The biggest beneficiary is Congress, who has increased their performance by 11 times. And this is something which is unprecedented in Maharashtra political history. Sharad Pawar has also increased his NCP-led group to a very large victory. And I would say Shiv Sena, under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray, has created an excitement. So this has far-reaching impact on Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha elections and Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections, which are due in next 6 months' time.
Right. Okay. We can, I guess, also get Naresh Kaushik in the conversation. Naresh, what is your on-ground reading at the moment with the way things stand at right now?
First of all, we must congratulate the Indian voter because this is the victory of democracy. And we also know that exit polls do not always go right. And this is a good example that we have to wait until the results day. And the other thing is NDA, the campaign of fear mongering hasn't worked. So this is a story where two states, I think UP and Bengal, are giving huge losses to BJP. And that is changing the picture. Maharashtra, the earlier guest was talking about, that is true. But I think the real story is emerging in UP and in Bengal. In Bengal, all exit polls were saying that Mamata Banerjee is going to lose many seats and BJP is going to win close to 25 to 30 seats. It is reverse, actually. The Mamata Banerjee has increased her seats at the cost of BJP. The other stories, obviously, from UP, India's largest state, that has given a big jolt to the BJP. And that is, they had 62 seats, and this time they are hovering around 37 at the moment. So that means the SP and Congress alliance has really worked. Now, from your viewer's perspective, this could create some uncertainty. Although it's likely that NDA is going to form the government, but you never know. Because if these regional parties, they decide to switch to India alliance, then the market reaction could be even different. Could be even worse because most of the policies of India alliance are left-oriented. Giving handouts, whereas although handouts are also being offered by NDA, but the overall picture of NDA was fiscally responsible policies. So that is very important to keep in mind.
Yeah. Okay, so interesting take. We will wait and watch. Let's also welcome Navneet Munot. Navneet, thanks for joining. Muralidhar Swaminathan here. Did the markets overreact yesterday and overreact today?
That's the nature of the beast, right? Markets move pendulum, never at the equilibrium. They go from one extreme to another extreme. And that's what happens in the market all the time. I mean, large number of investors who don't take a long-term view, which is based on the fundamentals of corporate sector or of the economy, tend to react to the near-term news flow. I mean, today it is the election result. Yesterday it was reaction to exit poll. Few days back it could have been to U.S. Federal Reserve rates, or maybe some time back to a geopolitical news flow. I think as a sensible long-term investor, one needs to ensure that you don't get swayed by this volatility, but take advantage of this volatility.
Yeah, that's right. So, Navneet, my next question is, in the current situation, how would you assess the markets and the political developments that we are seeing? We still are on the edge. We don't know how it's going to play out, because the NDA or the BJP has to depend, its dependency ratio has increased, depend on TDP and JDU for it to form the government. Given that kind of a situation, what kind of impact will be there on the policies? Because assuming that NDA forms the government, there will be a lot of issues that will come up when the alliance is formed. So how will policies be affected now?
I think because we had a majority government for last 10 years, I think we have somehow lost the memory that between 1989 and 2014, we had coalition governments. Talking about the NDA, 1999 or 98, in fact, the first NDA government, and then second NDA, 99 to 2003, it was a coalition government. And there was a time when we saw privatization of IPCL and Hindustan Zinc, and we saw many other reforms. And over the years, we have seen many coalition governments functioning well. I think there is a continuity in overall economic reforms in India and structural reforms in India. There could be few small changes here and there in terms of optics. When you have maybe a couple of coalition partners, you need to probably take care of everybody's interest. But by and large, the direction of structural reform, the direction that India needs to grow at a higher rate and have to ensure that this is environmentally sustainable, this is socially equitable, and this is inclusive, I think that doesn't change. And I don't see any reason that the overall economic performance, or more importantly, the corporate performance, will undergo a major change because of the results.
I think politically not sustainable is what the market is reading right now. Let me introduce Shankar Iyer, political economy analyst and author. Shankar, what's your reading at this stage? Do you think NDA will form the government comfortably, or will it have to rely more on its partners?
Well, the BJP on its own cannot form the government, because I don't think they will attain the majority mark. The NDA on its own is in a position to stake the claim as the pre-poll alliance, The question is whether there are two flip-flop artists in the basket now. Nitish Kumar, who was with the India Alliance, who formed the India Alliance and left and went and joined the NDA. Chandrababu Naidu, who has always been ambitious. So both of these states require attention. Both of these states require resources. Both of these states have been asking for special status. So the bargaining chip would be in play here. I think the first thing that would need to be addressed is whether the BJP, given its fall in tally, is willing to sort of stake the claim to form the government. There might be some internal dynamics there in the party. There have been enough speculation about what happens at sub 250s, below 250, over 260. So those are all imaginary numbers. Nobody really knows. And this is a conversation between the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh and the BJP. Having settled that, then the next move will be whether the Congress is able to woo back Nitish Kumar, or the BJP woos Shiv Sena, Balasaheb Thackeray group. All of these are there. Basic thing is that if the BJP settles below 250, all bets are off the table. Having said that, I wanted to address the policy issue that was spoken about. This verdict is about, it's an aggregation of many grievances. In fact, this is an election which was not read by anybody. Certainly, the exit polls have got egg on their face. And so this is the silent voter has spoken. And whatever regime comes to power now will have to address the issues of unemployment, inflation, farmer distress, agriculture. So the GDP data actually has shown this for 2 successive years, that the level of GDP growth is not reflected in the private final consumption. And that is something that will have to be addressed. So whoever comes to power will have to deal with it. The point that the market seems to believe that only a single party majority government can bring reforms is disproved by history. Every major reform in this country has come through when a coalition government has been in power. And the growth rates in during coalitions have been higher. So that is not something that we should worry. India's market should trust the Indian economy more than they trust the Indian political parties or politicians. India's economy has got everything going for it, the demography, the corporate performance, the cleanup that has happened. It is the potential of the Indian people which drives the Indian economy and the Indian companies. And so we have to be patient, wait for a political formation to come together, and then we'll see how it goes.
Uday, at the moment, we are looking at trends and the NDA stands at around 295, 296 mark. From the last update that we had, that was about 65% of the votes had been counted. Can there be a dramatic shift from these current numbers, or this is largely what we can expect going forward?
2019, the victory margin was, average margin was 2.3 lakh votes. Now, certainly that's not going to happen at this point of time. The margin is going to be few thousands here and there.
Right.
And what I hear from the other sources is that some seats are what we call it as neck to neck, where the difference of winning could be few thousands, or 3,000, 2,000 or 5,000 could be. So we'll have to wait till the last ball is bowled at this point of time. It's not like what last time, where we came to know at 11:30 in the afternoon that Modi is coming back or BJP is winning. We'll have to wait till the last ball and see the exact number. If the BJP on its own crosses 272, which is little unlikely at this point of time, according to me. But if they come close, but then how close that will decide whom they will ally, what will be the policy shift they will have to be enforced, what will be the portfolio allocation, which party will get which portfolio, all that depends. If BJP touches 260, then it's a different combination. If it is less than 250, then it's a different combination. Right. If they are 250, 240 minus, then it's a different combination.
Right. Very interesting. Last ball has to be bowled. So let me go to Naresh. Naresh, when do you think will the last ball be bowled? Will it be at 6 p.m. or will it be a little earlier?
Well, it could be a little early. I think I'm not sure whether BJP is going to cross even 250, going by the trends at the moment, because at the moment they are under 240. So we have to wait for maybe 2 hours or so, 2-3 hours, and then picture will be clear. But I agree with what Shankar was saying earlier, that coalition governments do not necessarily mean that India is going to derail reform process. This started under the Congress government of Narasimha Rao in 1991, and we haven't really looked back since then. We had 10 years of UPA government, and they didn't really reverse any of the things. I know in this election campaign, the Congress Party's manifesto and Congress Party leaders' speeches and their partner speeches were more left-oriented. And as I said earlier, they could be even fiscally irresponsible. But when they come to power, I don't think some of the things they said they'll be able to implement, because they also have to, cost. The costing factor also has to be taken into account, because the Indian economy is the most important thing is the growth. The growth has to take place. And at the moment, we are saying about 8.2% growth, which is the highest in any democracy at the moment, but this should sustain. And it can only sustain if the reform process continues and if whichever government comes to power, they continue with those things and even push ahead with some of those things. So, for instance, the demand in the economy has to go up. Some of the reforms, for instance, in education and health needs to be done because India spends less than 3% on health of the GDP, which is the lowest in any G20 countries. And the same is in education, about 3%. So if you want to have if you want to grow Indian economy at the rate which is being predicted at the moment, we need to have India which is healthy, which is educated, and the aspirational India which has emerged in the last 10, 20 years, they are not going to go back.
Yeah. Okay, Naresh, sorry to interrupt. I have one piece of news that is coming in. My back-end teams have put this out. The Prime Minister has spoken to Mr. Chandrababu Naidu on phone. He's congratulated him. He said that we will work together. This is significant because TDP is going to be a very important partner in forming the government. And also our sources say that Telugu Desam is committed to support the NDA. That's the information we have got. We'll keep updating, and I'll toss it back to Agam for the next question.
Right. Yeah, well, actually, this actually leads me to the next question, and I will direct this question to Navneet. Navneet, we've seen the PSU, that's the public sector space, cover a lot of ground over the last few years, and perhaps this outcome, do you think would pose a question to its continued revival going forward?
So part of it is due to better performance over the last couple of years, and part of it is re-rating, where the price to earning ratio has improved substantially, given the improvement and the expectations of continued improvement. In some of the cases in PSU stocks, valuations had gone up much ahead of the fundamentals, and maybe now we are seeing some bit of correction. I think the structural story remains very much intact in most of these sectors, which are highly levered to the domestic cyclical growth. I think they will continue to do well. But as I mentioned earlier, that valuations, wherever they have run ahead of fundamentals, not only in PSUs, but in some of the other parts of the market where froth has built up, we are seeing more correction in that space.
Right. Navneet, one very important question. You see, today, not necessarily today, over the last few days or few weeks, FMCG as a sector has been ignored in spite of the fact that the FMCG players are looking at a green shoot. And today, I see initially on the screen that smart money is moving to FMCG, partly to healthcare. And are people trying to hide, or is FMCG a real comeback story?
No, I think several of those stocks in the FMCG had underperformed over the last several quarters, or in fact now a few years. There is expectation that monsoon, given the shape of monsoon so far, and with the other spending in the rural areas and the terms of trade improving over a period of time, there could be revival in the rural spending, which should help the consumer staples. The stocks have underperformed for a long time, and relative to some of the other sectors where the re-rating, as I mentioned earlier, had been ahead of fundamentals, there could be some bottom-up stock picking in FMCG.
Right. Sorry, I have to interrupt you because I want to go to Shankar on one question. As I can see, the NDA has crossed 300 mark. TDP's contribution is 16 in this case, JDU is 15. Now we all know about TDP, Shankar. What about JDU? How stable do you think JDU will be in terms of its alliance?
So both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar hold some bargaining chips. One of the consistent demands of Bihar was the declaration of the special status. But remember, and similarly with Andhra Pradesh, last time Chandrababu Naidu left the NDA because of not being given, Andhra not being given the special status. But both of them would prefer to deal with a single window clearance for their demands rather than a chaotic setup. So as of now, unless a different offer is made, for instance, there is some speculation in Delhi about, the India group or the Congress Plus group considering to woo Chandrababu Naidu. The Nitish Kumar was sort of, considered as the chairperson of the India group when it was formed, and there was talk about him being nominated as the face of the group. All of these ambitions will be put forth on the table. Nothing is written in stone, nothing is cast in stone at this moment. But the fact that the NDA on its own has crossed 300 gives some elbow room to Prime Minister Modi and to the BJP to sort of work the wires and ensure that the flock stays together. They might even try to woo somebody off the India bloc. That anything can happen. So numbers are important, and we'll have to wait for a couple of hours more to see. There are over 200 seats which are at less than 10,000 margin levels. So the leads are very slender in those, and anything can happen.
Uday, you wanted to come in actually, if you want to build on this particular point.
Yes, that's the point I was saying, that last time the victory margins were too high. This time, when the final tally comes, I'm sure there are 100 plus seats which either party would have won with a margin which is less than 20,000. Right. Given the fact that our constituency is about 15 lakhs, and given 60% of voting, we are talking about 7 to 8 lakh. And in that, if there are two parties, and if one is winning by a margin of 10,000, so it's a wafer-thin margin, which is going to be there. There is also a point which was made that there will be an attempt made to woo Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar back to India alliance. I see that happening, but I don't see it materializing because of their state pressures on them. Bihar will be going to elections, and Chandrababu Naidu is committed to the NDA alliance. There will be issues which will come, and these issues will be when One Nation, One Election bill comes, when UCC implementation comes, when agriculture reforms, BJP would like to get it back because they repealed it last time, infrastructure push, digitization will have no issues, people will agree with that. But healthcare spending, labor reforms, all these things will have to be shared, co-shared, take them on the board, and they will have to be changed in the functioning the way BJP earlier used to function. And that's going to be a major change in that. But if the BJP, as I said earlier, the last ball is bowled, and suddenly you will find BJP near 270, then I don't think this will have any bearing on that.
At the moment, some would consider UP to be a little bit of a surprise. Is it a surprise for you, and are there any other states that stand out for you?
100% UP is a surprise. Maharashtra is a not surprise. Maharashtra, it was expected that BJP, if they touch 15 seats, which they got 22 last time, it would be a sort of a sweets for them. A variety of reasons, let's not get into it. But UP is certainly a big blow to BJP. UP ke ladke, as it was called in last elections, the two kids came together and they showed the David versus Goliath, that mountains can be moved. And that's going to be a major introspection as to what happened where and why nobody predicted it to that extent. BJP was already 62. And there was a room to grow up. 18 seats they were to the brim, which is like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Gujarat. Right. And BJP once was there. So it was expected that they will reach the last time mark, which is 72, from moving from 62. But from 62 to 35 or 40 is a major loss to UP.
Right. I think one very important question, it will look a little too early in the day, Agam. This is a question to all the panelists. I will start with Naresh. Naresh, who do you think would be the finance minister, or allocating ministries and portfolios are going to be a tough task for the Prime Minister?
Definitely, because this is not just going to be BJP or Mr. Modi's decisions alone. Because if you see all the ministries and all the agenda was being set in the last 10 years from PMO. Now, for the first time, this is going to change. And Mr. Modi is not known for a coalition builder when it comes to the government formation. He has built coalitions for taking the country to votes and getting seats, but this time he has to behave like Mr. Vajpayee. Mr. Vajpayee was very good at coalition dharma, as he used to call it. So this is going to be interesting. So we have to see how this new government is formed. But I want to add my 2 pennies to Andhra and Bihar situation, because Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh and Nitish Kumar in Bihar, they have always won with the help of the BJP, or BJP has won with the help of them. So they are actually real coalition partners. Whenever they have gone away, they did not succeed. So Chandrababu Naidu, despite all the pulls and pushes from the other side, he's unlikely to switch. Correct. And the same Absolutely is with Nitish Kumar, who is known as a somersault master. He has been somersaulting, but he hasn't really succeeded with the other alliance, with the Tejasvi Yadav's or Lalu's alliance. So I think we are going to see an NDA government, but at the same time, we are going to see, a different kind of governance.
Right. One last question to Navneet before we go to Shankar. Navneet, what's your take from here? Do you think that we will hold around 21,000 mark and some stability will come to the market, and how far is that away?
So I don't think I can watch or I can predict where the market next few days. But all I know is that macroeconomic fundamentals are strong relative to rest of the world. India is in a far better situation. Whether you look at the external sector, overall macroeconomic environment, financial stability, the health of the corporate sector. I mean, if you look at the growth data from all perspective, external sector from all perspective, I think Indian economy is in a far better footing than where it was for several years. And I see over the next several years, India delivering good growth, both on the economy as well as on the corporate profits, and the stock market will ultimately deliver that. And biggest positive for India over the last few years that has got built up is the constant flow of retail money into Indian mutual fund industry. So over the next few days, few months, as that money continues, we would look to deploy that money. Right.
I think, Navneet, that's very interesting. Fundamentals are very good as far as the economy is concerned. But right now, there is a lot of volatility, in the markets and in the political scenario. Shankar, your concluding thoughts before I toss to Uday for a short answer.
I think the market should learn to trust the Indian people and the Indian economy. I think the reaction is more about expectations rather than the performance ahead. I think the reaction that we see in the markets today and the volatility that we've seen in the last 1 week was based on the expectations of several opinion polls and exit polls. Now that the exit polls have exited the system, some realism will have crept in. I think the fundamental fact is that there are 87 million SIP accounts. We are adding about 2 million SIP accounts every month. Is that going to change? Is the Indian savings condition going to change? Is the Indian corporate sector's performance suddenly going to be wrenched away by something? These people, the politicians, may say extreme things in campaign, but when they come to govern, they will have a reality check. And I think we should be just patient about this. And the most important thing, let's be patient for the final results to come, because any speculation before that, the words tend to come and haunt you later.
Absolutely. Shankar, I think patience and reality. Uday, you want to make a short 10 seconds point before I toss
the last point is that prediction, I would say that political predictions, that politics and getting power is a strange bed partners come together. BJP is at shortage of some seats. Today we are talking of ZDU and TDP. Congress is 95 in 2 to 3, India Alliance. don't rule out the possibility that some of the India alliances shifting over to BJP as they are forming the government. And there are 22 others. Don't forget that. So their dependency on ZDU and TDP will reduce considerably.
Absolutely valid point. Maybe the market is hearing you because we've seen the Nifty recover 1,000 points from day's lows. Well, on that note, taking a moment to thank all our experts here on this panel for taking the time out and speaking to us here on NDTV Profit. We slip into a short break, and on the other side, we continue the coverage on India Decides 2024. Stay tuned in.
Independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy.
Welcome back. You're watching live coverage of the equity markets, but of course, you're also watching the live coverage of the counting day and the decision that India will make and that will come to pass later today. As things stand, the BJP is leading in 240 seats or 42 seats. The NDA as a whole is leading in 301 seats. The INDI alliance, meanwhile, has 219, with the Congress leading in 95 seats. As we speak, the Nifty 50 is off the low point of the day and has recovered as much as 1,000 points or thereabouts from the low point of the day. It's currently trading at 22,150. Of course, significant volatility, and that picture might change very sharply. Harsh Saita is with me. Harsh, broader markets also seeing some bit of recovery, but still sharp cashes.
Absolutely, Alex. Let's pull up the advanced decline, because that will hopefully suggest to us very clearly as to what's happening in the broader markets as well. But while we are at it, the Nifty small cap as well as mid cap indices well off the day's lows. We have the Nifty mid cap 150, which has recovered over 2,000 points from the bottom. There you can see clearly that gas has somewhat seen a bit of a recovery. So that's possibly the positive that we can make of the broader markets. But still over 5.5% lower on the Nifty small cap, as well as the Nifty mid cap also down almost 5.5% odd.
Harsh, we've got Manish Dangi, founder of Macro Mosaic Investing and Research, joining in. Manish, thanks for taking the time. And I listened with a lot of interest to your conversation that you had with Neeraj on Sunday.
And some of the aspects that you spoke about, I think, hold true even today. What you said at the time was, based on the close on Friday, equity in India was a little bit overpriced. That picture has seemingly changed very quickly in the span of a few hours. What's your opinion now, based on the kind of cracks that you've seen in some of these counters? And the other aspect that you spoke about, of course, was that you like India rates and credit. What's your view now?
So equities sort of continue to be very pricey in pockets, where a lot of retail has positioned itself in. A lot of these blue sky scenarios, largely in the small cap space, but in general at a sector level, manufacturing, stuff is priced at obscene valuations, and I guess it's a bad news. Whatever is, even though it's likely that you'll have an NDA government, but a different government and the policy regime would be very different. And that would pave way for a regime which is not going to be very supportive for a lot of these sort of blue sky scenarios that markets were pricing in. So whereas, stuff like private banks, Reliance Industries of the world, many large cap names would perhaps recover. It wouldn't really matter to them as to what form of sort of government, comes. It's very, very likely there's going to be policy continuity. And of course, there's going to be pain in areas where Modi's push was important for those areas to grow. But most of those sectors are actually have smaller caps and, are themes, which small investors are invested in. On credit, of course, because of the great balance sheet chief, it's very likely that it'll continue to do very well. In fact, I've argued for many months now that credit is a better way to bet on Indian corporate balance sheets than equities. It's far cheaper. And any result comes, it's not going to make a difference to the credit's outlook. On rates, unfortunately, if there's a weak Modi setup and with 240 odd seats that BJP gets, it is not a very good news for rates. So while I think that a lot of other levers for lower rates, that is, US rates coming down, India core inflation very low, and fiscal deficit is likely to come down secularly over the next couple of years, would pave way for monetary policy easing and thereby rate come down. But it's less bullish today than what one could have thought had sort of BJP itself secured to 290 plus. So that's how I would sort of review my Friday calls.
Okay, Manish, that's Friday calls. But talk to us about, what should one look for in terms of macro changes? The rural recovery, the rural push, do you expect more spending from this new government, especially on rural, given the fact that it will likely be a coalition of sorts? Do you therefore believe that the policy shift, what will it be like, and what would therefore benefit from that shift?
So absolutely right. At a political level, you have a coalition government returning. So what we had in last 10 years was an exception to the general rule that India will very likely have over the next 20, 30 years, that you will likely have more and more coalition government. Generally, coalition governments are good for redistribution, good for consumption versus investment, good for rural versus urban. These are sort of big macro cuts, they sometimes work, sometimes don't, but in general, you could, without any other data, you could conclude that a coalition government in next 5 years would be somewhat pro-rural spending. And therefore, I think you're right that areas such as rural spending related, FMCGs, they may end up doing really well. So at market at an aggregate level would still continue to deliver the same that, one would have expected even on Friday or before that. It's just that, what delivers for the market would change. It's likely that, as I said, some of the manufacturing and these thematics, which were sort of exuberantly priced won't deliver. But, old guards, stuff like FMCG, pharma, IT, all of them, will be unaffected. In fact, continue to do well for the different regime that we are in now.
Sure, Manish, sure. So you've spoken about how likely the shift to rural should help. Do you believe that the FMCG or any pockets seem to be reasonably valued to you? Because I understand that market, from a larger market perspective, you still feel it's expensive. But do you therefore believe that any specific pocket which could benefit from this and still is deep value?
No, there's nothing deep value in India. I mean, you really don't get deep value with just 5-7% correction, especially after a decade-long bull market. So there's no deep value. But yes, you're right that IT, pharma, FMCG, and private banks are good to go to places as far as if you were to construct a portfolio today, you would prefer these. Some of them will have tailwind because of the regime change, and some of them will be unaffected. Think of Reliance Industries totally unaffected because of the results, So therefore, why would you bother? So if you're an investor, look at first principles, look at all the securities that they are there in the markets. Try and prefer large cap versus small and mid caps. Try and prefer segments which are going to be unaffected with Modi or weak Modi. Doesn't matter to some of them. Try and invest in stuff which, let's say, metals, very likely because of the commodity bull market that we are in right now would continue to do okay. As I said, Reliance Industries won't do any worse, irrespective of the form of government we'll have. And same thing you could say for any IT or pharma name. FMCG, I certainly think that is a good rural demand proxy, and given that it actually under-delivered for good 5 years, I think there's a recent case to be made that FMCG would continue to do well for next couple of years.
Manish, purely on the earnings front, and let's keep valuations aside for just a moment. Irrespective of which government comes into power and in what form it comes into power, the reality is that a certain growth in areas like power and infrastructure has to happen based on the kind of direction that we're heading as an economy, as a people. So does that change at all? Does the earnings picture change at all? And what kind of advice would you give to people? So, for example, a lot of people who enter, I'm talking about small investors, they've had a secular bull run over the last several years. Does the easy money go out of the window now?
Yeah, so you're right. The earnings trajectory actually don't get altered, but the macro events actually don't change the earning trajectory. They change the multiples and therefore valuation. So you're right that many stocks actually wouldn't, barring unless of course in areas which were sort of particularly driven by, let's say, PLIs or sort of push of what Modi would want you to do. But a lot of these areas are very small in overall markets, so frankly don't matter. So but in aggregate, earnings would continue to sort of chug along, and we will have a 6.5% growth likely, and therefore the kind of earnings we would have expected would have gotten delivered in any case. It's just that the multiple story, it's likely that the foreigners would continue to sort of find more opportunities outside in India than India. And that's the point I said on Friday also, that the global investors would always see many things outside India today far cheaper than what we have to offer.
So then a follow-up.
Similarly for the local.
Sorry, just a follow-up. While you're speaking about the multiples and the valuations, at what point would you be comfortable?
I mean, look, let's see, there is a 10% valuation premium vis-a-vis historical valuations India has offered. Vis-a-vis the bond risk premium, markets are about 15-17% or 20% expensive. Vis-a-vis emerging markets, it's obscenely expensive. Vis-a-vis US, it's of course not expensive. So, there is a different ways to look at multiples. In aggregate, you could say that 10-20% expensive markets. But I want to emphasize this, that it's not in aggregate, markets are very expensive, but in pockets of the markets are extraordinarily expensive. And unfortunately, those are the pockets, which have done extraordinarily well over the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years, most importantly. I think there's going to be pain there. So, 5 years out, if you had a return expectations that market would deliver 10-12%, it would still likely deliver. It's just that what will deliver for you will be different than what you would have thought in your portfolio would deliver.
That's a fair point. Manish, to stay with us, Sandeep Shastri, Director Academics at NITT Education Trust, is joining in. Sandeep, thanks so much for taking the time and pleasure having you. I'm just curious, as of 10 minutes to 2, and I must admit, looked at the gaps in the several seats that are hotly contested, but my team was telling me 80 seats, as many as 80 seats, the gap is extremely narrow. Do we still continue to see this trend, or can it shift very dramatically in your opinion?
I don't think there would be a major shift at this point of time. The fact that the NDA has a majority, I think, will very much be a reality at the end of the day. The critical question as to how close will the BJP be to the majority mark. My last reading of the situation was it is around 36 seats short of a majority. Now, making up those many seats, I think, will be a challenge as we move towards the final results being out. So you're likely to head towards a NDA government where the BJP does not have a majority on its own, but would be dependent to some extent on its allies within the NDA, who I think at my last reading of the situation were leading in as many as 65 seats. So the non-BJP NDA numbers have gone up as compared to last time. And the BJP numbers within the NDA have seen a slight decline as per the available trends. So the NDA forming the government seems to be more or less a reality. But an NDA government in which BJP does not have a clear majority on its own is what we are likely to see.
Right, Mr. Shastri, that's fairly clear. Thank you so much. Also, I want to try and add to this perspective. What does this do to the dynamic as a whole in terms of policy? Because the BJP has a certain policy agenda. They've been used to driving that by themselves. Now in a coalition government, how does that dynamic change in your view, and what will be those changes in your opinion?
The dynamic will very much change because now, unlike in the last 10 years, in the last 10 years, the allies had what I would call a notional representation in government. But now, because the BJP does not have a majority on its own, if these trends were to continue, then you will have to take the allies into confidence. You will have to give them representation in the cabinet, not just notional representation, but real representation in terms of the numbers they represent. They may even bargain for key portfolios. So all these developments, going back to what happened when Vajpayee was leading the government, would be a scenario which you can well expect. Of course, the BJP and its leadership's bargaining power may be much more superior today. So I'm not ruling out that factor also. And let's remember that the two most important allies who they will have as part of their government would be the TDP led by Chandrababu Naidu and the JDU led by Nitish Kumar. And both these leaders have been part of non-BJP coalitions in the past. And that's another factor we would need to keep in mind. So it would be quite a narrow path that would have to be walked on. There would have to be a consensus on key policy issues before the government takes it forward. So I think all these factors would come into play. We also would need to see that among the others who are there, there are 17 who are there among the others. It will be interesting to see what negotiations can happen with key groups among the 17 and how many of them would be willing to be part of the coalition, or maybe even the BJP able to bring over to their side. So some of these political machinations and strategies will be on in the next few days from the BJP and from within the NDA.
Yes, promises to be a very interesting next week or so at the very least. But let me also welcome on board Deepak Shenoy, founder Capital Mind. Deepak, we've got a broader context of everything that's playing out, but talk to us about impact on markets. The 5% fall on the Nifty, justifiable? Are you buying, or are you expecting a larger fall going forward?
Thanks for having me on your show. I think the problem with markets is they expect a certain level of stability. So I think once we get past these elections, we get to a point where there is a government, and if it is deemed to be more stable in nature, then I guess the markets will come back because the Nifty earnings multiple is actually now about 20 times. So it's not meaningfully high for compared to the past. Of course, there will be some small caps, some areas like PSUs, public sector banks, where I think the feeling is that without there's going to be no continuity. But I don't see this as a policy continuity problem. I think it's a stability problem in terms of politics, in terms of who's going to actually take the reins. Is this going to be a coalition government that only survives for a while? Is it going to be a coalition government that is more pakka in nature? I think India has done very well with coalition governments as well as majority governments. So I don't think this is a meaningful problem for the economy right now. But yeah, I mean, I think they're taking it on their chin because they went up about 3.5% yesterday. So they're down 5% today. So net, it's just 1.5% in 2 days, which is not meaningfully bad, really, for a market that deserves to have this kind of volatility anyway. So I'm not too worried in terms of economic challenges. I think the political stability would be the key thing. When this happens, we don't know. But hopefully it gives us lots of buying opportunities because that's what markets are good for, right? They will give you panic and they will give you fear and they will give you a lot of greed as well. So you're getting the fear element today and maybe we'll get the greed element again.
Okay, so fear, but the market wisdom suggests that you should go against the grain then. Deepak, are you going against the grain?
We are buying. I mean, we don't have much cash in the sense of we run a PMS, so we're almost fully deployed. But yes, I believe that market opportunities like this. Look at a 3 to 5 year period going forward. I think these are just opportunities that will come our ways, in bits and pieces. When they come, you have to grab the opportunity in select stocks. Over time. Sometimes, when sentiments fall, even good companies fall along with the bad companies, right? So you'll be able to buy some of the good companies, maybe reshuffle the portfolio a little bit. I don't see a meaningful change in policy. I don't see a big, the fear would be a big subsidy or a big change in the nature of expenditure of the government. But at this moment, it does not look like that will happen. So keeping that risk in mind, I guess, when you can position your portfolio using a different set of stocks as prices change. Sometimes stocks which were too expensive to buy in the last cycle suddenly become affordable now. So you might be able to shift over to them.
Manish, far be it for me to say that this event is over. We're in the midst of it. But having said that, if you zoom out and if you were to look forward to the next major cue, what are you focused on? Is the budget imperative or is there something that you would watch before that?
I think, the only good of this election is that budget to that extent would become, in terms of importance, reduced, especially the capital gain tax, which was a burden in the minds of market. The probability of that would reduce. Almost certainly, the spending would pivot to, as we discussed earlier, towards rural spending and more redistribution, because in some sense it's a little bit of a victory of social justice policies as well. I think the bigger news from outside world is going to be, of course, as and when the US recession arrives, the data there is turning for worse, and a few months out, you may very well have a negative growth outcome, as well as, of course, the political outcome in US, could be more turbulent. Given that we are in a decent, commodity bull market, I only hope that it does not convert into oil bull market. So far, they've been they have not behaved in cohesive manner. But if oil does become an oil bull market, then it could become a pain for India. But otherwise, so far, not much risk from the outside world.
It's benign, and also hopefully with the onset of the monsoons on time, rural economy hopefully will do better this year. But having said that, I'm just curious, Sandeep, you mentioned a few key coalition or alliances, members of the alliance rather, of the NDA. Of course, over the course of the evening, one would assume that several phone calls will go out to ensure that on both sides, the allies stay within the fold. What are the key ones to watch in your opinion?
The two I mentioned, because Chandrababu Naidu will also be coming to power in Andhra on his own, and he will be possibly the ally with the largest number of seats other than the BJP. Then you have the JDU in Bihar. The chief minister met the prime minister yesterday. That may have been in a totally different context and assuming a totally different situation. But today, the JDU would be an important part of the NDA alliance. Also, I think maybe the NDA leadership may want to court the Anna DMK once again, because they are likely to win some seats in Tamil Nadu, and their getting back into the NDA may be something that would be discussed to increase the numbers of the NDA, and also for a little comfort zone for the BJP in terms of the allies they would like to deal with. Because as I said earlier, now, if the BJP doesn't have a majority on its own, the allies would not be satisfied with a notional representation. They would demand seats as per their numerical strength, and also demand key portfolios, keeping in
Ask
mind
that question. In fact, what in your opinion will be the shift, if at all, that will take place in key portfolios here? What, according to you, will the allies demand?
The two major allies, I'm sure, will demand a key economic portfolio, as was done in the past. So, and that would, how much will that be conceded will also depend upon the negotiating strategies which the BJP comes up with. One has seen in the last 10 years that the BJP leadership has tremendous skills of getting their allies and getting those who are not their allies also to be able to back them, especially when the repealing of Article 370 happened. You did have the leadership managing to get a lot of those who were not even part of your support group to be on your side. So a lot will depend upon, in the next few days, the type of negotiation skills that the BJP leadership adopts to be able to ensure that the BJP, even without a majority, would be able to take their key agenda points forward. Because without that assurance, it then becomes very difficult for the BJP to fulfill on the key promises they have made, be it implementing uniform civil code, be it on one nation, one poll, or be it on other reforms that they have proposed as part of their preparation for this election.
Deepak, let me come to you. Quick last take. You suggested that you're pretty much fully invested in equity markets, especially through the PMS. What, if at all, were your last buys? Because, of course, markets have fallen a bit. So those would largely stay valid. That's my first part. Second, if you can give us a quick take on PSUs, because that's the one big casualty in the market today.
Yeah, so I think some of the among the stocks we've bought a bunch of companies in the defense area and semiconductors, companies in the healthcare, railways and defense companies. Some of whom happen to be primarily PSU. Some of them are equipment manufacturers that supply to the railways and defense industries. But in general, the idea here would be simple from my perspective. Are we reaching a point where some of the policies of the earlier government would be reversed or changed meaningfully? I don't think the answer is meaningfully yes to that. For one, the government coffers are actually quite full, and their ability to do a lot of things now, including apart from the regular taxation collections, they also have a much higher collection from the RBI this year, potentially next year as well, simply because of the structure of it. So I think from that perspective, we will see a bit of a change in how how the government finances are, but should not be so meaningful that it affects PSU dynamics, especially defense and railways and all of those pieces. Those are more or less reforms that I don't think will change. Even the power sector, much of it's from the PSU sector itself. So I think you should analyze the PSUs more from a perspective of have their fundamental economics changed meaningfully based on this government or based on this election. I personally don't think so, but of course facts will change, so we'll change our mind if things change.
Yeah, absolutely. Deepak, as well as everybody who's joined in, Manish as well as Sandeep, thank you so much for taking the time and for speaking to us on NDTV Profit. We have to slip into a very quick break, but as has been the case all through the day, live coverage continues on India Decides 2024, so do stay tuned.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Market Close. It's the last hour of a very negative and volatile day of trade. It's been a bloodbath on D Street. Today's result, so far at least, is pretty much an anticlimax to what we saw in yesterday's exit polls. The Nifty is down about 5.5%. There was some fears in the last few hours that the markets could have potentially hit lower circuit. We, of course, withered that storm, but still not looking good on the street. The Nifty down over 5%, well off the day's low point, but 22,000 is what is turning out to be a little bit of a tussle between the bulls and the bears so far. The bread still remains weak. The Nifty next 50 is down 9%, sectorally as well. All sectors are deeply in the red. The broader markets are around 7 to 7.5%. India VIX is up 28%. That's eased off a little bit from its day's high, but still looking very, very jittery and nervous. Across sectors, the selling is across the board. Banks are down 7.5%. Financials are down 8%. Metals are down 10%. PSU, though, is leading the losses with a 13% cut. The Nifty 50 is looking weak. A whole barrage of counters are trading with cuts of over 10%. So it's really not the kind of day we'd have liked on the street. And of course, the problem is it came out of nowhere, very, very unexpected.
Yeah.
It has been. And let's probe that more from a market's perspective as well with a very special guest, Mr. Ramdev Agrawal, Chairman and co-founder of Motilal Oswal Johnson, right now with his thoughts. Mr. Agrawal, good having you. Thanks so much for joining in. Good afternoon. Not quite what the markets wanted. Is this also a sense, in a sense, an overreaction because we had a very sharp rally on Monday? How do you think about the reaction and what could happen in the near term?
Yeah, as you said, it is reaction to yesterday's action. The expectations set by opinion poll was very lofty, and now what the numbers are coming out is very disappointing. So the reality, now this is a reality, and that was just a perception or expectation built, and clearly there is a complete mismatch. And so my sense is that bulk of the damage is done today, and stock wise it is even far deeper in some of the cases. So my sense is bulk of the damage in those counters are done. Now one is the mandate and second is the formation of the government. I hope with the 290 or 294 or 300 whatever NDA you have, I mean in the right spirit, we should get there is a mandate for NDA with 300 clear, way above the majority. So if we get NDA, of course it will be weaker BJP itself. So the management style, which was far more central in Delhi, I think that has to become a lot more participative. And still we might, this is the power of leadership, this is the power of imagination, that the India story should not only continue, but it should gather momentum once this uncertainty of forming the ministry or that gets over. That will be in next 1 week or so. We'll see what kind of permutation and combination come about.
Mr. Agrawal, a lot of premium baked into what a Modi 3.0 would have done in terms of policy, what it could have done in terms of earnings, etc. Now, do you think the market waits a while for that to translate into reality before rewarding? What I'm just trying to understand is, could it well happen that for the foreseeable future, we may meander around these levels instead of sharp upsides that we've seen every single point of time, the market has seen a dip? Can you hear me, Mr. Agrawal?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so
yeah, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was just saying, could it well happen that now the markets may stay tempered for a bit because we had baked in a lot of positives in terms of execution from a 3.0 government. Now that may not be exactly as per script, will the market take its time instead of a sharp pullback in the next 2-3 months?
Yeah, I think in the short run we are, we are too hasty in terms of decision making, and a lot more things will happen in terms of permutation combinations as we go forward. And even the economic factors like geopolitics, your oil is down by $10, interest rate cuts are now being talked about, monsoon is going to be good. So a lot of other things also come into play when we talk about the corporate earnings and the economy. Basically, the sense I'm getting is that the economy was very tightly managed, extremely well managed, and hence finally we were getting about 8% or 8% plus growth. Markets were doing very well. There is a retail boom going on. So all this party which was on in India, that has taken a kind of a break. Kind of a jolt, not break, but jolt for the time being. So in next 1 month, I think next 1 month is going to be very crucial. And so long as uncertainty is there in the political front, I think markets will be at best markets will be sideways, or you could see the bouts of buying and selling led by FIs, domestics. This uncertainty will continue for quite some time, and markets may consolidate here, or maybe a little weaker also.
Mr. Agrawal, good afternoon. Tamanna here, and great to speak with you, of course, on such an important day as well. Talking about the political uncertainty, as you were mentioning, now a couple of things seem clear. Like you said, the NDA is set to form a government for the third term. They are above the halfway mark. Considering that BJP is the single largest party right now, it's pretty clear that you will have Modi as Prime Minister. So you are going to have maybe a different version than what was imagined, but a Modi 3.0. Then your key portfolios, FM and HM. So once your troika is in place, which is PM, FM and HM, do you think that would be calming for the markets? Or would this minutiae matter, that the BJP by itself doesn't have 272 and what happens next?
Yes, so how the dialogues go with their partners, because since majority is very thin, and hence the bargaining power of minority parties, I mean this 15-20 seats guys, they have a lot of bargaining power because of the type of mandate it has given. It is like saying that we want you, and yet we have not given you the mandate. I mean, we have not given you enough seats. So you have to go and kind of settle with the other side in terms of bargaining. So the bargaining power of majority, which is BJP with 240 seats, would also be considerably weakened. And how this, can they convert? I mean, this is where Modiji's magic will come, whether he can convert the current weakness into his own strength, and whether those kind of things can happen. Because the opportunity is very large, economy has the momentum, they've got a clear mandate, there is no reason to go anywhere beyond the NDA itself to form a very good government. The only thing is that it was expected that they themselves will have internally more than 272. That has not materialized. So I think, my sense is that the moment government formation happens, I think a lot more positivity will come back to the markets.
Mr. Agarwal, so it's clear that you are going to see an NDA term 3. I mean, the only question is because the expectations were set so high. We've had split votes for several years and several elections in Indian parliamentary history. Expectations were set high. Now, having said that, the new government, and as of now it seems it's clearly an NDA government, little doubt there. Do you think the focus now, because of these results, shifts away from what the street was pricing in for a Modi 3.0? So more focus maybe on rural distress, more focus on what is seen as populist politics. Is that a concern that will last beyond the 1 month that you're talking about?
I mean, God knows what is how things are going to open up, and what kind of policy change or shift which is going to happen. I mean, we are yet to reconcile this particular mandate, and what kind of dialogues come, what kind of interviews come, and what actually happens on the ground. Will some more people join NDA? You know, if it is 300 or whatever, 295, 297, can some more people join from independents and all, another 10, 15, 20 guys, so that the bargaining power of the other guys, other minorities, that will come down. So a lot of things are going to happen as we go forward. And as the more certainty returns to the political management and the power that be, I think markets will start slowly recovering. If you might have seen today, the moment the seats started stabilizing and recovering, markets also recovered. So clearly people are realizing that the markets will realize that they had overdone yesterday. They have corrected whatever was done yesterday, and maybe some overdone today, and maybe some more corrections here and there. And then if the broad story of India growth story, India earnings story remains, I don't think any political party is against India growing very rapidly. So, and since NDA is coming, Modiji's leadership will be there, I think broadly we should be fine, but with a little weaker kind of a sentiment to start with.
Hi, Mr. Agarwal. It's also Samina joining in. Up until now, the last couple of months, the big play in the markets was anything where sectors were preferred, where policy continuity was expected. So defense, railway, infrastructure, power, valuations, of course, aside. Given the juncture we are at right now, would you reconsider or recommend investors to rejig their portfolio if they've been overweight on these sectors?
I think it's too early to look at portfolio changes. It will take some time. Very character of the what you call formation and what utterances, what policy announcements come. I would rather wait till budget. See, if something is overvalued and you had to sell, you better sell. But I don't think the broad story of, say, indigenization of defense or building of railways, building of infrastructure, I don't think that story is going to go away, whosoever is in the power. I would not, just because there is a little weaker mandate, I would not get out of the stock just because of this. But if the stock is grossly overvalued, you are already thinking about getting out of it, then better you can get out.
Mr. Agarwal, your of course, Motilal is in such a client-centric retail investor focus in terms of, you have the pulse of the retail investor. While we consistently recommend, and you do as well, that investors should invest in a staggered manner, STPs is how wealth is created, trading is not how wealth is created, would you recommend investors to upfront a little bit of those STPs in this current correction?
So one thing is that whosoever is committed to the SIP, that SIP must be honored fully. Whether you should start, if the market corrects a little more, I think this is a great time to start SIP. See, one of the good things about SIP is that you start at any point of time in 5, 6, 7 years, it doesn't matter. You get some share of good time, some share of bad time. So right now you start with the bad time, you are likely to do well as the good time comes. You start with a good time, like say somebody started 2 years back, now they are seeing a little tough time in terms of corrections and all. So it's part of the deal. In a 10, 15 years of SIP, many good times will come, many bad times will come. So it is always a good time to start your SIP.
Mr. Agarwal, one final question from my end at least, and which is would you reckon that I remember 2014 when I was in your dealing room and we were talking about how a new reformist majority government coming to power does for capital markets. Has the Indian market, by virtue of its size, moved beyond that? Would you reckon from here on over the next 5 years, markets, largely everything else staying good, will largely still be creating wealth for investors? And would the nature of components be different in that maybe PSUs did very well in the last 5 years, maybe some of the others like private banks or some others come to the fore?
See, India is a compounded story. In compounding, sometimes it is slow, sometimes it is fast. So we have seen the fast phase, maybe a little slower phase of wealth creation. But this is I have seen 45 years of the market. In that, I have seen almost head-on Cargill, we have seen bankruptcy of 91, 92. So all kinds of things happen. And yet this compounding continues. So as far as the wealth creating capability of this country is concerned, that is not even an iota of doubt about it. Now, actually I would go to the extent of saying that in next 5 years, if the index were to double, at best it might take another 6 months or 1 year. I would say instead of 5 years, I may say in 6 years at least it will double. But the process of wealth creation and the even pace of wealth creation would not be significantly impacted by these judgments, because economics is very different from politics. Right now what you are seeing is a political mandate, and we have seen a lot of actually the biggest bull runs have happened in absolute minority governments, like whether it is a bull run of 2000, whether it is 2003 or 2007, which ended up in global financial crisis. We had all minority government or very weak government dispensation in Delhi, and yet the economics overtakes politics. Once the country is being given some kind of mandate politically, there is no headache every day. There is some kind of sanity at the top. I think the economics are impacted, not, of course, politics impacts economics, but there are many other factors which also comes into the economics, and countries' economics, countries' earnings, countries' corporate profitability, they all are much bigger thing than just the politics.
You know, I take that point completely, that once there's clarity of what's happening on the top, things will take its own course. I mean, the India story doesn't disappear overnight because of one election result, and absolutely point taken. Now, having said that, Mr. Agarwal, a lot of viewers, investors watching you right now and looking for some direction from you. You're saying take it easy for a couple of days. But then what are the pockets of growth that you're seeing in the markets? Does the story change from what has been doing well the last several months? So your PSU, defense, railways, etc. Do you see new spaces of growth now?
In this kind of mandate right now, for the newer sector of growth, you have to actually wait for some time. Otherwise, what is continuing to grow will continue to grow, and they should be doing well. All the capex companies, all the defense companies, they would keep doing well. I mean, valuation apart, I don't think the business trend changes so much. But let's wait for the first budget. I mean, that will show the whatever shift has happened in politically, and whatever policy shifts which are going to happen because of the new arrangement in Delhi. That will all be visible in the when we have the budget after 30-40 days. So I think let's wait for the change of the I mean, any kind of a major churn in the portfolio. You should wait for the policy directions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramdev Agarwal, for speaking with us, one of the biggest voices on the markets, talking about taking a breather for the next couple of days, at least to figure out what's happened. Meanwhile, we're going to cut to NDTV 24/7 because they're talking with Kiran Rijiju, a very senior BJP minister, who's talking about how Prime Minister Modi will definitely have a third
amongst each other, and NDA expanded at the last moment. We saw probably the largest number of parties joining NDA before the NDA finally took its latest shape. But Mr. Rijiju, an alliance will remain an alliance, and one will have to keep in mind that the alliances perform quite differently from what a single party or single party majority government performs. However, my question to you is slightly different. My question to you, Mr. Rijiju, is that many people, including the pollsters, had written off the regional parties. In the Northeast also, Sikkim saw the massive mandate for a regional party. In the entire country also, we are almost seeing the resurgence of regional parties, be it Andhra, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it some other North Indian states even put together. Do you think that India is now going back to a coalition era? Many neutral observers are saying that this is the return of coalition era. Do you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju, or would you have differing views on that?
Nikunj, as I had said earlier, before the final result is out, it is difficult for me or for anybody to make a political analysis of the ongoing election result. In a way, you know, different states have different sentiments and different compositions and different political formations. So in some areas, the regional parties are strong. In many areas, national parties are strong. But one thing is very clear, that BJP is today the only pan-India national party. Congress is, reduced to a very, insignificant party in many of the...
All right. Well, that's the long and short. Whether we get back to coalition era or no remains to be seen. But Kiran Rijiju clearly setting out that PM Modi will be the next Prime Minister as well. Well, let's see if that has an impact on the markets per se. But since we're talking to what dealing rooms are going through as well, or how are they figuring out the trade, let's get my colleague Mahima, who's in conversation with Prabhudas Leeladhars, Amisha Vora and Siddharth Vora. Mahima.
Right, Neeraj. So as you rightly mentioned, I'm in the dealing room of Prabhudas Leeladhar and speaking to Amisha Vora, who's the managing director and chairperson at Prabhudas Leeladhar. My first question to you, Amisha, would be that what are the kind of sentiments that you're observing amongst your clients right now, and what is the situation in the dealing room?
Definitely is a complete upset, and anyways, people were expecting that, pre-exit poll also, that maybe not 400 par, but 330, 335, or BJP 275 was a given, but they were factoring in a bit of a risk. Exit poll reduced that risk also. And a lot of FI or domestic who had hedged their positions, they recovered just yesterday. And now this seems like a real upset. And all that which we were thinking is somewhere not going right, maybe what happened in Maharashtra, maybe what happened in Karnataka, but we were overlooking, but it is really biting. And the worst part is that people of India are giving mandate for a coalition. They're not worried about that coalition and long-term outcome, but they're more worried about the incentives which are declared. So this is still the broader state of what we as people collectively are thinking. Right. And those who are thinking of only disciplined growth, discipline in terms of fiscal deficits, or interest rate and inflation are still maybe in minority.
Right, absolutely. So, Amisha, my next question to you is now, going forward, where do you see the values? Do you see it in large caps, or do you still see value in small and mid caps? I mean, seeing today's fall.
See, it's like this. Next, I think till the time the ministry is formed, will continue to be little volatile. And if after today's debacle, we still pass the test at the end of the day, say about 260, 265 for BJP, which is a 15-20 seats here and there, then things will be much different. And so next few days will still continue to be the focus on how the government is being formed, who with whose support, and then who's the Prime Minister candidate. So we cannot forget that right now, entire India has a lot of premium inbuilt of Mr. Modi. That is very critical, and this time we were also building in the premium for his complete supremacy in terms of taking reforms further. So when these two premiums have to zero down, that's what the market will first chop off. Going forward, I still believe that the broader cycle, if we fast forward 2 months, the broader cycle of interest rates in US coming down, equally in India coming down, will start. So not necessarily the distinction would remain between large cap and mid cap. It will continue to come back to growth. But in the meantime, the valuations will adjust for, if needed, for these two premiums which is built in.
Right. And, I really want to know that what will be your top sectoral bets, seeing how the markets are shaping up right now?
Look, it would be little, I would say, too early. But some of the categories or sectors or trends which are very, very perennial and long-term, I think that for buying them, this is a golden opportunity. For example, hospitals and healthcare. That trend in India, because of under-penetration, because of young demography, because of rising income and rising awareness about the health, and so on. So that entire hospital segment will continue to fare really well. This is not dependent on any broader other actions. Similarly, your, my, and large India's data usage is not going to get disturbed. Who's really ruling? But also the fact that the data growth is growing. We are one of the cheapest country in terms of cost for data, and the way forward is only rising. So that entire telecom pack is still the right position, even if I take a middle path. But if I take the path that which we were earlier envisaging, the 2 years of 7% growth, and then we work harder to achieve that 8.5. In case that dream I think is a bit shattered. So when the valuations get adjusted again, banking will be good because health of the economy in terms of macro discipline, fiscal deficit, corporate balance sheet, retail balance sheet is all very good. So financials will also come, but with a little lag back into action. But I am not still thinking that because IT is not in any portfolio, so I go and see. Ultimately, you can hedge in non-growth or low-growth sectors, but you can make money only in high-growth sectors.
Well, that's Amisha talking about how she feels about the market. Still very constructive, and I think that's unanimous. While the markets have taken it to the chin and you are probably getting nervous, the fact remains that the successful fund managers who've seen this and watched this market over decades still are very constructive and are almost fully invested, even at this stage. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll tell you what we'll try and tell you at least what the markets are thinking and what, of course, experts believe could be the road ahead for the markets, at least tomorrow.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy.
Welcome back. Just about 20 odd minutes left for the end of trade, but let's cut across to a very important conference of Sharad Pawar, NCP leader.
उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये सर्वसाधारणपणानं तुम्हा लोकांचं आणि आमच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांचं असेसमेंट जे होतं त्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल उत्तर प्रदेशच्या जनतेनं दिलेला आहे. या निकालाचं आणखीन एक वैशिष्ट्य असं आहे की यापूर्वी भाजपला उत्तर प्रदेश आणि या भागामध्ये जे यश मिळायचं ते त्याचं मार्जिन हे फार मोठं असायचं. आता त्यांना काही ज्या जागा मिळाल्यात त्या मर्यादित अशा प्रकारच्या मार्जिनी मिळाल्यात. याचा अर्थ राष्ट्र भारतीय आम्ही लोक जर सगळे काम करतो त्याचे विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेश आणि हिंदी बेल्टमध्ये जे आमचे सहकारी काम करतात.
We'll get the highlights of what Sharad Pawar is saying. Remember, as these two groupings now emerge as the key players in the political landscape, Sharad Pawar, and on the NDA side, of course, Mr. Amit Shah become very, very crucial in how alliances are stitched up. So we'll get you the highlights of what he's saying. But back to what the markets are doing right now, and Kush and Aditya back in the studios with us. In the last sort of trade, Kush, we're off our day's lows, but we're definitely not moving out of a bearish kind of a trajectory. What would be your strategy right now?
Well, you know, the easy answer is stay out, avoid all of that, right? I sincerely believe that this is a market that wants to go up. The only thing that it's waiting on is the clarity on who forms the government and in what form or fashion, right? Once that is sorted, I think the 25% cut on some of the PSU names and the 20% cut on some of the other high flyer stocks, I think all of that will be taken as a buying opportunity. But let me just for now stick with the easy answer, because we don't have the clarity on the government front. So for now, avoid. Perhaps in a day or two, a buying will emerge, and I still believe that this is a market that really wants to go up.
Aditya, you have that smirk on your face. We spoke this morning, and you were of the opinion that we could see a big cut coming. We've given up nearly 7%. You talked about a 15-20% correction. Yeah. We have another 10% to go. Or are you already nibbling back in?
So we are already nibbling back into the markets. Every correction is a buying opportunity. You need to stagger down your investments.
So how much percent are you putting on? Out of 100 rupees, how much are you upfronting today?
20 to 50% is our margin, depending on the stocks that you are invested in. As I said, for the chemical stocks, I will go 50% in right now. For some stocks where the valuation is still a little bit aggressive, I will go 20% now. But you need to stagger down your investments. You don't know how this is going to play out. If Prime Minister Modi comes in, I'm pretty sure that the market will smartly stage a recovery. If there are complications ahead with the alliance partners, we could see some bit of time before recovery comes in. So you need to nibble down, and you don't need to worry as such what is going to happen if the stock market is permanently not going to do well. It will do well over a period of next 2 to 3 years, 4 years as well. But you need to be patient right now, and this is the first test for average retail investor who had entered the market since 2020. And people need to be calm and relaxed that the world is not ending right now.
Easier to say than do, right? Because when you're looking at your portfolio down 10, 15, 20%, you are definitely very nervous. The CPSE ETF is down 24, 25%. I mean, 25% cheaper, isn't that a buy in your opinion? Wouldn't you recommend a buy call? I know this is not a space you're a big fan of, but these are valuations that you're not going to get. Or these are not the sort of corrections you're going to get?
Yeah, but you see, over the last 1 year, the CPSE index itself is up about 100%. And some of the stocks are up 4 to 10x, right? So stock by stock, you need to look at. On an index basis, if you want to invest, then it is a time to nibble into the CPSE index. From a stock perspective, individual stocks, you need to filter those stocks out and see what is really happening. As someone said, the defense order would not stop if this government is there or a new government comes in. Indigenization of defense is a very big theme that we have to play for, but stocks are expensive. For example, in HAL, which is down 18% today, has run up dramatically over the last 3-4 years.
Man, all these brokerages, right, from a UBS to a Jefferies to a CLSA were betting the house on these defense names, and there was no questions asked at that stage whether there would be policy continuity for that matter. But Kush, I take your point, the market is trying. And that's what eternal bulls do, right? You've got to buy. That's the only way to look, is to look up. But would you buy the index at 27,000, 21,000, 27,000, 21,700, hoping, because by the evening the dust will settle, for a little bit of a recovery tomorrow? Would that be a buy today, sell tomorrow trade on the Nifty?
So my only concern is the volatility, correct? And that's been pretty high. Even the VIX, if you see, we're off the highs, but it's still pretty high. Post event the VIX should have settled and perhaps come 20 or perhaps 22 about. So that's my concern. I would be tempted to buy, but we are not exactly closing at the high point of the day, or if you see the recovery in the last hour or so is perhaps fizzling out a bit. Yeah. So even the markets are a little undecided just as yet. As I said, I am looking for a buying opportunity, but I'm not the one to catch a falling knife. So I'll wait. I want this to settle down. I want some clarity on the political front, and once that happens, I think the market is poised for a smart recovery. It's just a matter of when and not if. So could be tomorrow, could be day after.
Or could be in 6 months.
I sincerely doubt without that.
I would say end of the week, honestly, because look at what's happening right now. You have an India Alliance meet tomorrow. You have an NDA Alliance meet this evening. You have a whole host of press conferences. I think it should be settled in another couple of days.
So to summarize, over the last 10 years, India enjoyed a political stability premium, and that premium is now at risk if the market foresees that there is not a stable government, and all the rally in all the stocks, all the PSU stocks, were basis that the government will be able to do a lot of things for these companies. So we hope that if the current government comes back, some level of policy certainty will be there and the markets will start to recover.
Yeah, I think everyone puts India first, right? At the end of the day, that story still remains intact. Absolutely. One government or the other, nobody wants to not grow.
And that's where the confidence comes from, Samina. The fact that, as I said, this market wants to recover. If you see the kind of recovery that we've seen from the day's low, is testament to that very statement, to the fact that this market really wants to go up. It's just the slight uncertainty, and I'm calling it slight right now.
Yeah, I know, it's 7% low. It's almost certain about the uncertainty.
But also look at it factually. Factually, you have the NDA making the numbers for a third term.
Yeah.
The NDA is forming the government for a third time. The composition of that NDA in terms of which party has how many seats may change compared to what the street expected. But maybe some of this fear is a bit overblown because you are having the same outcome that was expected.
And you're of course the political expert here, but what I'll say is that everyone right now is talking about the NDA partners perhaps being wooed by the India Alliance. Let's not forget that Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah have also a few cards to deal, I suppose, right? And what if someone from the India Alliance moves to NDA? You never know. So there are a lot of moving pieces.
Okay, even if you're upset about the markets today in your portfolio, a lot of entertainment in the political scenario for you next few days.
But quite frankly, just before we get in, Deven Choksi, I think the point is probably what Aditya mentioned, which is that independent of whoever eventually makes the party, the market sees this as a coalition government with the BJP not at 265 or thereabouts, but 240, and therefore needing allies at all times. And therefore, some of the policies that have been the bulwark of their policy making might not be as powerful. At least the market may want to believe so until clarity comes over the course of the next few days, weeks and months. So I think which is why this derating, and therefore, who knows? I mean, 4 years on a trot now, we've had PSU banks outperform private banks by a country mile. The YTD PSU bank index was way higher than the bank nifty. Maybe this is due for a reversal. Deven Choksi Johnson of DR Choksi Investment Managers. Deven, good afternoon. Would you play that theme? I mean, private banks, valuations are in your favor. PSU banks are arguably not as cheap as they used to be. Some of the other PSUs have fallen. Would you go for the safety of the private banks if you were investing money today, tomorrow? Or would you say that PSUs have come off between 15 to 30% from their highs, so let's go and buy them? What would you do?
Yeah, good afternoon, Neeraj, and a very pertinent question. I'm glad that I think you raised this question. Private banks are basically known for prudently managing their assets. They're prudently managing their lending, their AUM book. And I think that is where probably I think you are pretty sure about, I think, their ability to manage well on their non-performing asset front. So that is one positive aspect about, I think, the private banks. At the same time, I think while everything else being the same, I would think that these banks are basically likely to grow the size of their book, if not in 4 years, maybe in 5 years, to double than what it is there today. In such situation, I think you are basically sure about the growth in the business. And that's where the prudency comes, that's where I think the ability to raise money at a competitive rate comes. And that is where I believe that I think these banks are favorably placed. Maybe the market is right now in a different mood. It is going to take some amount of time to get reconciled on this particular subject of the poll outcome. I would think that overall the quality will start once again getting back into the portfolios of investors. The time when I think you are neglecting the quality and start assigning higher amount of weightage to the risk premium, probably I think you get the treatment which you are otherwise I think deserve if we buy I think the wrong price. So from that perspective, I guess I think some of the quality names will once again get added into the portfolio of investors with the corrective market.
Deven, what are those quality names? What are you buying today? There is so much available, 20% cheaper, right?
Yeah, I think there is nothing which has changed fundamentally for, say, for example, companies like Reliance, for example, companies like State Bank. companies like I think ICICI, for that matter, NDFC. All I think heavyweights, I think they remain stronger proposition even today as they were before, I think yesterday. So from that perspective, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in the infrastructure story of Adani's. I think they remain strong as before. On the contrary, they continue to generate cash, and on the contrary, I think they continue to deploy that cash in building further growth. So all those equations are not changing. Nothing is changing for companies like Larsen, ABB, where they will be executing the projects. Yes, I think the premium valuation at which I think some of these companies have been quoting, that premium valuation may come under some correction because market will be little averse to give the premium valuation to these names for the time being. So that is where probably one will have to be a little bit more mindful than I think ever before. I think that is what I would summarize.
Okay. That's really the view coming in from Deven Choksi as we're winding down to the end of a very, very tough day of trade. I think traders would be hoping that the pain stops earlier rather than later. No, for extended. For the next few days, Aditya, what are the spaces that you'd watch out for? I mean, it seems like an outlier today, but there are some stocks that have performed well, especially in the FMCG space. HUL is 6% up. Nestle, Dabur has had a phenomenal day today. Would you sort of lean into this theme? And that's really the idea. We were speaking with Vijay Kedia also earlier that people will continue to use certain things. Habits will not change. The world does not change overnight. And that's the theme that you need to bet on.
Absolutely. So what is going to happen is a little bit of modification of government policies is going to come about, but still the thrust will remain on the infrastructure side of it, on the banking side of it. So we don't change the stocks that we want to invest in per se. So as Deven also said, the large private sector banks look really very interesting at this stage. Having seen the PSU banks outperform them consistently over the last 4 years, and a valuation derating as well for them that we've seen. We've seen the pharma index where a couple of stocks have done well, a couple of stocks have not done well. So you need to look at them as well. And of course, rural will be a consensus bet now, as people will try to go ahead and invest there as it is a defensive space. So I will try to avoid stocks where there is a consensus bet and try to invest in the banks, in the chemicals, in the pharma sector. And go a little contra, because again, consensus, if the government does not do as is expected on the rural side of it, again these stocks may also correct then. So let's hope that the continuity of the policy will remain, even though the policy will not be as strong as before, but still to some extent 70 to 80% the policy continuity will be there. So in my opinion, no change in strategy should be warranted. You should continue to invest as is and see how the new government shapes in the budget. A lot of cues will now be taken from the budget as to what the government wants to really do there.
Certainly. Kush, actually, quick 30-second answer. Would you, sorry if we have already spoken about it, would you buy a Dabur or some of the other FMCG names at these levels?
I would, and also from the fact
trade,
we would, and also the fact that you have to remember, we were forgetting how defensives are playing out, right? They have to be a part of your portfolio for a day like this.
Everyone was aggressive; they need to be defensive.
Absolutely. So a Dabur, Colgate is perhaps a bet that we've been talking about for a while now. Even the pharma space, for that matter, a Lupin Supla would now perhaps look a little more attractive. So definitely, you should have these in your portfolio, and from a trading perspective as well, yes.
All right, let's get a sense of the political winds right now. Manisha Priyam is joining us, senior academic and a political analyst. Manisha ji, Tamanna here. Great to speak with you on what is turning out to be an election result that most people had not expected. What would you say is, the big story or headline over here? And if you look at it on the face of it, the NDA has crossed the halfway mark. So technically, there's nothing stopping from the NDA from forming the next government. Yet, it's become all about political gossip right now.
So, Tamanna, through your good offices and the channel of NDTV Profit, let me assure you, the markets, that we are serious academics, and we had done immense field work, and we expected these numbers. We need to call the scamsters out who are ballooning the numbers without basis in research ideas. And I believe very much to the credit of India's democracy and to the credit of the good academic minds that have trailed India's democracy, that we had the numbers more or less right We were very, very right on how the situation was panning out in the state of Uttar Pradesh. We were very, very right on all the southern states. I think our fieldwork was spot on. In the important and critical state of Maharashtra, we were spot on. And what needs to be understood is that people have voted state-wise. There are important research methods that tell us that when you look at an important subcontinent like the Indian subcontinent, I dare say we are not just a nation, we are large enough, too much variety within us. We act with variations. And that has happened. You've seen that a state of Andhra Pradesh that since formation had not been able to get in investments into the state. Can you believe it? So many freebies by Jagan Mohan Reddy, still the state voted in favor of Chandrababu Naidu, a known globalizer, a known pro-reforms person, one of the first people in India's state-level democracy, known as the CEO of Indian democracy, the first one who brought out a lot of international investment to the state of Andhra Pradesh that was lowest in the southern tally of states. So I don't think people of India are not mature enough. People of India are very, very mature.
Yes.
They have their issues and they've brought their issues center state. And the markets need not fear regional political parties. It's a matter of sensitizing the regional political parties as to what forms of national policy are needed best for the nation. And I do think there would be consensus, as there has largely been, barring a few years, the last few years of UPA2, there has been a lot of consensus. And I think that's what will lead the policy continuity forward.
Okay, Manisha ji, we'll come back to you, but give us a few minutes because it's just a few minutes left to go for markets to wind down. And we need to mark where they finally settle after what has been a really rough day. So we should actually start pulling up the day, the Nifty through the day, the advanced decline ratio, and it's been ugly to say the least. But if you look at that Nifty chart, you see a recovery from the depths of where the Nifty was at one point. 21,281 was the low of the day. You could end up closing. You think 22,000 is a distant dream right now in the last 10 minutes, isn't it, Kush? You're closing weaker. Some of those gains have also slid off in the last few minutes.
Well, right now, very honestly, the levels will not matter.
Yeah.
Even a 22,000 kind of a psychological number really won't matter, because what the markets are looking at is what kind of recovery is coming from lower levels, what kind of stocks and how they're reacting. So I don't really think that the level just for today is going to matter. It's perhaps just let the pain, as you said, let the pain get over, the sooner the better. So that's what the markets are aiming for right now.
Oh. Neeraj, you want to come into the question?
Yeah, well, everything is looking so sunk that it's strange, except for, I must say, Heritage Foods, which is up 6.5% because TDP has swept those polls there. Devin, the belief was that, okay, let's think of spaces, right? Telecom, tariffs will go up, etc., etc. Today's reaction to Vodafone seems to suggest that the market has paid those hopes maybe, or is it just that the stock had run up so much that there's a bit of a profit booking? What do you do with a Vodafone, a Bharti, or for that matter, a Reliance?
Well, I think nothing changes, Neeraj, fundamentally on this particular businesses. We continue to consume more internet bandwidth. We continue to consume more bandwidth for our business purpose as well as for other purposes. So I don't think that anything is changing on that front. Yes, I think one thing definitely I would be mindful about, the kind of support Vodafone Idea received from the current government. Whether I think the same level of support they'll be able to pull it out, and give it to them eventually. I think that is required to be, assessed after a while. At this point of time, I think we'll have to reconcile a lot of things. I don't think that it's very easy for anybody to take account on it. On the other side, I think the likes of Jio probably may not be as interested in the Vodafone kind of company getting higher amount of what you call ARPU. Largely because of the fact that I think if they do increase their ARPU, then in such case, I think they are also creating headroom for Vodafone to increase their ARPU because they are changing over to 4G spectrum. So through that extent, I think it can make them more viable. I don't think that it will be in a hurry to increase ARPU. Maybe 4-5% increase per annum is a justifiable increase in the ARPU for the likes of Jio, as I see it at this point of time, because they're driving the entire business on higher amount of consumption of data which is where they are making money. They're making 60,000 crore worth of EBITDA, 1,20,000 crore worth of top line, which is growing at around close to 20%. So I don't think that I think they would be in a hurry to increase the ARPU immediately.
Devendra, we've talked about a whole bunch of stocks, but a quick word on Bharat Dynamics, HAL, BEL. Some of these stocks zoomed to record highs up until yesterday, actually. If investors are holding these counters, you think it might be a good idea to take some profits off the table, because I'm still assuming they're in positive territory from a year-to-date return, and re-enter these counters in a staggered manner. Is that recommended, you think, just before we close out today?
Difficult questions, Amena, at this point of time. I feel that I think the business of these companies continues. They have a visibility of next 3 to 4 years of revenue and so the profit, because the contracts are already signed in. And as far as the country's game plan is concerned, they are not changing. Should this government continue in some other form with coalition, etc., then in such case, I think nothing changes as far as I think these companies are concerned. So maybe I think the premium valuation narrative is going to get changed because of whatever the equation that we are talking about. But beyond that, fundamentals and the workings of the company, they are unlikely to change. So maybe you wait for some time before we reconcile this entire subject and take a call thereafter.
Kush, we've talked about the Nifty. You've said avoid it for now. But is there any stock that you'd play for a pullback? I mean, some of these cuts are being overdone, to say the least, right? Sure, there is the Nifty selling off, there is profit taking, and what we'd love to know what FIs have done this afternoon. But just before that, anything on the street apart from defensive play that may be worth betting on? I mean, a technical pullback, a dead cat bounce, like we call it.
So, Samina, that's the word. Overdone. I believe that a lot of these reactions have been overdone. Now, just to put a different spin to it, if tomorrow we do get the government back, NDA in this current form or fashion, what do you think will happen to an HAL and a BDL that's off 17-20% today, right? So there'll be an immediate pullback. I'm actually very constructive on SBI. I know the entire pack is gone for a toss today, but I'm waiting for some sort of a dust to settle on this, and I have my eyes on SBI, the likes of Canara Bank. These are the two stocks from the PSU stable that from a dead cat bounce, also from the sharp short covering bounce that we are anticipating. So these two stocks are on my radar. A Geo Financial as well. We've been talking about that stock for a long time, and we've been talking if you get it for a lower price you should enter, and this is the lower price that we're talking about. So why not?
Vodafone Idea on the charts?
I've never liked Vodafone Idea. The last time we had a conversation, still don't. So I'll still wait that one out.
What about HDFC Bank then? I have to ask
HDFC Bank was constructive, will remain constructive. 1700 still year-end target on that one.
Okay, it's at 1485 right now.
Yeah, went up until 1400 a few months ago, and we were still saying buy. So
Z had those fundraising plans as well, right?
Yeah.
We completely forgot about all that this morning. It's down 11% even now.
I mean, yeah, they announced that they will on July 9th be having a meeting to raise
talk about funds.
I don't think anyone's looking at that
It's the same league as Vodafone.
It's only down
for me.
10%.
Only. No, it's in the same league as Vodafone. There's a lot of news that comes out, gives way.
Yeah.
There isn't clarity on it, so you're better off avoiding today.
You don't blame that firm for trying to raise money in a bullish equity market scenario. It's just that that scenario has turned a little bit, so don't quite know about that fundraise for sure.
But if it's a media house and then unable to read when they should raise money, then that's also a question. But
well, to be fair, it's tough for most people to do that. All exit pollers got it wrong.
All pollsters are licking their wounds. We didn't conduct any polls. I just want to say this. We reported all the polls everyone conducted, but we didn't conduct any polls of our own. We reported the facts as we saw. Devendra Choksi, just a quick call from you. So the next 10 hours is actually very, very important politically. In the morning scenario, I would say pre-8:30, 9 a.m. scenario, it seemed like we would be done and dusted with what direction the next government would be heading in, what formation would look like by about noon or so, and then it's business as usual. Now, a lot of clarity has to emerge over the next few hours. Is that why tomorrow again will be very exciting to watch?
Next few hours will be full of horse trading and speculation. So frankly speaking, I think we'll have to wait for tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay, Devin Choksi, we'll leave it at that. Let's wait for tomorrow morning. But thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us today. I really appreciate your time. Aditya, focus on infrastructure and therefore buy into cement, steel, etc. Does that also right now take a bit of a backseat?
In my opinion, no. I will expect, my first base case scenario will be this government will come back, and even if this government doesn't come back, the next government also will need to invest heavily in the infrastructure to boost the economy really up. Even if you want to boost the rural economy, the fastest way to do it is investing in infrastructure in the rural side of it. So cement buy, road constructors buy, EPC buy, but good quality companies where execution is the prime objective. They can execute projects.
So what is good quality? Pan-India large players or regional players?
Regional players as well as pan-India large players. L&T in cement.
Infrastructure, in cement?
In cement, of course, Ultratech is one of the top picks. Ultratech is the largest cement player. So large companies as well as in cement, small players regionally are also very dominant. Companies like Dalmia Bharat who are very dominant in the east, they look very, very interesting to us. So infrastructure will remain a theme, whether this government comes with a coalition or some other government comes in, that will always remain a theme, at least for the next 10 to 20 years, because that is the demand of the economy really today.
Yeah, it's a proxy to the India story. But just take a step back. I know we keep saying that the government, there is no doubt, and Tamanna Wayne, that there is, the NDA is not coming back. I think it's a given that that's the government that's going to form, and there is, I mean, the only probability right now is Modi as Prime Minister.
As of now, yes, but you know,
unless something goes terribly wrong.
No, it's the track records of the allies actually, which is worrying the street and worrying people, which is Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, who swapped sides many times politically. So they have a tendency to swap sides if and when it suits them. So then it becomes about where the best deal is for them politically. They're not ideologically joined together. With the BJP and the TDP and the JDU are not ideologically joined together, unlike the BJP and the Shiv Sena.
If it goes as planned and as per what's expected, all is okay. Yeah. Unless they switch sides.
Yeah, so in fact, and many more could switch sides from one way to the other. The others, the 226 on India, there's a lot of side switching which could happen. All right, markets, they're showing your final, all the numbers there on your screen. You're seeing the Nifty, the Sensex, the NDA, the India, the other, all that. One screen is telling you the story of the day and the pain that we've seen. You know, this is a great time to bring in Manisha Priyam exactly on the question that Samina was asking, and Manisha is best placed to answer it. Manisha Priyam, so the NDA has got the halfway mark and more. You know, in all technicality, they form the next government. Is there any reality to this uncertainty that the market is also seeing, that allies could switch sides? If they do, why should they? Who can come on which sides? All of that starts now, and is that a very real picture?
No, I think you need to assure the markets once again through your good offices of the NDTV Profit that the NDA and its pre-poll allies are at a good 25 seats ahead of the halfway mark, confidently so. And these are pre-poll allies. These are not alliances that are being stitched together after the numbers have been seen. And since the margins are very thin on a lot of seats, the full and final picture will come out by about 9 p.m. today. Remember also there's the tallying of Form 17Cs with a randomized count of the VVPAT trails. I do believe that both the parties, yes, you can say that they flipped sides, etc. But look at the fact that Andhra Pradesh, that Chandrababu built bit by bit, broke apart into 2 states. So that's India for you. But the fact is that both the chief ministers, the Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar, are pro-reform leaders. Remember, Nitish has been known for his pro-poor governance, but invited the World Bank into the state of Bihar. Chandrababu Naidu, the first amongst Indian states to take a loan from the World Bank for the Andhra Pradesh economic restructuring program, took very many hard decisions before Mr. Modi got known for these. It was Chandrababu Naidu who was privatizing the power sector, etc. So known for that, Chandrababu Naidu has won this mandate on assuring the electorate that he would build a capital in Amravati, he would get international investment in, and that credibility goes with the name of the man. Yes, politically there have been differences, there have been ups and downs. So I think there will be some political readjustment that will need to be done, especially in terms of, if you remember the arrests that had been done for Chandrababu Naidu and Jagan Mohan Reddy had prevailed over the center, then those are political issues that will need to be resolved. And coalition government led by Narendra Modi may be a good bit to advance reforms right now.
Actually, that was going to be my question, Ms. Priyam. This is Neeraj Shah here. Just one thing. I mean, if the market fears that a non-272 BJP-led government would mean reforms could be slower and less effective, you are effectively saying that may not be the case.
Look at the track record of the two chief ministers.
Right.
And the fact is that markets need to understand that poverty, joblessness, if not handled by political parties, they will become big-time social problems. We are leading the world in terms of the largest number of youth. Where is this concentration of youth? Largely in the states of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Do we want to be the unemployment capital of the world? The market should pull up their socks and ask us to be open with our numbers. Open numbers lead to pressures on political governments to deal social issues. Governments are put in place to deal with social and political issues. Markets know what to do best. And so far, India's markets have been upholding the face of Indian markets in the global world. And I think if politics has put the pressure on politicians to resolve certain political and social issues, the markets need to understand that they didn't have to do this, but it has been a problem solved on their behalf. Research papers after research papers, the interview questionnaires we have, lots of poor women in Bihar, for example, very happy with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's programs of Jan Dhan, etc., cylinder, etc., but talking about the fact that the Agniveer program has not been good for their young boys. How do we invest in the future of our young boys? They are looking for low-order, secure government jobs. And the second thing is definitely very high inflation on essentials. So no point masking these. This is our society.
No, absolutely. Manisha ji, I get your point completely. And the political reality of India and Bharat comes up and that voice has to be heard, whether it is by Dalal Street, whether it's by Mint Street, or whether it's across the policy making spectrum. And really, both go hand in hand. So that's an important point. I want to thank you for your time. Manisha, Priyam there very astutely put the whole political picture together for us. According to her, clarity on the final numbers could come as late as 9 p.m. because it's a very close fight in a lot of seats. A lot of seats have just 5,000 difference between them. The margin of victory is very thin. So you have to see consecutive rounds and what happens there. We'll take a very quick break. What next for the markets? What next for the policy scenario? We're speaking with Saurabh Mukherjee on the other side.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing. Profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
This
listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit. We've wrapped up market trade and it's been a rough day, very, very rough day. From the get-go, the markets had seen a bloodbath. The Nifty has ended deeply in the red with a big cut on back of the reaction to those exit polls. Why I say that is because on back of the exit polls, the markets had ran up quite substantially yesterday. Of course, with the numbers that you're seeing on the screen, there's a little bit of disappointment amongst the bulls on the street. Saurabh Mukherjee now joins in with his view of what lies ahead. Saurabh, hi, thanks for joining in. Saurabh, it's been a tough day on the Lal Street, and some may argue that the sell-off is overdone because the fact remains that the NDA is coming back for a third term. Everybody and anybody does still put India first. Our growth story still remains intact and policy continuity more or less is a given. So why the nervousness?
So look, honestly, I think there's a big component of retail investor over-enthusiasm in what's transpired in India over the last few weeks. Remember, 3 years ago, India had 30 million retail investors. Now India has 150 million retail investors. And I think a lot of the retail investor mania around the elections is based on their reading of the political landscape rather than the underlying realities. I completely agree with you. I think we'll get a great deal of policy continuity. The NDA is likely to continue doing much of what they've done over the last 5 years. And hence, anybody who's a long-term investor, I think, finds themselves in a very nice position to invest in the Indian economy ahead of what I think will be a strong economic upswing as the global interest rate cycle turns south. So I don't think long-term investors could have asked for anything better. You're getting a great entry point, you're getting policy continuity, and you're getting all of that right at the top of the interest rate cycle with inflation softening across the world and with policy certainty maintained for the next 5 years.
Saurabh, good afternoon, Neeraj here. How do you think of portfolio construct very, very closely? Would a portfolio, ideal portfolio, a coffee can portfolio for 5 years, not really for 10, but a coffee can portfolio for 5 years, look materially different over the next 5 years than what an ideal coffee can or a 5-year portfolio would have looked like from 2019 to 2024?
Yeah. So look, I mean, had we been a little bit more prescient about the capex pickup back in 2019, Neeraj, we would have had a few more capex plays in our portfolio and a fewer consumption plays. Looking out over the next 5 years, I think consumption plays which have struggled over the last 3 years, I think should stage a comeback. So say large holdings of ours, such as a Dr. Lal Path Labs or a Bajaj Finance, or Asian Paints, Eicher Motors. I think these companies should do well over the next 5 years, both from a fundamental perspective, the earnings compounding should hold up. Plus, I think, given the election outcome, I think it's bound to be the case that there will be a step up in spending on welfare, on rural. So the consumption piece, which has struggled both from a GDP growth perspective and from a stock market perspective over the last 3 years, I think should see a better run over the next 5 years. And in parallel, I think private sector capex should come back. I think we're seeing pretty strong signs over the last 6 months that private sector capex is returning. Public sector capex might have to be a little bit more muted. Public sector capex has been on a hyperdrive over the last 4 years. I think last 3 budgets, excluding the February vote on account, last 3 budget public sector capex went up 33% each time. I think that might have to be throttled back a little bit, but private sector capex I think comes back, and therefore we have, say, tube investments in our portfolio to benefit from that. Alongside that, consumption recovers, and as I think as you're alluding to, Neeraj, a coffee can portfolio type construct, high quality companies for the long run should be well placed over the next 5 years or so.
Saurabh, today, the question is about how investors need to go back to the drawing board in terms of where they see the largest upside. I mean, in a sense, if you go to see it, everyone's nervous in the markets today, but the kind of free fall we've seen, all those crying about valuations and how prices have run up, in hindsight, people will look back at today and say, hey, there were great opportunities out there. How do you spot those opportunities? Do you need to relook at the kind of worth you were seeing in PSUs, defense, rails, etc., because of the political uncertainty, and go back to basics?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask that question. I still don't understand why people buy PSUs and defense and rail. Honestly, it beats me. But anyway, whoever was doing it,
a lot of people, Saurabh. A lot of people, not you, but a lot of people.
Hopefully they'll get a reality check. That being said, I do believe the macro has been healthy for the last 3 years. I think the policy making has been solid over the last decade. And I think from an investor's perspective, this is a good result. This is a government which is high in energy, great on execution, conservative in fiscal policy. Those are massive pluses from a long-term investor's perspective, right? Government focused on execution, focused on proactive policy making, focused on fiscal conservatism. We need those things, and I think those will hold the country in good stead. The PSU piece, the sort of mania in the market over the last couple of years with the PSU piece, we didn't participate in it, and as a result, as I'm sure you know, we underperformed. I don't know what happens to PSUs this point in, but I think well-run companies across private sector capex and across consumption, well-run companies, well-managed franchises should continue to generate strong results, strong EPS growth, and hopefully that will translate into share price action as well, as opposed to the complete mania on PSUs over the last couple of years, which has been a little perplexing for us.
Saurabh, do you think private sector banks in India are run well and should find a place in one's portfolio at this juncture?
So look, we've been long-standing holders of HDFC Bank, and it remains one of the key holdings in our portfolio. My reading is over the next 5 years, not only will private sector banks continue to compound at a decent clip, but I think we'll also see, in spite of today's action, I think we'll also see stock market plays, right? So we have in our portfolio, some of our portfolios, Motilal Oswal, we have Prudent Corporate. I think stock market plays, asset management, wealth management, they will continue to do well because financialization of wealth will continue in India. And I think one of the most intriguing opportunities thrown up by today's correction is, which stock market linked plays we should load up more on, because I don't see the financialization of wealth stopping. I don't think Indians will suddenly go back to investing their hard-earned money in fixed deposits and real estate. I think the financialization of wealth continues, and I think this is a great juncture to consider for those who are watching, which stock market / asset management / wealth market play wealth management play do you want to load up in your portfolio?
Saurabh, one play that had become a talking point in the last few months, and for obvious reasons, was anything to do with capital markets. So be it, your 360, Nuvama, JM, BSE, NSE in the unlisted market, CDSL, they seem like great opportunities because of financialization of assets in India. With what we are seeing now, and for maybe potentially for the next couple of months, is that there could be a little bit of withdrawals, SIPs may slow down, a little bit of nervousness has set in. In a case like that, earnings of these companies will be hit. Do you agree with me, or do you think I'm stretching the band a bit much?
No, look, I mean, there are opportunities in stock market linked plays. The way we have seen it is we've avoided the market infrastructure plays. I think market infrastructure plays optically appear to be monopolies, but they don't actually have pricing power, and hence we've steered clear of that. Amongst the wealth management plays, we chose to invest in Motilal Oswal because we felt that the principal agent issue, where often in stock market plays, the interests of the owners diverge from that of the management. There isn't that issue in Motilal Oswal. Motilal Oswal ji, Ramdev ji, management, etc. owns 70-75% of the company, and it's a well-run company, and therefore we loaded up on that a few months ago, and we'll stay invested. We'll stay invested in that in spite of today's correction. But other people who are, other people might say it's 361, other people might say it's Nuvama, and I think they're perfectly justified to say that. And I do believe there are big opportunities in investing in high-quality wealth managers, asset managers, and market-linked plays. My reading is the bull market continues, the financialization of wealth continues, and this is a good juncture to seriously consider adding these companies to your portfolio if you haven't already done so.
So just reiterating, you are saying that you not waiting for the uncertainty to bring in tactically better levels. You are happy putting money to work currently.
In fact, this evening when I talked to our clients, we told them, to be fair, especially with our foreign investor clients, we told them to broadly expect this outcome. And I told them that this is broadly where you're likely to end up. There was obviously trepidation about the outcome, and I think, as you're suggesting, there's still trepidation. But I think this is an outcome that long-term investors can proactively consider investing in.
Saurabh, I just want some clarity on that. You told your clients to broadly expect this outcome. So you saw an NDA above the halfway mark, but not the BJP by itself. And when we were seeing all of these 350 plus.
That was straightforward maths to do. Honestly, I'll explain some other day why that was reasonably straightforward maths to do. So we said that this is a good outcome because you get high energy, high quality policy making from the BJP. We've seen plenty of that, and we really admire the way they have energetically gone about building India's infrastructure, for instance, dealing with the aftermath of COVID, and a coalition construct with the NDA in power, we believed was the likely outcome. We've got that outcome, and we'll go back to our clients and say, put more money to work in India. This is the world's fastest growing large economy. You've got a government with strong credentials in charge in Delhi. The economy is an upswing. Earnings growth in well-run companies is strong, and the interest rate cycle is peaked. Inflation is coming down. Honestly, I don't understand what more could a long-term investor want, whether it's a long-term investor who's India-based or a long-term investor based in the United States or North America. So this is a great juncture for those who want to invest in India long-term. This is a great juncture for you to come in. I don't buy into this.
In that case, Saurabh, if you've asked your clients to double down, first, have your foreign clients accepted that argument of yours? And if yes, did you go out shopping today? Did you buy anything at all at a 10-15% stock?
We put Marcellus' own balance sheet money into the stock market today, actually. So
how much cash were you sitting on, Saurabh, on your Marcellus balance sheet?
I won't get into the numbers on cash. We had a decent amount, and we put some of it to work, and we're trying to put even more of it to work in the coming days. And this evening, we've got calls scheduled with our clients in North America, and we'll pass to them exactly this message, that this is a great juncture to load up on India.
Add to your existing holdings, or were there new additions on the portfolio? I'm making assumptions that you've picked up stocks like HDFC because you're bullish on that.
Yeah, so we haven't bought new stocks today. Whatever we've had, we've added
increase allocation.
The meeting on whether we should consider new stocks, I think that we'll do later in the week. My experience of investing is, when you have days like this, don't try to do new things. Go back to your portfolio, look at what you understand well, and if that's pulled back, add up more to that. This is not the day to go and add new things. It simply doesn't make sense to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for speaking with us. And I found that very interesting that you have, put money in today, and you see this as a positive outcome, which the markets are feeling some trepidation about. Saurabh Mukherjee there speaking about, what next for the markets. And we'll take a very short break. But as we're going into that break, listen into some of the top voices that have been through the day talking about how the India long-term story is very much intact.
मेरा ध्यान जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में है, टेलीकॉम इक्विपमेंट जैसी कंपनियों के अंदर में है। क्योंकि ये चलते रहने का है, इसके अंदर में कभी रिसेशन नहीं आता है। आप बात तो करते ही रहोगे, आज ज़्यादा बात करोगे, मर गया, डूब गया, ये गिर गया, वो गिर गया, जैसे आप तो जो स्टोरी जो कंज्यूम आप करते हो, जो भी कंजम्पशन, जिसको कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कोई सरकार आ रही है नहीं आ रही है, वो या कौन FM है या कौन PM है, वो सबसे बेस्ट स्टोरी है जो हमेशा निरंतर चलने वाली।
If there is a pullback, it's a buying opportunity. I don't see why India would turn into a bear market. I simply don't see the conditions for that at all.
At the end of the day, we are today taking it as if there is a change of government. For that, this kind of a fall is justified maybe. Because as Nilesh was saying that, we don't know the exact priorities of the new government. And normally my problem with the new government is that they try to start every program from zero. Even if a good program is running, they want to rename it, rebrand it, and therefore stop its connection with the previous government. And therefore everything has to be analyzed from zero. But if it is in some form the same government, maybe with two coalition partners, that does not mean that everything will be reversed. For example, nobody was saying that the defense sector stocks will be privatized. It was just that you have a policy to give more business domestically, have negative list, encourage domestic production. Now, who is objecting to that? What is the politics behind it? Nothing. So these things can be done. In oil and gas, nobody is asking that you subsidize oil prices. So that is continuing as it is. You may say that, okay, now there will be some emphasis on, handouts and subsidies because the BJP government may take some feedback that this is what was offered and therefore the deficit will be 30 basis points higher. Now, last week, the deficit turned out to be 20 basis points lower and nobody cared. What I mean is that these things are part and parcel of changes that you may make in your portfolio.
As they say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I think as market men, we all did that yesterday, and I think we are paying the price for it today. Honestly, I think political stability at the top was a very important pillar of this entire rally that started from March 2020. And because that pillar is shaking, the market is concerned, and rightfully so. I think we've had a fabulous run in the last couple of years. I think anything and everything was being justified on valuations. The market was indeed overheated. And given the numbers today on the political side, the market is concerned and it needed that consolidation.
First of all, I think yesterday's buying, today's reactions are going to be more emotional, sentimental, momentum than going to be fundamental. I think that's the big difference. And for a serious investor, I think it's very important to understand that yes, the euphoria of elections is good, everything is fine, but at what valuations are you buying? And the reality of the economy at the end of the day. And I think I'll just bring to a little bit of a party pooper to say that just today, Amul announced a 2 rupee increase per litre in price of milk, which just tells us inflation is all pervasive out there in the system.
Once you got a full majority, I think I'm agnostic in terms of how the current political dispensation is going to look at policy reforms going forward. To me, the key point is that you started on with 6% growth rate, you have hit an 8% growth rate. Your core inflation today is lower than what is there in the US. I don't think that we are getting a sense of where we are heading as a country, right? We had a big problem with current account deficit. You are at a stage where in next 1 or 2 years, you will sort of get into a current account neutrality situation, right? So you need to look at equity market in context of where my macroeconomic variables are moving, right? So I suspect that you are not going to get reasonably good returns in the equity market, but even in the bond markets, because your interest rates are going to head down over a period of time. And that finally determines the valuation.
India has been one of the best performers in the world in terms of growth. We recently marked up India growth again off of very strong numbers. I think the Modi government, again, will be a continuity government. But we'll have to wait probably until the July budget to get a better sense of if there's going to be any more ambitious or different policies following the election win. But broadly speaking, I think India is in a very positive place, and I think that's likely to continue.
Yeah, as you said, it is a reaction to yesterday's action. The expectations set by opinion poll was very lofty, and now what the numbers are coming out is very disappointing. So the reality, now this is a reality, and that was just a perception or expectation built, and clearly there is a complete mismatch. And so my sense is that bulk of the damage is done today, and stock wise it is even far deeper in some of the cases. So my sense is bulk of the damage in those counters are done. Now one is the mandate, and second is the formation of the government. I hope with the 290 or 294 or 300, whatever NDA you have, I mean, in the right spirit, we should get there is a mandate for NDA with 300 clear, way above the majority. So if we get NDA, of course it will be weaker BJP itself. So the management style, which was far more central in Delhi, I think that has to become a lot more participative. And still we might, this is the power of leadership, this is the power of imagination, that the India story should not only continue, but it should gather momentum once this uncertainty of forming the ministry or that gets over. That will be in next 1 week or so. We'll see what kind of a permutation and combination come about.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant?
It was the worst session in 4 years on Dalal Street as the market spiraled down on the back of election results. The Sensex and the Nifty closed 5% in the red. Narendra Modi is all set to take charge as Prime Minister for the 3rd time. The NDA leads in around 295 seats. The BJP President JP Nadda calls a meeting of all NDA allies tomorrow. Uttar Pradesh bucks exit polls. It's a neck-and-neck race between the NDA and the India Alliance. Akhilesh Yadav is the comeback king. The Trinamool Congress trumps exit polls. Mamata Banerjee holds her ground despite all odds. The party leads in 30 seats out of 42. In Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu returns as the Chief Minister for the 4th time. The Telugu Desam is all set to mop up 17 out of 25 Lok Sabha seats. Another hot race to the finish in Maharashtra. The India Alliance is ahead, leading in 29 seats, while the NDA leads in 19. Well, good evening and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast, India Decides, on NDTV Profit. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, Straight to the top story this evening, the Lok Sabha election results painted the market red as it recorded the worst fall in over 4 years. The benchmark closed over 5% lower. Now, the Nifty ended below 21,900 after most exit polls went widely off the mark. Now, the Nifty companies wiped out over 10 lakh crore rupees in investor wealth, while Sensex companies cumulatively lost 7 lakh crore rupees in the market cap. Now, broader markets underperformed and all sectors except FMCGs ended in the red as well. For a broader picture, let's go across to Harsh Saita, who has more details. Harsh, give us a comprehensive picture of what happened today.
Well, a sharp fall today, 6% nearly on the benchmark Nifty 50. But when I'm looking at the flip side a little bit, it's also a bit of a recovery that we saw from the bottom, an intraday recovery of almost 600 points that we saw. So that's something that will be interesting to watch out, because we'll have to wait and watch as to how markets respond tomorrow as well, because the recovery was sharp. Also, the pain in where the broader markets are concerned was sharp. Almost 7+% on the Nifty mid cap 150. The Nifty small cap 250 was down nearly 7.5% at close. So tons of pain there. We'll talk sectors, because stocks, very few in terms of stock specific action. So therefore sector specific action. First off, with regard to the Fin Nifty, that saw sharp contraction. We saw the Nifty Bank down 8%. We saw the Nifty PSU Bank index down 15%. That's where the real dent came from, even within the Nifty Bank. The Nifty private banks also down 7%, so no respite on the balance either in a big way. But the PSU banking index was where the accentuated pain was. Let's talk about the other losers. Realty, metals, energy down anywhere between 9.5% to 12% in terms of the benchmark indices. The Nifty Realty, the Nifty Metal, the Nifty Energy. That's also where the pain was. Where IT and pharma were concerned, largely relatively insulated in today's otherwise dramatic fall. And FMCG, in fact, was up on the back of one, rural recovery, and second, expecting coalition politics to start to play through on freebies and SOPs, which will be given out likely to aid rural numbers and markets. And therefore, maybe that FMCG index also as a defensive play has done well today.
All right, Harsh, thank you very much for that. In fact, as the markets ended in the day in the red, Motilal Oswal's Ramdev Agarwal says that he expects the market to stabilize in a week or so after the next government takes charge.
Yeah, as you said, it is reaction to yesterday's action. The expectation set by opinion poll was very lofty, and now what the numbers are coming out is very disappointing. So the reality, now this is a reality, and that was just a perception or expectation built, and clearly there is a complete mismatch. And so my sense is that bulk of the damage is done today, and stock wise it is even far deeper in some of the cases. So my sense is bulk of the damage in those counters are done. Now one is the mandate, and second is the formation of the government. I hope with the 290 or 294 or 300, whatever NDA you have, I mean, in the right spirit, we should get there is a mandate for NDA with 300 clear, way above the majority. So if we get NDA, of course it will be weaker BJP itself. So the management style, which was far more central in Delhi, I think that has to become a lot more participative. And still we might, this is the power of leadership, this is the power of imagination, that the India story should not only continue, but it should gather momentum once this uncertainty of forming the ministry or that gets over. That will be in next 1 week or so. We'll see what kind of permutation and combination come about.
All right, a view from abroad now. Mark Matthews of Julius Baer says that there is no way that India turns into a bear market. Listen in.
if there is a pullback, it's a buying opportunity. I don't see why India would turn into a bear market. I simply don't see the conditions for that at all.
In fact, Helios Capital's Samir Arora analyzed the reasons behind the market meltdown today.
At the end of the day, we are today taking it as if there is a change of government. For that, this kind of a fall is justified maybe. Because as Nilesh was saying that, we don't know the exact priorities of the new government. And normally my problem with the new government is that they try to start every program from zero. Even if a good program is running, they want to rename it, rebrand it, and therefore stop its connection with the previous government. And therefore everything has to be analyzed from zero. But if it is in some form the same government, maybe with two coalition partners, that does not mean that everything will be reversed. For example, nobody was saying that the defense sector stocks will be privatized. It was just that you have a policy to give more business domestically, have negative list, encourage domestic production. Now, who is objecting to that? What is the politics behind it? Nothing. So these things can be done. In oil and gas, nobody is asking that you subsidize oil prices. So that is continuing as it is. You may say that, okay, now there will be some emphasis on, handouts and subsidies because the BJP government may take some feedback that this is what was offered and therefore the deficit will be 30 basis points higher. Now, last week, the deficit turned out to be 20 basis points lower and nobody cared. What I mean is that these things are part and parcel of, changes that you may make in your portfolio.
In fact, market guru Vijay Kedia spoke to NDTV Profit about his favorite sectors, which he says are PM and FM proof.
मेरा ध्यान जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में है, टेलीकॉम इक्विपमेंट जैसी कंपनियों के अंदर में है, क्योंकि ये चलते रहने का है, इसके अंदर में कभी रिसेशन नहीं आता है, आप बात तो करते ही रहोगे, आज ज़्यादा बात करोगे, मर गया, डूब गया, ये गिर गया, वो गिर गया, जैसे आप तो जो स्टोरी जो कंज्यूम आप करते हो, जो भी कंजम्पशन, जिसको कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कोई सरकार आ रही है नहीं आ रही है, वो या कौन FM है या कौन PM है, वो सबसे बेस्ट स्टोरी है जो हमेशा निरंतर चलने वाली.
Well, in fact, Gautam Shah of Goldilocks Premium Research said that the markets continued the chickens before they hatched and hence went into a meltdown mode. Listen into what he said.
As they say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I think as market men, we all did that yesterday, and I think we are paying the price for it today. Honestly, I think political stability at the top was a very important pillar of this entire rally that started from March 2020. And because that pillar is shaking, the market is concerned, and rightfully so. I think we've had a fabulous run in the last couple of years. I think anything and everything was being justified on valuations. The market was indeed overheated. And given the numbers today on the political side, the market is concerned and it needed that consolidation.
All right, we slip into a very short break here on our broadcast, but when we come back, we're going to touch base with our correspondents on the ground. We'll go first to the BJP and the Congress headquarters. We have Janani and Rishabh joining us on that. So all of that and more is on the other side. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point. Welcome back. You're watching India Decides 2024, and today is definitely one for the history books. The results of the world's biggest election turned the exit polls on their head. The NDA has the numbers to form the government, and it will be Modi 3.0, but with a different flavor. The BJP will be heavily reliant on all its allies, including Nitish Kumar's Janata Dal United and Chandrababu Naidu's Telugu Desam Party. Voters have given a clear mandate to the BJP in over 240 seats. In Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar and Odisha, the BJP has made strong gains. Now, the Congress is leading in close to 100 seats. The India Alliance has performed well in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. However, the stars of the election are Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party and Mamata Banerjee of the Trinamool Congress, who have given the BJP a run for its money. In fact, both the BJP and the Congress camps are in celebratory mode, both claiming victory. For the Congress, of course, it is a huge leg up from its earlier position. Close to 99 seats is what we are looking at right now. And let's get in a word from our correspondents on the ground. Janani is joining us as well as Rishabh. Janani, you're outside the BJP headquarters. Now, BJP has already called for a meeting. We are learning that JP Nadda, Amit Shah and other top leadership will be going into a huddle very soon. Give us an overall sense of what's happening in the BJP's camp.
Definitely. Considering what was the atmosphere in the morning, now the confidence seems to have, the winds have changed when it comes to the confidence. Considering that the seat expectation is now at 299, around 290 to be fair, and a lot of this has been because BJP's expectation, particularly the single largest party, had predicted 303 seats from the last election, so they were hoping for a leg up from there. This time it looks like they're trending at 245 seats. So that's of course an interesting point to note. So two things that's off the top here. One, they would be reliant, like you said, on their alliance parties, be it the Janata Dal Secular or be it the other parties. Now, what's also interesting here is whichever party comes to power, consumption becomes top of the mind, top of the agenda, boosting consumption in the economy, and also ensuring that there isn't a fall of confidence per se. So we're yet to hear from the party leaders themselves. A little later, they're expected to form a huddle, and we will know more when they hold a press conference. But as of now, winds have changed. But however, like you said, still clearly clearing the majority of 272.
All right, let's now quickly go across to Rishabh. Rishabh, earlier this morning we saw some celebrations take place outside the Congress headquarters. Now, how are things panning out there? Rahul Gandhi expected to address a press conference. We've also heard from Sharad Pawar, another very important India grouping leader, saying that we'll be meeting tomorrow. Give us an overall view of the goings-on in the India Alliance and the Congress both.
That's right. We are at the Congress headquarters, and the mood has been celebratory, like you said. Since the morning, every time there is a seat that is confirmed, which is at 4 now, so 4 seats are confirmed now. The celebrations start, the dhols start, and as you can see behind me, party workers are constantly thronging the headquarters, and so are local leaders, senior leaders, the student wing leaders, everyone becoming a part of these celebrations. Now, there are 3 key events that we are tracking here. One is the 5:30 p.m. press conference that Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are expected to address. Shortly thereafter, a delegation of the Congress will also visit the Election Commission of India, is what we're learning. And that is most probably a formality that will happen. And then tomorrow is the India Alliance formal meeting that Sharad Pawar also spoke about. So these three key events are next in line as we continue to see more and more leaders, senior leaders throng the Congress headquarters to discuss more, as the India Alliance will probably fall short of the majority mark, but still a very, very strong performance from Congress and its allies.
Now, Rishabh, also what we are given to understand is that Rahul Gandhi has managed to keep both his seats, and that obviously is going to trickle down within the Congress workers. How's that been taken?
That's right. This is a massive, massive point of celebration here. Every time Rahul Gandhi's name is up on the screens of one of the TV channels that everyone is following here, there is a massive, massive cheer. There are of course fans of Congress, lifelong fans that are here and available and professing their love for their leader. The common sense between everyone is that the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been a very, very key tool for the Congress, for the Congress's revival. And what we're also seeing is that workers have been given a way to sort of be jubilant about the elections. The Congress has received a beating the past two Lok Sabha elections, and the source of joy has only been a few assembly elections in the middle. So it's a very different Congress party headquarters that we're seeing today.
All right. To Maharashtra next, where the India Alliance has sprung a surprise. The Mahavikas Aghadi of the Congress, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar's faction of the NCP are leading in 29 seats, while the BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena are leading in 19. NDTV's Radhika Ramaswamy is at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. Radhika, absolute celebrations over there. Obviously, Maharashtra was always going to throw up a surprise, and it has, in fact, the India Alliance leading despite there being a government of the MVA.
I'm not able to hear you clearly because celebrations have erupted outside Uddhav Sena Bhavan. So I'm just going to cut straight across to celebrations that we are seeing outside Sena Bhavan. As you can see, Shiv Sena workers, Uddhav Sena workers have gathered in large numbers as they have a clear lead. MPA has a clear lead in Maharashtra so far. We're talking about 27 seats so far that they have won. And these are initial figures, of course, but 27 is the number we are hearing as far as MPA is concerned, and 20 for the NDA, the ruling NDA. So this is obviously a huge, huge sense of validation as far as Uddhav Sena is concerned, or for Sharad Pawar. That's the kind of celebration we are seeing here. Tons of workers are gathered here. They are showing off the Mashal sign, the new Mashal sign that had been given to Uddhav Sena, along with Sena flag as well. And there are colors here, drums all around. So in a way, MVA in Maharashtra, which is the opposition party in Maharashtra, has called these elections. Sharad Pawar has taken a press conference in which he has said that it is time for Maharashtra to see a change, and that MVA, which was formed very recently, just about 5 years back, will ensure that they are committed to the people of Maharashtra. Of course, in 2019, what we saw was a sweep by the NDA, 41 seats by the NDA, and just about 7 seats by the opposition. But here we are seeing almost equal numbers, or rather MVA leading. All this as a result of Sena split, as a result of NCP split. Of course, there was an identity battle of sorts, there was legacy battle of sorts, and also a legal battle that was playing out across Maharashtra over the last 2 years post the split, with each faction claiming that they are the real Sena and they are the real NCP. So here what we are seeing is a sense of validation.
Right, absolutely, Radhika. As you're pointing out, of course, the sentiment of workers over there taking over as they celebrate at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. For the moment, Radhika, thank you. Now, the first voice that came in from the BJP today was the former Union Minister Prakash Javadekar, who responded to media persons on the upset in Uttar Pradesh. Listen in.
I will tell you only one thing, that be sure, don't be skeptic. Many want to be skeptic always, but I want to say clearly that NDA will win third time election and Modi will become Prime Minister third time.
Well, in fact, that's this word coming in from the BJP MP Kiran Rijiju as well. While speaking to NDTV, he said that Prime Minister Modi's third term is ensured and that the India growth trajectory will gain momentum.
But overall, the mood and the support base, if you see the entire NDA, there is a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become Prime Minister for the third time. And it is a historic moment despite so much of negative campaign by the opposition parties trying to wipe up the sentiments of different kinds, playing all kind of negative politics, but still Modi's leadership is being cemented, seem to be, by the people of India. So it's a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time.
All right, and it was a closely fought battle in Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, where Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut is the BJP's candidate. Ranaut is set to win the seat and become an MP for the first time. Now, speaking to media persons, the actor said that the victory was due to Prime Minister Modi.
हमारे जो नेता है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नाम पर ये चुनाव लड़ा है और उनकी जो क्रेडिबिलिटी है, उनकी जो गारंटी है और उन पर जो लोगों का विश्वास है, आज उसी का ही परिणाम है कि हम तीसरी बार जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है अपनी सरकार सेंटर में बनाने जा रही है और आप सबका आशीर्वाद हमें चाहिए। और ये साथ ही मैं अब जो है आपसे मिलती रहूंगी और आगे जो भी है, जो जिस तरह से हमारा प्लान है चीज़ें एग्जीक्यूट करने का और लॉन्च करने का, वो हम डिस्कस करते रहेंगे। आप सब मीडिया बंधुओं का भी हमें जो है वो इसमें सहयोग चाहिए होगा और मंडी का जो है अब भविष्य जो है बहुत ही उज्जवल होगा। धन्यवाद।
Well, on that note, we slip into a very short break here on India Decides, but we return with more focus this time on what's happening in West Bengal as well as Andhra Pradesh. Stay with us.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many...
Welcome back. You're watching our special broadcast India Decides 2024. Now, the JDU has sprung a huge surprise in Bihar as it surpassed the BJP. Let's go across to Prabhakar Kumar of NDTV. He's joining us from Patna. Prabhakar, good evening. Prabhakar, you know, it's been quite a surprise that the JDU has actually come up with, and given the nature with the manner in which Nitish Kumar operates, we understand that already calls have been made to him by the BJP to make sure that he stays with them. also take us through how this gives Nitish Kumar a lot of leg room to negotiate.
Yeah, it's a big day for Nitish Kumar, for JDU, and remember the kind of politics he has been doing for long. Nitish Kumar is one man whom politically you can't actually bank upon because he's known for switching sides, and that's the reason why the moment JDU has actually crossed that 14 figure, which is quite a substantial, quite a number, because JDU was contesting at around 17 seats and they have been able to manage 14 seats so far, though the results are not out on many of the seats, but as the trend suggests that they will be scoring somewhere around 14, so they become a very important coalition partner for NDA. And seeing the overall BJP's number or overall NDA tally, this 14 number becomes one of the important figures, that whether it's TDP or the JDU, it becomes politically important for BJP actually if they want to reach that magic number. That's the reason why both the leaders of both the factions of NDA, of BJP, we were told that Amit Shah had a word with Nitish Kumar. He had a telephonic conversation with Nitish Kumar, and as we are talking, the Bihar state president of BJP, he is meeting Nitish Kumar at his official residence. And also the leaders of India Alliance, they are in touch with Nitish Kumar. They are trying to get in touch with Nitish Kumar on a telephonic conversation. We don't have confirmation as of now as to who all actually had a word with him. There were rumors few minutes back that Sharad Pawar had a word with Nitish Kumar, which Sharad Pawar actually officially denied, saying that he has not spoken to Nitish Kumar. But what we are learning is that many of the leaders of both India Alliance and BJP and the NDA, they are in touch with Nitish Kumar. They are trying to ensure that he remains on their side, because his style of political functioning is that he is known for switching sides. And remember, out of the 40 seats in Bihar, if JDU scores 14, they contested on 17 seats, they are scoring 14, so that's quite a score actually for Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar has not been keeping well medically for last few months, so there were rumors that JDU would be one of the alliance partners of BJP, which would actually bring down the numbers of NDA in Bihar. But it happened otherwise. The BJP actually failed to score their numbers. Their scoreboard was not impressive, whereas JDU's scoreboard was quite impressive from that standard. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. So very interesting. It's going to be interesting rather to watch out for how that works out. Let's also bring in Saurabh Gupta now. He's reporting from West Bengal. Saurabh, good evening. Now, the exit poll, Saurabh, completely off the mark. Mamata Banerjee holding her ground. Not just that, you know, she obviously is someone who everybody will be rushing to at this moment. India Alliance, of course, she said earlier that she's going to support them from outside. Where does this leave her?
Well, you know, this is a drubbing for the BJP and the second time in West Bengal. And for the second time, exit polls have got it completely wrong in the state. In both times, they predicted victories for the BJP, but just the opposite happened. Didi magic has prevailed. The election in Bengal was clearly Didi versus Modi, and Didi has won. That's very clear from this election result as far as West Bengal is concerned. Now, when it comes to seats, if you look at seats, Abhishek Banerjee, who practically was the general of this battle for the Trinamool Congress. If Mamata Banerjee was the commander-in-chief, the general who led the Trinamool into the battle was Abhishek Banerjee. And he, of course, wins with a margin of, believe it or not, 6 lakh votes. That's the kind of margin that Abhishek Banerjee is looking at from Diamond Harbour, at least currently. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the Congress's stalwart, man who was known to be anti-Mamata Banerjee, loses a seat he's won for 6 years. In the Shubhendu Adhikari strongholds, the lead that the BJP has is wafer thin. Balurghat, Shukanta Mojumdar, a seesaw battle. Again, these are big wigs of the BJP. In North Bengal, the BJP seems to have managed to hold on to Darjeeling, but in other seats there was a contest. And this is something that perhaps the BJP will have to introspect. They've lost ground in Bengal, and Didi magic has prevailed despite the Prime Minister's involvement in this campaign. It was always the Prime Minister. He held so many rallies and took on the BJP Trinamool Congress head-on. Mamata Banerjee responded to the Prime Minister, and if I were to list 4 or 5 issues that have worked in favor of the Trinamool Congress, I'll quickly go by them one by one. One, Lokhir Bhandar. That's a scheme of stipend for women in West Bengal. It's worked on the ground. We've seen it during the campaign. It yielded massive results, so much so that the BJP had to come around and say, we'll increase the value of Lokhir Bhandar. But people obviously trusted Mamata Banerjee on Lokhir Bhandar. So the second thing is, of course, this whole attack on what the Trinamool said was fish eating, that the Prime Minister was against, fish eaters. And this is something, again, Mamata Banerjee repeated in rallies, that why did the Prime Minister bring up Tejasvi Yadav eating fish? Something that, again, Bengalis and fish, you can't, dissociate the two. And therefore, that's one thing that seems to have been an issue of resonance in the campaign. Then, of course, you had the issue of withholding funds, something that the Trinamool went to town with, and even claimed that they had paid out certain dues that were withheld to Manrega scheme beneficiaries from the state's own revenues. Fourth, and this is also important, there were High Court orders that came during the election. Many questioned the timing, and these were cancellation of jobs and cancellation of certificates that were granted. Now, the Trinamool claimed these were done at the behest of the BJP. The Trinamool turned it around several rallies. The Mamata Banerjee said that the BJP was behind all of this. And that's something that also perhaps seems to have worked in favor of the Trinamool and backfired as far as the BJP is concerned. So, obviously, while there were High Court judgments, they did have an impact on the election. So, that's what leaves Mamata Banerjee with this tally of 29 seats in the state of 42 parliamentary seats.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, Mamata Banerjee managing to capitalize on all the issues and those seem to have worked in favor of her. Thank you for the moment. Now, let's also go across to Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu's TDP is a key dependent for the NDA to get the required majority. The Telugu Desam party has already reached a majority in the state, and Uma Sudhir now joins us. Uma, Chandrababu Naidu, of course, ready to take oath as the next chief minister. Also, we've seen the BJP's top leadership constantly being in touch with Chandrababu Naidu. So he's turned into quite the kingmaker, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. Chandrababu Naidu would certainly love that role, because that's a role that he has played in 1996 as well as convener of the United Front when in fact Deve Gowda and then I.K. Gujral became Prime Minister and he was the convener of the United Front. And yes, he has also played a national role when he was part of the NDA in 1999 when the Telugu Desam turned out to be the second largest party with 29 MPs. Right now, Chandrababu Naidu is sitting on a tsunami of a score in the assembly election, having, in a sense, should I say, bettered what the numbers that the YSRCP had done in 2019. They had got 151 out of 175, and now Chandrababu Naidu, just the Telugu Desam, is getting 133 out of the 144 seats that he contested. Janasena, very, very impressive gold standard that they have set. Not just has Pawan Kalyan won in Pitapuram Assembly constituency from where he was contesting, all his candidates seem headed for victory. So it is 21 out of 21, 100% strike rate for the Janasena in Andhra Pradesh. The third partner, of course, BJP, had contested 10 assembly seats, and they could be heading towards victory in as many as 5 of them, it appears. But the Lok Sabha seats as well, the NDA alliance headed towards getting at least 20 plus of those 25 seats in Andhra Pradesh. What I must point out is that just about 8 months ago, Chandrababu Naidu seemed to be almost a politician whose political innings of almost 50 years was coming to an end. He was sent to jail in September of last year, and at that time he was an accused in the skill development case, and there were multiple cases that were piled up on that to ensure, it appeared, to keep him in jail for the longest period of time. And at that time, despite the efforts of Chandrababu Naidu himself, his son Lokesh, as well as his wife Bhuvaneshwari, who otherwise has never been in politics, politics, but came out in the public domain to talk about her husband and talk on behalf of the party that her father N.T. Rama Rao had founded. At that time, things were looking really bleak for this 74-year-old politician. In fact, if he had lost this election in 2024, it would have probably been curtains for the leader and a lot of legal trouble. But things can change dramatically. You cannot write off anyone in politics. That's what it shows, and especially not a wily politician as Chandrababu Naidu has often been described. Yeah.
Uma, I actually wanted to ask you, what was it that turned the tide in favor of Chandrababu Naidu? Because he's done a spectacular job, and I'm going to come back to you on that one. Do stay with us. Let's also bring in Tanishq Punjabi. Tanishq, the Samajwadi Party, now that's been the big story of today from Uttar Pradesh, hasn't it? Akhilesh Yadav managing to put the India alliance neck and neck really with the BJP over there. Quite a surprise coming in.
Well, yes, definitely. You know, if we look at the exit polls that, of course, all the exit polls that were going on, none of them predicted that the Samajwadi Party or the India alliance add together could win around, could win more than 12 to 14 seats here in Uttar Pradesh. But yes, of course, today's results are very surprising here. If I talk about the current numbers, the India bloc together is leading on around 40 seats, the BJP on 39 seats, and one is, of course, of the Azad Party of Chandrasekhar. But talking about the Congress here, apart from SP's surge here in Uttar Pradesh in 2019, it was only five seats that the Samajwadi Party managed to win. This time the tally will definitely go up. But there is another very important story here is, of course, the resurgence of Congress in Uttar Pradesh. In 2019, remember, the Congress had only one seat with them. That was the Raebareli seat, the so-called the Congress bastion or the Gandhi family's bastion. But this time the Congress is leading on several seats. Out of the 6 seats, the Congress is leading with more than 30 to 40,000 votes in several seats like Barabanki, Allahabad, Raebareli, of course, and Amethi, as of course the Congress has managed to win now, defeating the giant slayer Smriti Irani. So of course, very interesting here. This was rather unexpected. I am right now behind the Samajwadi Party, in front of the Samajwadi Party office. The party workers are, of course, gathering here for celebrations. But one important thing to note here is that none of the parties are celebrating too early. Akhilesh Yadav is still inside his home. Of course, important meetings going on right now, important talks going on. But Akhilesh Yadav is not at the party office right now to celebrate this. Of course. But yes, the party workers have started gathering. Numerically important, Uttar Pradesh, 80 seats, a very tough fight. The BJP managed to win around 64 last time. It is currently leading on around 39 seats, and the Samajwadi Party and the Congress together are together leading on around 40 seats.
Absolutely. You pointed out the fact that the Congress party has also done quite a turnaround over there. Raebareli, Amethi, of course, going to grab headlines. Let me go back to Uma now. Uma, we were talking about the fact that, till a few months ago, many would have written off Chandrababu Naidu completely. He's not only managed a political comeback in Andhra Pradesh, but he's also going to be so important to the NDA. Now, what has brought it about?
So the turning point really came with the actor, politician, Janasena leader, Mr. Pawan Kalyan, actually in a very cinematic manner going into Rajahmundry jail, meeting Chandrababu Naidu, coming out and dramatically making this announcement saying that his Janasena is going to fight the election along with Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam. And at that time, it was seen with a lot of skepticism, but he gave the Telugu Desam a lot of hope. And suddenly it seemed like there could be some possibility there, political comeback possibility there. And Pawan Kalyan, remember, was part of the NDA, and it was not a secret at all that the BJP was not really in love with Chandrababu Naidu. They were actually looked at him with a lot of suspicion, because twice in the past he has taken on Prime Minister Modi. First, when he was Chief Minister 2002, he had in fact demanded the resignation of Chief Minister Narendra Modi, who was then the Chief Minister of Gujarat. This was after the Godhra riots. In 2018, he had said he had blamed Prime Minister Narendra Modi for not giving special special category status to Andhra Pradesh, and he had used quite sharp language for him, and that's the reason why the NDA and the BJP had wanted nothing to do with him. But political expediency took over, and Pawan Kalyan played an important role in convincing the BJP that they all need to get together in order to defeat the YSRCP, and that's exactly what happened. There was a momentum that picked up after that, and that's what led in fact to this victory. And Chandrababu Naidu knew that the alliance between the Janasena and the Telugu Desam needs to work on the ground, and that's why both these leaders also, I must say, did the alliance dharma very well. Every week they would have at least 2 meetings together, public meetings I'm talking about, and they would be very courteous to each other, giving each other respect, that space, so that the message went down the line to the cadres that they are not in competition, that they need to work together. And that's why the alliance seems to have worked beautifully. The caste equation between the Kamma and the Kapu, the cadres between them, and remember, all this vote needed to be transferred to the BJP as well. So they were able to tell people about the importance of the BJP being part of the alliance, and that's how the vote transfer happened to the BJP, which otherwise does not even have 1% vote share there, and the TDP and the Janasena in many senses ensuring the victories of the BJP in the Lok Sabha as well as the assembly seats in Andhra Pradesh as part of this NDA alliance. But much more important is what's going to happen now. While we expect any minute now the Jagan Mohan Reddy will go in and formally hand over his resignation letter, Chandrababu Naidu is going to be taking his oath as Chief Minister on the 9th of June in Amravati, which he as well as Mr. Amit Shah and others have declared will actually now be the capital of Andhra Pradesh. Remember, we just celebrated 10 years of Telangana formation and 10 years of Andhra Pradesh not having a capital, and therefore Amravati going to be that capital that Chandrababu Naidu promised. Can he now, with his new status of being a very important leader, you spoke about Naidu could once again be kingmaker. I've spoken to senior leaders in the party, and they are telling me that yes, there is such an opportunity, but we intend to stick by our alliance dharma and we will stay loyal to the NDA. This of course is political speak, so things could change dramatically, because we do know that while the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have spoken with Chandrababu Naidu, absolutely, we also do know that Sitaram Yechuri and Sharad Pawar and DK Shivkumar have also spoken, and there could be other leaders like Revanth Reddy, who has been an associate of Chandrababu Naidu, who could be used to once again begin these conversations that could lead to something. Remember, tomorrow is the, JP Nadda was having a meeting this afternoon, and we are going to be seeing Sharad Pawar and others of the India Alliance also getting together. So things are still quite fluid at the national level. If Tanishq was pointing out that celebrations have not begun in Uttar Pradesh,
absolutely,
it's
Uma,
because in Andhra Pradesh the story is one side complete because of the assembly elections. The other is the bigger picture in Delhi, and that's where everyone is now looking.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, there's going to still be a lot of fluidity, a lot of tension perhaps on how this really pans out. Let's bring in Jitendra Dikshit now. Jitendra, Maharashtra has been quite another story today. It's been a close NDA versus India alliance battle that we've seen panning out in Maharashtra. But at this point in time, it does appear that the India alliance has not only managed to, keep its flock together, also the fact that they have managed these number of seats. Give us an overall sense of how this happened, despite the fact that there was so much push put in by the BJP. Here we saw so many rallies take place of the Prime Minister. There were other senior leaders who continuously, were in Maharashtra campaigning.
Right now I'm at Pune at a counting center where Supriya Sule is leading her sister-in-law, Sunetra Pawar, was pitted against her, and in this contest, Supriya Sule is leading. Just a few minutes ago, the weather changed here, and all of a sudden rain started, and I think metaphorically this indicates that there is a change in the weather of Maharashtra as well, because in last Lok Sabha elections in 2019, the Mahayuti, the NDA alliance, was able to garner 41 votes out of
total 48 votes. Maharashtra is the second highest state which is having this much number of seats after Uttar Pradesh, which is very important to form the government at the center. So in Maharashtra this time the NDA has received a big setback, and when the election process began, it had set a target of 45 plus, but now the trends are showing that NDA is not able to cross even 20 seats, and on the other hand, Maha Vikas Aghadi has performed brilliantly, and all the constituent parties, Congress, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena, and Sharad Pawar's NCP, despite so many setbacks, they have been able to perform well, and they are able to reach around 28-29 seats. They are able to garner 28-29 seats, and this is a very big setback not only for the NDA but also for BJP, because last time in the last elections BJP fought on 25 seats and was able to win 23 seats, but this time the tally of BJP has reduced to just 11 seats. Some of the reasons which I pondered over and I jotted down here is that one of the prominent reasons is that there was an undercurrent of sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. Both the parties had, both the leaders had seen split in their parties, and in Uddhav Thakeray's case, Eknath Shinde, the tallest leader in the party, had rebelled against him and formed his own party, and in Sharad Pawar's case, Ajit Pawar, his own nephew, had rebelled, and in both the cases, Election Commission had recognized the rebel groups as the original party and had given them the official symbols. So these two leaders, they had to get new names for their parties, get new symbols, and still they were able to perform this well. And one of the main reasons for such kind of performance is that there was an undercurrent of sympathy towards them. Second reason is delayed announcement of candidates by the NDA. When the talks were going on for the seat sharing, there were like many disputes over few seats, and due to those due to that infight, the declaration of names on many seats was delayed, and this gave time to the opposition party members to campaign. So this is another reason. Then third reason is the strategy of inducting tainted leaders backfired. Leaders like Ashok Chauhan, leaders like Ajit Pawar, whom the BJP targeted, calling them corrupt, they were inducted into the NDA fold, and this, it seems, has not gone down well with the people. This had dented the credibility of the NDA. This could be another reason. Then fourth reason, I believe, is, and which is one of the major reasons for NDA's defeat in Maharashtra, is the Maratha agitation. Since last year, this Maratha agitation had a big impact in the Marathwada region, and there were many seats where this factor, Maratha agitation factor, has played a role. Certain OBC leaders from the NDA fold had given certain statements which had led to controversies, and those statements have backfired to the NDA. Another reason, I believe, is the distress of farmers. Few months back, there was a ban on the onion exports. That's why farmers from the northern Maharashtra were agitated. Then, due to unseasonal rains, farmers had to face losses, and they complained that they were not receiving enough compensation.
Absolutely.
So these were also factors which contributed to the loss of the NDA. Apart from these factors, a general anti-incumbency factor was there, and there was no wave like 2014 and 19, and issues like Ram Mandir didn't resonate with the electorates in Maharashtra.
As you're pointing out, of course, rural distress is something that, may have turned the tide over here. I want to go across to Tanishq for a very quick question. Tanishq, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, it will lead to a lot of soul searching. Perhaps anti-incumbency, one of the main factors that led to the numbers that have come in today?
Well, when in 2019, where the Samajwadi Party and the BSP were in alliance, and they managed to win 15 seats at that time. Now, a lot of people, a lot of experts said that in Uttar Pradesh it is the best possible alliance that one can that can ever happen, the Samajwadi Party and the BSP. But this time actually what happened, I would like to put it out why the Samajwadi Party is taking the lead on many seats. One, of course, as you mentioned, is the anti-incumbency factor. With anti-incumbency factor, you can always relate it with the low voter turnout factor. Second, the Samajwadi Party and the Congress got their caste equations right, and they put the right candidate. So in Uttar Pradesh, caste matters to a lot of people before voting. So they put the candidate of a particular caste which had a high population in one particular in any Lok Sabha seat. That was the strategy mainly adopted by the Samajwadi Party here. And both Samajwadi Party and the Congress working together, they made sure that the transfer of votes takes place, because it is very important for an alliance, so that the transfer of votes takes place between the parties that are coming into alliance. One, of course, a hurdle for the alliance has been the BSP here. The BSP decided to go solo. And the BSP, of course, could have acted as a vote cutter, which they did act in a lot of seats this time as well. But of course, things were different this time. The parties, the vote transfer was clear between the Samajwadi Party and the Congress, and that is why, of course, there is a surge in the tally here.
Absolutely. Uma, Sudhir, Jitendra Dixit, as well as Tanishq, thank you very much, all three of you, for joining us and breaking down how these states, in fact, have changed the picture, so as to say, very, very different from the exit polls. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, when we return, we'll bring you more. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
And let's listen into all those comments that are now coming in from senior leaders. Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, has won the Lok Sabha constituency of Vidisha. He says that the voters are his God. Listen to him.
पिछली बार कांग्रेस 38,000 वोटों से जीत गई थी, लेकिन इस बार जनता ने कांग्रेस का सूपड़ा साफ कर दिया और मोदी जी पर, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर पूरा विश्वास प्रकट किया है.
And in fact, while Rahul Gandhi is leading by a huge margin in Raebareli, Kishori Lal Sharma has managed to overturn the cart on Smriti Irani in Amethi. Here's what the giant slayer said.
अमेठी की जीत जो है गांधी परिवार और यहाँ की जनता की जीत है, ठीक है.
ये उन्हीं को समर्पित है। अगर जीतते हैं, अभी तो काउंटिंग चल रही है वैसे, तो अभी 14-15 राउंड की रिजल्ट आया जो, उसमें मेरा ख्याल शायद 1 लाख प्लस हो गया। तो ये क्योंकि अभी काउंटिंग हो रही है तो मैं अभी जीत नहीं पाऊंगा उसको।
All right, and Shashi Tharoor's challenger, BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, of course, says that introspection is required.
35.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
All right, now the Congress incumbent MP from Thiruvananthapuram, Shashi Tharoor, thanked his opponent, the BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and said that the election was like a super over.
They've shown 3 times in a row. This is now the 4th blessing. And of course, I will do my best to be worthy of that trust and to serve them well. I might add that while the World T20 is going on in the US and the West Indies, the super over was here. It was a very tight race. And let me congratulate my 2 rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Pannian Ravindran, for having put up such a spirited fight that it became such a close contest.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap from us, but we'll be back in just a bit with our continuous broadcast, India Decides 2024. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra, and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 25 to 44 years. And one more data. Based on the National Family Health Survey, urban women's involvement in key household decisions surged to 91% in 2019-2020 from just 49% in 2005 to 2006. So, women are now not only taking important financial decisions for their families, but also investing and saving.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in...
watching NDTV Profit. I'm Tamanna Inamdar, and with me is Nupur. What an exciting day it has been. Complete somersault from the market's perspective. But over the next 1 hour, we're going to be talking about the political picture and what comes next. Because frankly, that's where the story is, isn't it, Nupur? Just going through what the numbers are showing so far, and I'm just going by the Election Commission website right now. Bharatiya Janata Party at 243 in all. That's leads and wins. The INC at 98. The JDS at 2. But really the real story over here is from Chandrababu Naidu's TDP and Nitish Kumar's JDU. So that's making up the 294 for the NDA. But what an exciting day. Pollsters have been proven wrong, but the assessment that NDA will return for a third term is pretty bang on, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely. At this point in time, it does seem that the Prime Minister will be returning with a third term now. And if we look at the tally of the NDA, it does seem that they will manage about 300. So that's looking good. But on the downside, as you were pointing out, the opinion polls now completely off track. And mostly, if we were to pick out two states, West Bengal completely off the track. The Trinamool Congress over there getting 29 seats. Those are leads as well as what we are getting now from the Election Commission. And the other thing that, Tamanna, I want to talk about is the Samajwadi Party. 35 seats in Uttar Pradesh, which actually makes them lead Uttar Pradesh as far as the India alliance is concerned. So that is another story.
41 in all. When
yes,
you're talking
absolutely.
about Uttar Pradesh, you have to look at 41 seats for India and 35 for the BJP. In fact, I just want to make that point. Let's look at the most populous states and the largest number of contributors to the Lok Sabha. Uttar Pradesh will be on top because it has 80 seats. Those leads are actually 41 for India Alliance right now. As far as what I'm seeing on the EC on our chart, it's 40 and 39 for NDA. Let's go to Maharashtra next. 48 seats there in the Lok Sabha, and 48 is also seeing the India Alliance with 29, NDA with 18. Let's go to West Bengal next. Also very important state, 42. Here Mamata Banerjee has held her ground. Remember, she moved out of the alliance. So actually that's most of her gains there. But TMC plus, let's say the non-NDA pack is getting about 30 there. The BJP not getting as much as was projected. But where have the upsides been? The upsides have been in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh really is the story of the day. Bihar is the story of the day, where clever strategic alliances inked before the election have worked. The NDA 21 there and Bihar at 30. So that's the big story panning out, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, in Bihar, we've seen the JDU get that number along with the BJP. So that alliance has worked very, very well. And so has the one in Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu, of course, coming back as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth term. He was a politician who'd almost been written out, you know, if one were to talk about him about 8 months ago. But what a fantastic comeback he scored over there in Andhra Pradesh. Also, we have seen constant dialogue between the BJP and Chandrababu Naidu. So, you know, that is where the cohesion is coming in from. But, you know, Tamanna, what I wanted to talk also about was Aam Aadmi Party. So, you know, it's been a dismal election for them. Look at the number of seats, just 3, you know, and they were looking at becoming
Delhi.
a pan-India party.
3 in overall.
3 overall.
Wow. So Punjab is the big story there, because remember they swept the assembly election. Let's pull up Punjab. Where Aam Aadmi Party swept the assembly election, and that breakup you're seeing, the blues are actually the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party were fighting against each other here. We just showed Delhi briefly, and Delhi is an interesting story because the NDA has managed to hold on to all its seats in Delhi. So the whole Kejriwal situation has not really worked.
Not just that, Tamanna, you know, the BJP has managed to keep all 7 of its seats. That's a fantastic tally over there. Remember, you know, when we were talking about Delhi last, we saw that all their candidates except for Manoj Tiwari, particularly, had been changed by the BJP. So that is something that has worked very well for them. They did their groundwork very well. So the BJP coming up on tops over there. India has 0 seats in Delhi, and that is where the power is held. Let's also, Tamanna, perhaps look at.
Before we do that, we have Rohit Chandavarkar on now. Senior journalist Rohit Chandavarkar, senior political commentator, joining us on the show. Rohit, great to have you back, and especially because I know that smile, because you called it, didn't you? We spoke on the 1st of June. Look at that, I told you so smile, my God. We spoke on the 1st of June after all the exit polls were out, and you were the outlier where everyone else on that panel was calling a clean sweep and a huge majority for the BJP. You stuck your neck out at that time and talked about a 250 to 260 number for the BJP alone. That seems to have actually happened. You're the closest to that figure. So, you called it when no one else could really see it, and we're looking at all of that exit poll buzz. Now, having said that, what is the picture today showing you?
When I said that BJP alone, just the BJP will reach about 250, and it looks like they might reach exactly that figure. I also had in my mind that it is almost clear that they are the first ones to quickly approach the President of India and stake a claim at forming the next government. I think that's what they will do. So for your viewers, it's very crucial to know 5 days, 7 days from now, maybe a week from now, who will be, forming the government. It is almost clear in my mind that BJP-led NDA will form the government in Delhi. The next government will be an NDA government because the president will invite them as the single largest party in the House and ask them, give them some time period to prove their majority in Lok Sabha, which they can do most easily compared to the other formation. Now, the only rider to that, or the only possibility which can spoil this situation for NDA, is players like Mamata Banerjee, Nitish Kumar, and Chandrababu Naidu suddenly deciding that they don't want to be with Narendra Modi-led NDA. That is one possibility. And the second possibility is, of course, the independents or others, small parties, etc., suddenly line up with the India alliance, which I don't know whether that will happen, but there'll be some uncertainty on that front the next few days. But BJP being the kind of election-winning machine that it is, and the kind of maneuvers that they do, and the capabilities that they have, and the control that they have right now over many things, it looks like they will move first and stake a claim to forming government. Now, just to look back, if you have a few seconds more, just to look back why this happened and why I was sure that BJP will be only reaching about 250, it's because I almost had it clear in my mind that Uttar Pradesh, largest state in Maharashtra, they are likely to lose about 20 seats. They have lost even more from the tally of 64 that they have had previously. And in Maharashtra, I could see that they could lose almost 25. And in other places like Haryana and other places, there was no scope for, winning those many seats. So in my mind, I thought from 303, which was the previous tally in the previous Lok Sabha, BJP was likely to drop to about 250, and they might gain something in Odisha or 1 or 2 in Kerala or wherever, which has happened, but that is not good enough to compensate for this fall. But still, I think, 1 or 2 things that I said on your show, I must admit, went wrong, which was one thing I said was Nitish Kumar is likely to do badly, but he's done well. Now the big question is which way does he move, or which way does he tilt? He's Mr. Famous, for his U-turns. So we don't know what he's going to do. But it was nice to, do that prediction on your show. You gave me a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I'm very glad that our viewers and you could, get that view. And
so Rohit, you did get that bit wrong, but in the larger picture of how many people got election predictions wrong, I think you can forgive yourself that much. Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu have now become extremely crucial players in the NDA situation. And now here's the question. You talked about, Nitish Kumar, of course, comes with a political legacy of switching sides very often. But why would he at this point? He has great numbers, he gets a piece of the pie, and in a position where he is not sort of the underdog. Both for Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu, the NDA formation idea works, doesn't it? Okay, we seem to have lost that feed, but we'll get Rohit Chandavarkar up in a bit. And you know, this was I was keen to speak to him because he got it bang on the first after the exit polls. Rohit, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The frame just froze. Some technical problem.
But did you hear my question?
No. Can you quickly?
Okay. No, I'm saying why would Nitish and Naidu want to switch over? Because they get to be in the NDA, they get to be in the NDA in a situation where the single largest party has to listen to what they have to say.
Yes, only two things that may affect them. Firstly, they might not be getting the freedom in the present setup of NDA to do things that they might want to do next 5 years. That is one, because everybody knows the way current BJP functions. So once they put their weight on the India side, after that maybe for 1 or 2 months they will be able to do something, but then later BJP will quickly occupy the space and not let them do anything that they want. Is one fear that might push them towards India alliance. Second thing is they might be given very powerful positions in the India alliance, the Rahul Gandhi led alliance. Some promises might be made, etc. But I don't know. It's too early to say that. The third important player is also, we have to consider her name also, that's Mamta Banerjee. And let's not be too sure. I mean, she was very critical of BJP, very critical of Modi, very critical of the attacks that happened on her, verbal attacks during the assembly election, etc. But Mamta, being a very smart politician and having been in the India alliance earlier in the Vajpayee days, she was the railway minister. She also might take some call. Nobody knows which way she will go. She might not be with India alliance for sure, and she might not go with NDA for sure also. She might decide on that. So these three players will really matter, and they have their own reasons for taking decisions. But Mr. Modi will have to change his style quite a lot. That one thing I can say.
Right. Hi, Rohit. This is Nupur here. Rohit, what I just wanted to understand, of course, from you was that you said that Mamta Banerjee is someone, who could hold a lot of cards close to her chest. Now, as far as the India alliance is concerned, she said, I'm going to give you outside support. I don't want to be a part of the government. That's what she said before, these results came out. Do you think that is going to change, perhaps? Would she be willing now to switch sides? As you yourself pointed out, she's been with them before, with the NDA before, so that's quite a likelihood.
Look at the way NDA has functioned, especially BJP has functioned in the last couple of years or 2-3 years in the run-up to the election. There are all sorts of pressures and tactics being used against people who matter. People like Eknath Shinde in Maharashtra or Ajit Pawar in Maharashtra or whoever. Now, these leaders were very critical. Ashok Chavan, former Congress Maharashtra chief minister also. These people matter in the regional politics, and look at the way they have suddenly shifted to the BJP just 1 year or 6 months before the elections. So these tactics are being used. I don't want to articulate everything in words, what tactics are used, etc. Viewers are intelligent enough to understand that. Now, given the way things Mamta is facing right now, especially with some of her relatives, etc. I'm not sure whether she is also prone to, those kinds of pressures or what would happen. So it's difficult to say whether she will stick to what she has said earlier. She now matters. She has 30 MPs with her, and she's been with Atal Bihari Vajpayee's, government as railway minister, and she has been vocal against the Congress party also. She did not make an alliance with Congress in Bengal. She fought separately, and Congress got an alliance with left parties. So she is a lone soldier there. She might take any call, and that matters. 30 seats are going to matter quite a lot. Chandrababu and Nitish Kumar together, both of them together have about 30, and Mamta alone has about 30. So these, three players will really call the shots, and I think they'll do anything. They can tilt in any direction.
Right, what's your sense on what's happening in Maharashtra now? It's been very interesting, of course. You know, the India alliance over there ahead as far as Maharashtra goes, leading the NDA. Actually, if you'll just pull out the numbers for Maharashtra particularly, last we saw it was about 28 for the India alliance. So what's your sense of what happened over there?
This is a huge jolt in Maharashtra for the BJP for sure. You know, with Devendra Fadnavis being very aggressive, very active, holding more than 100 rallies all across Maharashtra, 115 in fact, all over Maharashtra, and using all kinds of techniques and political maneuvers in the state. You know, the BJP was very confident that with Eknath Shinde and with even Raj Thakre's support and everything, they would get very close to 30. But it looks like they are somewhere around 19 or 18, which is like a big problem for them. I think there might be some defections happening now because it's becoming very clear that Uddhav Thackeray is much more popular compared to Eknath Shinde, and people think he's the original Sena. It's also clear that Sharad Pawar has done well. Supriya Sule is almost winning in Baramati. So Ajit Pawar's morale is down. And, surprisingly, the Congress party is getting close to 12 seats, I think, which was not expected. So all three players of the Mahavikas Aghadi of the India Alliance have kind of done much better, maybe very well compared to what was previously expected. And this will affect the upcoming assembly elections in Maharashtra, which come in October. And that's also very crucial for Eknath Shinde, present Chief Minister, and all the parties in Maharashtra. I believe that there is going to be some defections happening because this is the first big election since the splits happened in Maharashtra, and nobody knew whether people gave their mandate, people were okay with those splits, or people were angry. It looks like people disapproved those splits. People didn't like the way Uddhav Thackeray's party was split. People didn't like the way Sharad Pawar's party was split, and the symbol was given to Ajit Pawar, etc. That has reflected in the voting. And I think it's going to be trouble for not just BJP, but also for Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar's faction in the coming months, especially in the assembly election in Maharashtra. There might be major political turmoil in Mumbai and Maharashtra in the coming months.
So it's going to be exciting times. Rohit, stay with us. We'll take a very short break, but we're coming right back, getting you more voices and a clearer assessment of how the picture evolves. Stay tuned.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the portfolio manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right.
All right, and welcome back to our special broadcast, India Decides 2024. News just coming in, of course, that the Prime Minister has won from Varanasi by a margin of about 1.5 lakh votes. Joining us on the broadcast is Tamanna, of course, continues to be with us in the studios. We've also got Aarti Jairath, senior political commentator, joining us. Rohit Chandravarkar also staying with us. Aarti, good evening. Thank you. Aarti, still the big picture seems to be that the NDA is looking all set to form the next government. 293 is what the number that we are staring at. The BJP, still the largest party, the party with the biggest footprint across India?
Well, yes, in terms of numbers, it is the single largest party. And therefore, I think according to precedents, it will get the first shot at forming the government. So, I mean, I think the president, there are precedents, so the president will be, bound to call the BJP first.
Hi, Tamanna here. Great to speak with you. I just want to understand how you are looking at the mandate that we have seen. Is it also a nudge to the NDA government in its third term to look at welfareism more? Will the focus, in your view, on what is happening in rural India increase in terms of policy beyond, the Labharti model, which has currently been quite successful? How do you read this mandate?
So, I think we have to wait and see what the shape of the government will be, who will occupy various ministries and so on. But yes, if we were to read the mandate, and I think the messages that are coming across very clearly from, say, a state like UP, which has been the bedrock of the BJP's rise, since 2014, the message from UP is very clear that there is agrarian distress, that there is deepening concern about unemployment, that people are okay with Labharti, they're happy to get the free grain and the subsidized housing and so on. But, people are more aspirational. So they want a roadmap which can give them a way to better their lives. And that can only come through education, better healthcare, and a job. And when they say job, they don't want to just be a part of the pakoda economy. They want more. They want white-collar jobs. They want office jobs. And of course, a lot of them want government jobs. The government, unfortunately, has been really cutting down on hiring over the last few years. And, the point is that the government cuts down on hiring, then the government there has to be an alternative available for people. If government jobs are not there, then private sector or something. So, you can't just leave people suspended without jobs and expect them to, kind of run a small tea stall or something like that, because People are much more aspirational than that. So I think the messages are very, very clear. But what is interesting in this election is that there is no national mood. And you can see the picture is different from state to state. In a place like Odisha, the BJP has done very well. You know, it's a breakthrough for the BJP because it's going to form a government there. And it's the end of an era. Naveen Patnaik, bows out after 3 terms or 4 terms as chief minister. But in UP, they've done so badly. So, the picture is different from state to state. I think there's also a big message from Maharashtra, where I think people have not taken kindly to this, to the kind of politics that has been in play for the last 2 years. Jor Tor, breaking parties, encouraging defections, taking in people from parties that were once upon a time your sworn enemies. I think people have lodged a very strong protest against that with the kind of numbers that they have voted. So there are many messages.
Let me get Rohit in on the Maharashtra bit, Aarti, because he obviously tracks this very, very closely and was one of the few people who called the 250 number for the BJP. In Maharashtra, Rohit, the fact is that we are going to be seeing a lot more developing. This is a state which goes to assembly polls at the end of the year, possibly. Does this set the stage for a reworking of the alliance as far as the Mahayuti is concerned? Clearly, the Shinde-Ajit Pawar combo has not really worked out for them.
Excellent question and excellent prediction. Surely and definitely, I have no doubt in my mind that the High Command in Delhi and the leadership in Maharashtra and all of them, once this setting up of the government at the center, that job is done. The first thing they're going to do is focus on Maharashtra and just see what went wrong and, realign themselves with their partners or, ask some partners to, not be there with them or make some changes, etc. As you very well know, this happens to be one of India's, if not the most industrialized, one of India's most industrialized states, a big industrial hub, big cities, Mumbai, Pune, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Nagpur, financial capital, Mumbai, huge amounts of resources, and booming economy, booming real estate, booming auto sector, booming IT sector in Pune, etc. Any political party wants to govern this state, and that's their top priority. And they got into lot of effort and lot of political tricks and everything 2 years ago to finally get the control of the state. And the idea basically, Tamanna, was that if you have your local government, that is your state government in Maharashtra, somehow you can influence the 48 Lok Sabha seats that are going to polls in 2024. But somehow that very thing, that very principle or that very formula just fell through. And, despite having their government in Maharashtra with Eknath Shinde as CM, Devendra as Deputy CM, and the Home Ministry being under them, the police being under them, all the district collectors from 36 districts reporting to them, and all of that. Despite that, they are not reaching the number 20 out of 48, when last time they got 41. So definitely there's going to be some crackdown. Whether they change the leadership in Maharashtra, that is Devendra Fadnavis, I don't know, maybe not, but they will certainly realign with people. And one of the persons who will now be kind of discarded or sidelined is Ajit Pawar. They took a lot of risk because the old timers from RSS, the BJP, were very upset that they took Ajit Pawar along. But the whole idea behind that was to split Pawar family and get Baramati constituency, the Pawar hub or the home turf of the Pawars. And today that has also not worked out. Supriya Sure is winning there. Sharad Pawar's daughter is winning there. So a lot of thinking will happen about Maharashtra, and October we will have assembly elections, and very soon after that, more than 10 municipal corporations, Tamanna, including the big Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which has a budget of more than 50,000 crore rupees per annum, much bigger than some of the states in the northeast of India. That goes to polls. They have to hold those polls. They were due in 2022. For some reason, they were postponed. Now they have to hold those polls also. So Assembly and then Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Pune Municipal Corporation, all of that, all this cash-rich all these cash-rich bodies and all this cash-rich state will go for polls once again. At that time, BJP will again, realign themselves, and the election-winning machine that BJP has will really think on this thoroughly and make all the changes that are required. So you will see some heads rolling. You will see a lot of changes and all of that in the coming months for sure, Tamanna.
Right, Aarti, if I could ask you, what's your view on Andhra Pradesh? If some months back someone were to look at Chandrababu Naidu, a lot of people had written him off, but look at the comeback he's made, not just, becoming the chief minister for the 4th term, but also, he's going to be a very key constituent of the NDA, when the BJP stakes claim. How do you see him?
Well, I mean, it was a very clever alliance that the BJP stitched up in Andhra Pradesh, getting Chandrababu Naidu on board and getting Pavan, Kalyan on board. So the caste combination has worked beautifully for them. They've done very well in Andhra. And, Chandrababu Naidu is a very interesting partner to have. As you know, Vajpayee and he had a good equation. But Chandrababu Naidu was a very demanding partner. He was constantly raising financial demands for Andhra Pradesh, at that time a united state. And he was constantly raising financial demands for Andhra Pradesh. And the Vajpayee government had no option but to give in because they were so dependent on his numbers. So similarly today, although now Andhra Pradesh is truncated, and, it's sort of 25 seats instead of the 42 seats it used to be. But 25 seats is 25 seats. And, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Modi-Chandrababu Naidu equation develops. And what are the kind of levers that Chandrababu Naidu can employ to further the interests of Andhra Pradesh vis-a-vis Modi, or what are the kind of levers that Modi will employ to keep Chandrababu Naidu in control. So I think this is an evolving relationship, and we can watch it with great interest.
It's interesting because both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are chief ministers of their respective states. And would they want to trade that for a central role? How will they command the best out of what their numbers are? Aarti is already saying no, and that seems likely. Salman Soz is joining our conversation, Congress spokesperson. Salman, you wanted to respond to that, Aarti, before I go to Salman?
Nitish Kumar was called yesterday by the PM. And from what we've heard, it was basically the PM offering him a role at the center and wanting to install a BJP chief minister in Bihar. And I'm told that Nitish Kumar said that, well, let me think about it. And now, of course, the results are such that the JDU has done very, very well in Bihar. So there's no question of, Nitish Kumar moving to the center or the Prime Minister being able to prevail on him that be replaced by a BJP leader as chief minister.
So the terms of any further conversation, of course, changes. Salman Soz is joining us, spokesperson of the Congress party. Salman, great to speak with you after a while. It's a good day at the office for the India Alliance and for the Congress party. We're seeing live footage right now from Delhi, where Rahul Gandhi is going to be attending a press conference in just a bit from now. So we'll, of course, get you all of that action live. But Salman, what do you think has worked? And secondly, how does this translate further? Because at the end of the day, there's no doubt that the Congress has reached the 100 mark. It's compared to 2014, 2019, it's a big jump up. The India Alliance has done better than, pollsters obviously expected. But what does this translate to?
I think the people wanted change. I think that's the message here. The message from the people, to my mind, is loud and clear. In fact, as far as my party is concerned, our internal assessment shows that we should be getting more than 100 seats, not 100, but more than 100 seats. So let's see, we have to wait till the end of, counting. But have we done better than I expected? Yes, because my number, quite frankly, was 75 plus. The party's assessment came just 2-3 days back to me, and I saw that it was well above 100, so which is great. Now, What has worked is that people wanted political parties to talk about the issues that matter to them. And what matters to the people of this country are basic issues like jobs. The BJP had promised lots of jobs. They did not deliver. They delivered 5 kg ration and basically made it seem like they were doing a great favor to the public. And they were basically, the equation was, we will give you food and you give us your vote. The people said, no, thank you. Food is our right, and our vote is not your right. So I think the arrogance of the BJP, I think, helped us. I think this whole narrative of 400 par, 400 par, I think it really galvanized people, and we obviously must also take some credit because the opposition parties, attacked this, because we know what that kind of a mandate means, especially when it is with parties like the BJP. And the reason it struck a chord with people is with the public.
Salman, to come back to my question, then where does the political landscape go from now? So a constructive opposition, a more powerful opposition than say what we were seeing even 2 days ago, in the mind space, and that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Absolutely not. The whole landscape has changed. I mean, please look at the numbers from Uttar Pradesh and see who is leading with the biggest margin in Uttar Pradesh right now. It is not Prime Minister Modi. It's Rahul Gandhi. I mean, if you look at what has happened in the country, if you really think about the politics of the country, what basically imagine a country where if before the election people thought that this election was going to be so close, do you think that BJP would get 200 seats? They would not. The message from my perspective is that we don't want you talking about Hindu-Muslim. Talk to me about my child's future. That's the message. And the kind of mandate that we see right now, where the BJP does not get to 272 by a significant margin on its own, the first political defeat of Prime Minister Modi's electoral career.
Right
this
now,
is the first political defeat.
Salman, I just wanted to bring your, ask for your views on what happened in Karnataka. Karnataka was a state where the Congress formed the government. Unfortunately, if you could just pull up those numbers for Karnataka, not looking very good for the Congress over there. It is the alliance, the NDA alliance, that is actually doing well. What went wrong?
Look, Karnataka is always, if you look at the Lok Sabha results of Karnataka for many elections, not just these previous 2 elections, I don't think Congress has gone beyond 14 seats in a long time. We don't know why this has happened. In fact, what seems to be happening is that in the second phase, we did less well than in the first phase. So we have to see why the voters reacted the way they did. So this is not a showing that, quite frankly, we were looking at. We were thinking that we would get 14 to 15 seats, maybe slightly more. So it is a disappointing result. But for us, I think there are other disappointing results. Let's be clear. Madhya Pradesh is very disappointing. Chhattisgarh is disappointing. So Delhi is disappointing. Uttarakhand is disappointing. So we have now work to do. But now we know that the people of this country want change. They want the Congress to do more. And I think that is the message to us, that do more, work for us, work harder in all of these places. And that is why I say,
it's interesting you say that, because yes, people want change, if I take that forward, but not enough of a change in your favor. So
no. The change is radical. This is a radical change. Please think about the election before we started in April. Who in their right mind was going to give the opposition these many seats?
No, that's
Nobody.
true. That's true. The exit polls didn't either.
The opinion polls at that time were giving the NDA 350, 360, that kind of a score. So, that was the number.
Yeah.
Once phase 1 finished, we felt that there was something happening. And by the way, one of the early indications I got from my own state was Udhampur, where today the Prime Minister's minister in his office, Jitendra Singh, won. but by a considerably reduced margin.
Yeah.
It was telling me that if you can have a tight election in Jammu and in Udhampur, something's happening in the country.
Okay.
So the country was getting ready.
So there is a message. There is a message to the NDA about what the country wants, what voters want. What does it translate into? And I think the big picture over here and what people want to understand, let me come to you, Aarti, on this, is essentially how does that change the way an NDA's third term is run in terms of its outlook, its focus and its messaging. And of course, we'll have to wait and see where the chips fall in terms of what exactly that component is, who gets what ministry, etc.
Yeah, so I disagree a little bit with Salman Soz. I don't think there's any one message that is coming, from these elections because, every state has voted differently. There are states in which the BJP has done well. There are states in which India has done well. So I think that, it's really, it actually reminds me of the 2004 verdict, which L.K. Advani had described as an aggregate of state elections. And this is what we are seeing today also, an aggregate of state elections. But what will change for the NDA, when they form the government, is that it is going to be a coalition government. It is not going to be a single party majority rule. And, to that itself, and of course, there will be a stronger opposition voice in parliament. So these two factors will impose their own constraints on the way the government functions, on the way, I don't know whether the government can ride roughshod over, parliamentary procedures and parliamentary conventions the way they have been doing all this time. Maybe they will have to learn to reach out to the opposition, take them along, be a little more consensual, be a little more accommodative, similarly with their partners, both with Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, both of whom are very seasoned politicians, they will have to be much more accommodative. So what does this mean as far as the NDA is concerned? They had announced before the elections that they're going to go ahead with the UCC. I don't see that happening.
Okay. Let me, Aarti, in fact, let me just get that view from Shaina NC of the BJP who's joining in. Shaina, hi, good to speak to you again. A tough day though for the BJP, for the NDA, and for what was expected. Is there a sense of what went wrong for the BJP?
Well, I think that, preliminarily, if you view it objectively, we had set our standards too high. The fact is we are still the single largest party, and as an alliance partners of NDA, we are 300 almost. So in that sense, the numbers are better, and it will be...
Shaina, the question is that will the alliance partners, frankly, that's all we've been talking about all day. When you've seen the markets also respond, what we've been talking about all day is exactly this. The question is that will the alliance partners toe your line? Now that, you don't have more than 272 on your own.
I'm sure they will, because everyone knows that the path to development is the only path to progress. And for whatever it's worth, Tamanna, Prime Minister Modi, in 10 years of being in power, got India on track. There was no case of corruption, no scams. And Viksit Bharat is not just a dream, it's a reality in to come. So I would only say that hold your horses. Today is a day to celebrate. Today is a day for referendum which has come from the people of India. And in the next few weeks, I'm sure there will be absolute clarity on a roadmap ahead and a blueprint, because the Prime Minister doesn't leave anything to chance. He does work round the clock, and I'm sure in this case too, it'll be in the public domain in terms of a vision plan of NDA for 3.0.
Shaina, the Congress today, and we have Salman Soz also with us, is talking about how the message from the voters is that just the doles are not enough. Not enough has been done. This is also the voice of Bharat, of rural India, speaking out to the BJP today.
Nice to hear Salman after a long time. Let me tell him clearly that every vote that has come from different parts of India, people said that, oh, BJP can never reach out to Orissa, for example. And look at the mandate from Orissa. It shows you that BJP has ventured into a state where we were not even in the reckoning, and we have formed government. So every state has its own dynamics. If you take, for example, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, the vote share increase in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, I think that in totality, we have ventured into space where we were not necessarily the front runners. But in every exam, Tamanna, you can't be the one who gets first class first and 100% on 100% in everything. So there will be hits and misses. So many victories and defeats determined by such small margins. Like, for example, you take my home state of Maharashtra, people have won by 2,000 and 3,000 votes in a Lok Sabha election, which is not necessarily a telling of public sentiment. It's also a little bit of numbers and jugglery here and there.
Right. Can I get, Salman, would you like to respond to that? What China is saying essentially is that she doesn't believe this is a signal, about anti-incumbency or about rural distress. The BJP sees it as a hit and miss. But do you feel that there could perhaps have been 10 years of anti-incumbency also at play here?
Well, absolutely. I think there was anti-incumbency. We saw it. I think as the election went along, I think it was clear. Let me just say that, and I think maybe Aarti ji will disagree with me again on this, but I think this is a much more significant moment than the 2004 election, because you see, Mr. Vajpayee was not into the kind of scorched earth politics that Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah exemplify. I think Mr. Vajpayee did not use the institutions of the state like the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have done during this election and before that against the opposition. I mean, we have 2 sitting chief ministers being arrested, for God's sake. The kind of money and media resources that today's BJP has are not what Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee had at that time. It was not so brazen. It was not, the differences were not so huge. So despite all this, despite all these opinion polls, these fabricated polls, despite all these exit polls, etc., for us to actually take the fight to such a powerful political party, probably the richest political party in the world, with all sorts of tools at its disposal, I think this is a significant defeat, much worse for the BJP than the 2004 mandate. And I would add that not only is the BJP not guaranteed to be part of the next government.
All right. So we're just going to listen in to Rahul Gandhi in just a bit from now. That press conference is beginning at the Congress Party. Salman, thank you so much for speaking with us. Shaina, thank you so much for speaking with us. I'm going to go to Rohit Chandavarkar while we queue up that feed and we wait to hear what's coming out of that press conference. Rohit, I mean, this narrative and this back and forth will continue. The question is what finally happens? What is the kind of government that comes? And will NDA 3.0 be dramatically different from a policy perspective in terms of the reform path that we're already on? I mean, one of the theories that I'm hearing, and Manisha Priyam was saying this earlier, is Chandrababu Naidu is known as a reformer himself. Nitish Kumar has not been anti-reform, with the focus, of course, being on Bihar. So, in that sense, it's not really that all the leaders are on a different page.
Well, there's going to be a lot of changes, and beginning with if Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes over, the government himself, and they decide that he should be the Prime Minister, most probably that will happen. You will see a new Modi. You will see a Modi who is much softer, much nicer to his alliance partners, and handles things in a totally different way. Apart from that, on the economic front, also important for all of us, the policy issues will change a lot. You right now see the onion farmers agitating in Maharashtra, farmers agitating in Punjab and other places, mainly because of policy issues, mainly because of the restrictions they have on exports, other things. Now, people like Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar and others are going to intervene into that. You see a lot of restrictions on food habits. Somebody like Mamata Banerjee is going to change that. You see a lot of liberalization in terms of land acquisitions, very important for all of us. Somebody like Mamata Banerjee will put restrictions on that.
So Rohit, you're convinced Mamata Banerjee is coming to the NDA. You're speaking of them, and I caught that you're speaking of them in the same breath as Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu. And on the first, you'd also talked about don't be surprised with changes in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray was also, one of the question marks of what happens next. Yeah. So the game, the state of play is still open.
I don't know, but I don't think Uddhav Thackeray will go. I don't think Uddhav Thackeray will, I'm sure that there might be some kinds of attempts made from the BJP side in case required. Right now, if Chandrababu and, Nitish come, that will be good enough with independents and others. If Mamata turns towards them, leans towards them, it will be even better. And I don't think they will need Uddhav Thackeray. But even if they approach Uddhav Thackeray, in case they want to, I don't think he will go. But the point is, we can look forward to a lot of policy-related changes and a lot of things changing in terms of economic policies and other things.
All right.
Tamanna, I have to join another show.
That's okay. Rohit, thanks for being with us. We're cutting across to the Congress press conference right now.
Right, in fact, Mallikarjun Kharge speaking over there. Let's quickly go across and see what he's saying.
इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ।
So that, of course, is the Congress president over there talking at the Congress headquarters. We're, of course, expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak. But let's go across right now to Aditi Fadnis, who's now joining us. Good evening, Aditi. Thanks for joining in. Aditi, what's your sense of what Modi 3.0 is going to look like? Now, clearly, the BJP is still the largest party with the biggest footprint. Perhaps, however, the dynamics of the new coalition are going to be different.
You're quite right, and they are going to be different. We are going to see the BJP much more dependent on alliance partners. The demands of the alliance partners will have to be conceded.
I'm so sorry. We'll just come back to you. I think Rahul Gandhi is speaking at that press conference. We'll quickly cut in.
दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे, क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया, और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है। लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी, और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी, और यह सच साबित हुआ। मुझ में भरोसा था, और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की। सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया, और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा हम एक होकर लड़े। दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे?
All right. Going back to Aditi right now. Aditi, we were talking about the new contours, if she's still with us, about this a new government that we are looking at. Give us a sense of the pushes and the pulls that will be there perhaps in the third session of Modi 3.0.
Well, this is not a strong and resurgent Narendra Modi that we are looking at. We are looking at a Narendra Modi who is full of conviction, but still quite weakened by the bad performance of his party in some states. So he will be obviously dependent on alliance partners and will have to tailor the agenda of the BJP accordingly. As far as I can tell, some of the things like the issues which touch the states will have to be tackled very judiciously and with a lot of sensitivity. There is the amendments to the Electricity Act which are going to come up, which will allow multiplicity of discoms. The states have been opposing most vociferously. That is going to be an issue. There are going to be other issues regarding GST. The Kerala government is very blunt about what it expects the center to do. I think it's taken the center to court also. So all these disputes are going to resurface, and the parliamentary role of the Congress is going to be much more vociferous. Obviously, it has a bigger presence. The states have a bigger presence. So all in all, you will have, I think, a much more conciliatory federal government towards the states.
Now, Aditi, of course, Chandrababu Naidu and JDU are going to be the big partners for the BJP. As you know, they look set to form the next government. How do you see that, particularly, JDU, Bihar, Nitish Kumar is not really known to be someone who sticks by the decisions he's made. We've seen him in the past, change sides. How much of a challenge do you think that is going to be for for the NDA government?
I think the NDA government should be reassured that Nitish Kumar is probably going to stay with the NDA this time. That said, the process of hollowing out happens, and we have to see the moves that the BJP will make towards both the Telugu Desam party as well as the Janata Dal United. Because, without going into the personal private details, I think that Nitish Kumar's health is not what it used to be. His levels of energy are also lower, and a lot of his political work is being handled by bureaucrats, both serving and retired. So now we have to see how that will play out. Basically the contours of the levers of power will, I think, change.
Right now, also Aditi, quick, what's your sense about Chandrababu Naidu? If we were to talk about, 8 months ago, everybody had written him off, but here he is, the comeback man, becoming the Chief Minister for Andhra Pradesh for the 4th time. He's going to be very key to the next government at the center. How do you see his resurgence?
Chandrababu Naidu has gone through many incarnations. In this incarnation, I think he's going to rededicate himself to creating Andhra Pradesh, and there are a lot of challenges there. There's a problem of the capitals. The state doesn't have a capital. Although there's a lot of welfare schemes that have been carried out by the previous government, there's a whole lot of things that have been left incomplete. So I think that is what will consume him. He will need the center's help, and presumably that is the price that the center will have to pay for his support.
Right, you mentioned Amravati, of course. Now it's back in the news. We are hearing that he's going to likely to be taking oath in Amravati. That's at least the plan. So perhaps, the capital will remain, might just again be Amravati. But what I also wanted to understand from you is how do you see the issue of, continuity. Now, that's something that's worried many people. How will the reforms continue? Because the BJP clearly has a reduced majority. But, you know, the people who are partnering with the BJP will still be seen as being keen on reforms. The TDP, for one, you know, Chandrababu Naidu himself is known as a reformist. So how do you see the policies continuing?
Chandrababu Naidu is not in that sense a faithless alliance partner. He's not capricious as long as you don't irritate him too much. So if you leave him alone and do whatever he expects you to do, I don't think he will be an unreliable partner, and he will support more or less what you want to do. He will in fact give you more suggestions on what the states need. Hopefully he will bring a calming touch to the BJP's rather fraught relations with state governments.
Right, you know, what are your thoughts on what we've seen in West Bengal? You know, quite a bit of a surprise, given that pollsters hadn't expected Mamata Banerjee to do so well. She has done quite well, and she's actually stumped everybody.
Well, I think in Parliament, the situation will become quite interesting now, because the BJP cannot take the opposition for granted anymore. It cannot arbitrarily chuck members of the opposition out of the house and suspend them and so on and so forth. I'm not sure about the dynamic of the Trinamool Congress and the rest of the Congress-led opposition. We have to see how that works out. That will be, I think, quite important in the way the opposition works. So I think Parliament will become a very much more interesting place than it was earlier.
All right, Aditi, do stay on with us. We slip into a very short break, but when we return, we are going to be talking a bit more about the numbers that have been thrown up and what Modi 3.0 could look like.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 20.
Welcome back. You're watching India Decides 2024, and we're going to be looking at Modi 3.0 with the BJP having becoming the largest political party at this point in time. Aditi Fadnis continues to be with us. Aditi, very interesting story being played out in Maharashtra. Now, you know, the India Alliance actually is leading in Maharashtra as opposed to the alliance that was formed and led by the BJP. What's your sense of what's happening in Maharashtra? And, you know, with elections, assembly elections, perhaps in October or later towards the end of the year, do you see things changing drastically here?
I think the assembly elections are going to be quite different from the Lok Sabha elections. And possibly the performance of the BJP, which left something to be desired in the Lok Sabha, is probably going to be much better in the assembly elections. But we have to see there are a whole lot of issues in Maharashtra. There is a problem of water. There is a problem of development. There are some pockets which are highly developed, but farmer suicides continue. So these are all the issues that the government has to address itself on. And at least Maharashtra has shown that people can think and articulate their grievances quite intelligently in an election. I happened to go to Vidarbha during the election campaign, and I saw for myself the kind of issues that people were posing before the government. So unless the state government really exerts itself, I fear that the BJP, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar alliance could face challenges.
All right, Aditi, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. So obviously, a lot will depend on how the new alliance shapes up. We'll know more as and when those meetings actually take place. New Delhi is where all those meetings have begun already. We've seen the senior leadership of the BJP in a huddle. We've also just had a press conference from the Congress party. So lots up in the air yet. But at this point in time, it does almost seem certain that Modi 3.0 will be returning. The numbers, just for viewers, finally, we are looking at the NDA perhaps forming the next government. The numbers are in their favor. We slip into a very short break here on our special broadcast, India Decides 2024. When we return, we'll be bringing you more. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
আমি এরকম যতটা পেরেছি শারদ পাওয়ারকেও করেছি, যতটা পেরেছি যাদের ফোনে পেয়েছি ধরতে, এমনকি রাহুলকেও আমি কংগ্রেস মেসেজ পাঠিয়েছি, যদিও মেবি দে ওয়ার বিজি ফর ইলেকশন, কিন্তু এখনো পর্যন্ত ওরা কারোর সাথে আমাদের কন্ট্যাক্ট করেনি, না করলেও আমাদের কোনো যায় আসে না। আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই মনে আছে, আপনারা অনেক সময় আমাকে আন্ডার এস্টিমেট করেন। আমি কি বলেছিলাম, তোমাদের 2টো সিট দিচ্ছি, তোমাদের একটাও এমএলএ নেই, 2টো সিটেই জিতে যাবে। আর আমি বলেছিলাম তোমরা ইন্ডিয়ার সাথে অ্যাডজাস্টটা করো সবার সাথে, তাহলে তুমি 100 সিট পাবে। আমার কথাটা মিলেছে কি মেলেনি? मिला कि नहीं मिला? किसका गेन हुआ है? देश का गेन हुआ है। हमको कहा था देश रहने दो, मोदी को जाने दो। बिजनेसमैन के ऊपर इतना टॉर्चर। कल आपने देखा है शेयर मार्केट में क्या हुआ, कौन किया है? बीजेपी किया है। रुपया किसका है? बीजेपी का जान पहचान का आदमी का है। हम शेयर बाजार नहीं समझते हो कि हम एक कॉमन फैमिली से है, ये मेरे को जानकारी में नहीं है। लेकिन आज इतना जाति करने का बाद भी, इतना एट्रोसिटीज करने का बाद भी, इतना रुपया खर्चा करने का बाद भी, मोदी जी का इतना अहंकार, इतना अमित शाह का अहंकार, इतना बीजेपी का अहंकार, इतना चीफ मिनिस्टर को लेके हर जगह में जैसे वो डाटा सबको थ्रेट किया। हमारा स्टेट में ऑल लीडर को थ्रेट किया फोन में, हमारा स्टेट में हर काउंसिलर को थ्रेट किया, हमारा स्टेट में हर एमएलए को थ्रेट किया। किसी का पास तो रुपया भी भेजा, वो तो हमारा जानकारी में है, 2-3 सीट में वो हम इंक्वायरी करके लेंगे। लेकिन बात ये बड़ा है, इतना जाति करने का बाद भी इंडिया जीता है और मोदी हारा है। आप देखिए जो अयोध्या लेके ऐसा कांड किया है, अयोध्या में हारा है। मोदी जी का सीट में क्या है? पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हारा था। मैंने जो सुना, पहले तो 5 लाख वोट में जीता था, अभी क्या हुआ? इतना अहम बात किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारा लिए भी ठीक नहीं है। हम तो आज इतना आशीर्वाद जनता को मिला है कि हमारा सिर हम नीचू करने चाहते हैं। हम जनता को कहने चाहती हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का भाषा में कि हमार माथा নত করে দাও कि তোমার চরণ দুলার তলে সকল অহংকার হে আমার ডুবাও চোখের জলে। আমাদের কোনো কৃতিত্ব নেই, সবটাই মানুষের কৃতিত্ব। আমি মানুষের চোখের ভাষা বুঝি। 2.5 মাস 3 মাস ধরে কোনো ইলেকশন চলতে পারে না। যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে, বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত, একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি, একবার লোকসভা, একবার विधानसभा, একবার बाई इलेक्शन, तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है। तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है, 147 MP को एक्सपेल करके, वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा। इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला। 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता। आप लोगों को पता है ना? पता है तो ना, पता नहीं है? जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है। हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हरा दिया है रुपया देके, मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूँगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा। जो जगह में हम जीता उसमें हम जनता को कहेंगे दे आर द मैन ऑफ द मैच। हम आज का चुनाव में इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो रोल है, हम कहने चाहूँगी कि ये बीजेपी का कमीशन का तरह काम किया। दे आर जस्ट लाइक हिज मास्टर वॉइस ऑफ बीजेपी। जो कंप्लेन किया वो काम किया। हम रिकाउंटिंग चाहते हैं तो नहीं देता है। बीजेपी को क्यों दिया रिपोर्ट, हमको क्यों नहीं देते हैं? इसका मतलब यही होता है वो चालाकी से मोदी का सीट और 10 बड़ा बढ़ाने चाहते हैं। लेकिन प्लीज याद रखिए,
Mamata Banerjee, as fiery as ever, But let's go across from that winner to the big loser perhaps in South India today, Maria, Jagan Mohan Reddy and the YSRCP. This is what he said a short while ago.
పోరాటాలు చేయడం అంతకన్నా కొత్త కాదు. నా రాజకీయ జీవితం అంతా కూడా ప్రతిపక్షంలోనే గడిపా. ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాలు తప్ప పోరాటాలే చేశా. రాజకీయ జీవితంలో ఎవడు చూడని కష్టాలు కూడా అనుభవించా. ఇప్పుడు అంతకన్నా కష్టాలు ఏదైనా పెట్టినా కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాం, సిద్ధంగా ఎదుర్కొంటాం. ఆల్ ది వెరీ బెస్ట్ గవర్నమెంట్లోకి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
A brief press conference there by the outgoing Chief Minister, who has actually tendered his resignation just short while back. He has resigned already.
Yes, Mamta, and he was somebody who, you know, he fixed his date of swearing in and everything else before the results came. They were extremely confident, the YSRCP.
Perhaps misplaced confidence, Jagata, will you say that?
Yeah, I mean, misplaced, yes, and also, you know, I mean, it was quite brewing. You know, I mean, this is something that Andhra was a very clear case, which nobody sort of had any doubt about in the last couple of months. But nobody thought it would get Roger like this.
He never thought that he was going to get swept out like this in terms of it. Yes, Manu Sundaram also joins us of the DMK there, Maria, from Chennai. Look, Manu, while it seems to be good in Tamil Nadu, the NDA still has won 1 seat. Overall, the national picture, the DMK was one party which was actually hoping that they would have a shot at power in Delhi again after 10 years. Is that door closed with the numbers that you see on the screen?
Well, unless Veeraraghav, you or somebody in the BJP who are not at all connected to you has letters of support from Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, I think all doors and windows are still open very much. Today, we are still yet very far from final results. We will know probably in another couple of hours, maybe even longer, depending on how close this election goes. But it clearly is a rejection of a single party majority. I think that not even the BJP can deny at the moment. This is a rejection of 2019's mandate. It is, a repudiation of the 2019 mandate. If anything, NDA trends as of now point towards an NDA majority. And I say that with great care and caution because NDA at the moment includes Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. Now, Mr. Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu...
Butting in. I know the point you're making, but I'm asking you this. Look, the Congress is at 99, the BJP is at 240. In 2004, when you got together, the Congress was at 145. Look, you know, with such a huge margin for the BJP as the single largest party, the best that the INDIA alliance could do is to build itself as a robust opposition.
I think it's a bit premature to decide who's going to be in opposition. Like I said, unless letters of support have been given to the President of India, and that is what the Constitution and Representation of People Act 1951 require, and that is what the Supreme Court under SR Bommai versus Union 1994 also says.
Manu,
do you have a single do you have a party with absolute
for the moves
majority?
and counter moves of various political parties? Rahul Gandhi's press conference also gave some indications that they could get in touch. But Mr. Naidu is going to come to Delhi tomorrow for the NDA meet. So will Nitish Kumar be traveling. At the moment, we really do not know whether he comes or not. Because let's not forget that Nitish was not there for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's nomination ceremony. You know,
it's just, Maria, what Manu is saying is purely an indication of how the allies are thinking as well. I think some of the allies will like look at what chance is there, right, Manu? Very quickly on Tamil Nadu before we let you go. On the results in Tamil Nadu itself, the NDA is still about 16% vote share, which is quite a bump in terms of vote share down there in Tamil Nadu. Is that a worry as you head into an assembly election?
It is actually a drop of 3.5% from 2014. So what you're saying is the 10 years of Modi government, Modi Amit Shah brand of politics has actually resulted in 3.5% drop in the BJP vote share here. The actual BJP alone vote share is about 10.7%. Congress is 10.8%, DMK 26%, and ADMK 21%. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still about the Dravidian parties. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still a place where BJP will never get a toehold. And this has been the story in 2014, 19, and 2024. So after 15 years, essentially, after we complete another 5 years, I don't really see any great change in the BJP's fortunes. And I think the people who projected themselves as BJP's stalwarts and Chanakyas here in Tamil Nadu themselves have tasted defeat today. And I see all of this must be seen in the context of how opposition parties have fought this election with one, if not both hands tied to the back.
Yes.
The Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, the Election Commission, the media.
Understand the big picture, the all India picture. And Sandeep Shastri, even as we wait for the first response from the party which has won, which is the single largest party, and the coalition which has actually crossed the majority mark, we have heard from the opposition sides. We have heard particularly from Rahul Gandhi, who has said that he'll wait for his alliance partners to really come up with whether they would be actually making attempt at government formation. But I think would you say that that's a call that should be taken or not taken? A robust opposition.
Maria, we have had
power is always snatched.
We have had several governments formed which are alliance governments.
Yes.
But remember, it's only 1999 and maybe 2009 when you had a pre-election coalition actually forming the government, and this is only the third time it is happening. That if it happens, it's the third time that a pre-election coalition has got a majority. In all the other occasions, the coalition was formed after the results were announced. After the results were announced. So there is a little more stability in a pre-election coalition because there will have to be a lot of answers to be given if certain key players within the NDA decide to move out of it into another alliance immediately after the results are announced. So in that sense, being a pre-election coalition, there is a little more stability in terms of numbers.
And also the single largest party at 240.
80% of the seats.
By a mile and a half. Sanjay Pugalia also joins us, Editor-in-Chief. Sanjay, those numbers on your screen, we had the DMK reacting, you heard the Congress speaking out, we haven't still heard from the BJP. How do you see those numbers on the screen?
If we keep our opinion aside and look at very neat, clean, cold fact, then it is a historic win of the incumbent. With simple majority, NDA will be back in power. This is a hat-trick by a Prime Minister Modi-led government. And that is the biggest important message of this mandate, that Indian democracy is thriving and vibrant and robust, where you are seeing such a mandate, such a great election. I actually, rather than speaking more, I have come and joined this panel when I saw these three wise people here, which is Sugata, Sandeep and Manisha. I thought I should come and get some insights from them. And I want to ask Sugata, how does he sees this mandate? Is it not a historic mandate? If it is, how? It is a historic mandate. Nobody can dispute the fact that it is a third term. It's, he has already been in power for 10 years. There should have been much more anti-incumbency, should have been routed out, swept out of the power. But that has not happened. If you still look at the numbers that are trickling in, BJP is the single biggest bloc at 240. And Congress is 140 seats behind. So in that sense, and with, as Shastriji just mentioned, in terms of a coalition, it is a pre-poll coalition. So you made seat arrangements. You fought without putting up your candidates. So there is also a kind of obligation on the part of the coalition partner to remain faithful to the original alliance. Otherwise, it will start creating problems. Say, for instance, even a very small party like JDS in Karnataka, if it's tomorrow starts switching back into the Congress fold, I think there'll be a backlash there. They'll be completely gone. Their 13-14% that remains will also be wiped out. So similarly, I think Nitish did a somersault quite recently. I mean, even if Nitish wants to go back, will Lalan Singh want to go back? No, that's the kind of question that props up inside a political party like the JDU.
So another theory that is doing round, what if Mr. X or Y switch sides? Do you think it is possible, Sandeep ji? Because my understanding is NDA, BJP is much more pragmatic and accommodative in managing coalition partners. History tells you that. And see the flexibility and the sharpness of the current BJP leadership. They formed these three alliances: Deve Gowda, Nitish Kumar and Naidu at the fag end of their term. So they understood something. They had a strategy in mind. What if things go wrong? What is my plan B? And these three new alliances has helped BJP where BJP is today. Sandeep ji.
Yeah. And as you say, of the three alliances, two of the alliances you are the senior partner and one you are the junior partner. And the aim of all the three alliances was to challenge the opponent who had the potential of doing better in the Lok Sabha election when it was to be held, and they succeeded in that particular mission in all the three cases. Now, given the fact that as of now, the BJP accounts for 80% of the NDA, the number of seats it has accounts for 80% of the NDA, this would be an alliance which is very different from previous alliances. We have had previous coalition governments where the largest party or the party from which the Prime Minister came was like a first among equals among all the parties. Now this coalition, when it is formed in terms of if it were to come to power, would be a coalition with a dominant partner and other junior partners as part of the coalition. Now, it will depend on the political dexterity of the leadership as to how they assuage the sentiments which there will be of the junior partners, maybe a Bihar package, maybe a special benefit to Andhra where they are being, government is being formed. So all that would be part of that negotiation that goes on.
One more question before Veera and Maria starts having some more conversation on the same topic is this to Manisha ji. What is the message from greatest Indian democracy today? Under a Modi-led government, this election happened and adversaries were talking about Loktantra ko khatra hai and Samvidhan ko khatra hai. Should we not acknowledge the fact that a Modi-led India has delivered such a pure mandate, such a pure election?
So thanks very much, Sanjay ji, and also I've been traditionally asked the woman question for asking me a politics question and a democracy question. My firm answer is that from this election, the first thanks goes out to the Honorable Supreme Court of India, but even more to the Election Commission that has held the faith and trust. People of this country repose their faith in the Election Commission of India and want to deeply thank the Election Commission for having held our faith and trust even in troubled moments. That's very clear. Now let me also make a few political comments, and which is that undoubtedly the BJP has come back as the largest party in numbers, and I did over the last 15 days or so hear some political consultants or the others say things like brand Modi has gone down, etc. My fieldwork in the poorest areas of Bihar have told me, and these are even in seats where the BJP is not winning, poor women have responded by saying that they have benefited from Jan Dhan, from Ujjwala. So today the victors and the near victors, all of them may hear that the India's poorest electorate and the women on the margins are not rejecting leaders that they trust has delivered to them. Even Nitish Kumar, for example, much maligned for his political moves, they were all contingent and strategic moves. Now he's trusted by the women of India, and he's proved and performed and proven that the hypothesis about him that the JDU will not deliver is absolutely wrong. All the cadaver netas of the RJD today will believe, the BJP today believe and understand that they owe their victory to Nitish Kumar and a coalition of the poor who are also called Pichdas. I think we should drop that name. We should call them the Samans. I would like to also say that the important chief ministers, Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, are pro-reform chief ministers. Chandrababu Naidu, a much-loved boy, a globalizer, brought in investments. When the Telugu-speaking
CEO of Andhra.
CEO of Andhra Pradesh. Also, Nitish Kumar, a much-loved political leader for a pro-poor but industry and investment-led climate. Remember, roads and electricity required investments. So the poor can also see a development model. And I think two globalizers, two development leaders by the side, our Prime Minister who believes in a policy reform-led governance model. It may be very different.
They would appear to be a more natural ally.
Yeah.
Sanjay ji, another point is that I think it will be good and gracious on the part of the Congress to now at least finally clarify that Indian democracy is well and working and not manipulated and the EVMs are rigged. You know, until yesterday they were saying all that.
Let's
be gracious on their part to openly say and send out a message to the world that we are up and alive and kicking.
Let's take that across to Saifuddin Soz.
Well, Saifuddin Soz isn't here. This is Salman Soz. Your guest coordinator should know.
Saifuddin Soz's father. No?
Salman, go ahead.
So, I think you people in this studio may be living in an alternate universe. As far as we are concerned, this election has a resounding message, which is basically a rejection of brand Modi. If you cannot see it, I cannot blame you. But from where we sit, this is an election that before this election, nobody in your studio or nobody in the country gave the opposition any chance. Opinion polls were talking about, this is pre-election, opinion polls were talking about the Prime Minister and the alliance, the NDA, getting 360, 370 seats. And as the first phase came along, things shifted, things changed, because the reality, the ground reality was totally different. This whole narrative that the Prime Minister is all-conquering and invincible, brand Modi is incredible, global leadership, etc., it basically met resistance by the people who said, we will not let you talk about 400 par.
Okay.
The people who said that you come to us...
I have a point, sir. Salman bhai.
Sanjay bhai, let me finish. You spoke for all this time. I've been very patient. I waited for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Salman bhai, one sec. Just one simple question. I am a great admirer of your editorial skills and your wisdom. Simple question is, these are not the reference point of discussion that who projected what, who predicted what. Simple question is, you haven't got the mandate. The mandate is of continuity for NDA. Do you admit that?
Absolutely not. This is not. In fact, this is a significant defeat for the BJP. This is more significant than 2004. Let me explain to you why. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee did not exercise the kind of scorched earth politics that Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, routinely engaged in. For God's sake, they arrested 2 sitting chief ministers. The kind of control of media, the kind of money
Salman,
that this party has, more money than probably
today
the
is a
Elections
day,
are over.
Today is a day. The opposition,
no,
particularly the Congress,
over.
which is sitting at 99, has reasons to celebrate the institutions of India, the Election Commission of India, to talk about how robust is our democracy. Democracy is not in khatra. संविधान खतरे में नहीं है. So आज आपको बोलना चाहिए कि democracy safe है.
I'm sorry, you have to let me speak.
Yes.
Because I waited for all you people. You spoke, let me speak. Because there are 5-6 of you, let me speak. The point is, this election has been in some ways won despite the election commission that is appointed by the BJP. Not according to the directions of the Supreme Court.
Salman, I'm going to come back to you just a moment.
No. The issue is, Salman bhai, the issue is...
In Uttar Pradesh,
Congress has done... Salman bhai, Congress has done well. Look, Congress has done well. We at NDTV do not get into the shouting match. Congress has done well. We congratulate you, but elections are over. Please do not rant. Learn from your party president, Mr. Kharge. Show some decency in congratulating the Indian electorate.
Sanjay Bhai, in Uttar Pradesh, the highest vote margin of any candidate belongs to Rahul Gandhi, and the Prime Minister has a margin of 150,000 votes. If that is not rejection of brand Modi, what is
okay, then are you staking claim tomorrow? Are you staking claim tomorrow?
We will be talking.
What is the narrative you are building? No, Mr. Salman. Mr. Salman Soos, is Congress Party in India going to stake its claim to form the government tomorrow?
Why are you so upset? Tomorrow, the Congress Party and the India Alliance are going to meet, and we're going to chalk out our strategy. People of the country have spoken. Let the final results come out. All of you have to be patient, but this is a bigger defeat for the BJP than it was in 2004. The political implication of this election is incredibly important and much more significant.
Yes,
and
we'll certainly read all the political implications and perspective of this elections, because we have esteemed analysts here in the studio. I can bring in Uma now. Uma, we just heard from Jagan Reddy. There was a lot of confidence in his camp. Now he has conceded and has also tendered his resignation. We are being told that Mr. Naidu is expected in Delhi tomorrow to participate in the NDA meet which is going to take place.
Yes, indeed. The outgoing Chief Minister has had a press conference, and he has in fact said that he is quite clueless about why this happened, and he listed out all the welfare measures and doles to different segments of the population. So the big political lesson perhaps from Andhra Pradesh for the rest of the country and for the political parties across the country is that you cannot have only a welfare and dole-centric government, and that is not going to yield you the kind of electoral dividends that you would hope they would come if you are going to be focused on that. Chandrababu Naidu is the other big story, because he's won a spectacular win for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh, winning 136 out of the 144 seats that he has contested, and in a sense Janasena and Pawan Kalyan have done even better with a 100% strike rate, 21 out of 21 assembly seats it would appear, and 2 out of the 2 parliament seats as well, and managing to bring in the BJP as well in a state where they otherwise perhaps would not have had any seats at all. Yes, there was speculation through the day about whether Naidu will be kingmaker or whether he himself can in fact be Prime Minister. He has been kingmaker in the past.
My producer is saying that there is a big breaking news coming in. We will finally be seeing the first images of the Prime Minister, who is expected at the BJP headquarters at 7:45 when he will be addressing the party karyakartas, the BJP workers. It's been a tradition which has been followed at the BJP, at the new BJP ever since the new BJP headquarters at DDU, which is the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, was set up. Nikunj, it's going to be an important day for the party, an important hour when the Prime Minister addresses his party workers.
Well, Maria, we are just putting out this information because there was a lot of prevarication and talk about the fact that the Prime Minister or the BJP is going to have a celebratory function today. It has just been confirmed by the advanced security team of the Prime Minister that Prime Minister will reach the BJP headquarters at 7:45 p.m. today. So the ritual carries on. The Prime Minister will indeed address the BJP karyakartas workers, as you said. And timing is also now confirmed. In nearly 2 hours from now, the Prime Minister, in nearly an hour from now, the Prime Minister would be actually at the BJP headquarters. Obviously, the entire BJP blast would accompany him. In the message from the podium, what the Prime Minister is going to say will obviously list the future roadmap of the BJP's political action plan as the day of the counting draws to a close. So I'm reconfirming for our viewers once all over again, at 7:45 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at BJP's headquarters addressing and giving his thoughts out on the counting day performance of BJP and the NDA. Maria?
Yes, Nikunj, because the message is of continuity, the mandate is of continuity, and the man of the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters at 7:45. What will be his big message? I would ask all the panelists to make some kind of second guess, beginning with you, Sanjay sir. What is the big message which is coming from the Prime Minister? What do you anticipate at 7:45?
I generally don't get to read long notes, but I did read Prime Minister's notes from Kanyakumari when he went there for meditation. I recommend our political observers to read that note. He has made some very interesting remark that how he sees the future. You will find a reflection of that in today's speech. He will be underlining the historicity of this mandate. The third time a government in a country like India, where you have to handle hundreds of challenges in terms of people's aspiration. Mr. Modi has been given the mandate of continuity of this government. The mandate today in Lok Sabha is for the BJP and NDA, not for the opposition, which is very clear. So this is a mandate of continuity. And then, of course, I am expecting him to talk about how he has got this mandate and what he plans to do going ahead. I do not think Mr. Modi will be worrying too much about the local and state level factor because, as I said in the beginning, Maria, look at the importance of this mandate. In this chaotic democracy called India, a regime is getting third time clear mandate. What is the third time clear mandate? Is 272 for the pre-poll alliance, whichever that alliance is. So NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power. This is a mandate of continuity and this is what Mr. Modi is going to focus on, that for him it will be a business as usual. And of course, he will underline that now the next task is going for a very, very accelerated growth path. And that is what I am expecting him to say.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick word also, because you interviewed the Prime Minister. In that interview, he talked about gave the entire governance roadmap of Modi 3.0. You have a fair idea of how the things will take shape in the next few weeks and months. Do you think Mr. Modi will be talking about states, their roles, and particularly, let's not forget, sir, Odisha is going to be a big victory for the BJP. They're forming the government there.
Definitely, this point did not get much discussed, that victory in Odisha is emphatic and BJP has done pretty well there. Andhra Alliance worked very well for them. As far as the next agenda is concerned, I am very confident. How much he will elaborate today, I do not know. But cooperative federalism, working with coalition and going for high growth are going to be his catchphrases.
Right.
Cooperative federalism, working for high growth, scope, scale. I think these are the 3 S that he shared with you when he gave that interview to you. So thank you so much for joining us, Sandeep Shastri, Shaugato, and also Manisha Priyam. Thank you, Sanjay sir, for being with us in the studio. We are slipping into a short break, but this remains our top focus here on NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the man of the moment, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters. Let's not forget, history has been made today, and Mr. Modi will be talking about the scale of this victory of the BJP.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. how many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 25 to 44 years. And one more data. Based on the National Family Health Survey, urban women's involvement in key household decisions surged to 91% in 2019-2020 from just 49% in 2005 to 2006. So, women are now not only taking important financial decisions for their families, but also investing and saving.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards...
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future,
as we've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that'll help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Welcome back. Those numbers flashing on your screen, firming up. We expect Prime Minister Modi to reach the BJP office soon, but we'll also play that picture from Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party. Really, perhaps one of the big winners today in UP. Dimple Yadav there, holding her victory certificate. That's another fascinating story within story of this Indian election, Uttar Pradesh, and the reversals for the BJP there. Then you have Congress. You have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka, Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi showing the victory sign there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, had a press conference a short while ago saying they'll meet the India allies tomorrow to decide future course of action. But for the moment, let's go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is there at the BJP headquarters. Vasudha, take us through what's happening there. Take us through what's happening there, Vasudha.
I can't hear you.
Well, those are the pictures from the BJP headquarters there. The BJP claiming victory there. NDA at 291. The BJP by itself at 238. Down 65. Below. That's those pictures there from the BJP headquarters there in New Delhi. We can't go through to Vasudha right now. I think she's in the midst of all that noise. We'll try and go back to her in just a bit from now, 7:45. We believe the Prime Minister will reach that BJP office soon. So the BJP declaring a victory of the results. We'll take a short break. On the other side, much more coming up.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
you can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and it's been a very exciting and interesting day for those of us who follow politics and elections. And the results weren't quite what the exit polls had predicted, but as you can see on your screens there, the NDA at 291. So yes, Narendra Modi is going to form that record equaling third term. He's going to have that third consecutive term.
But the BJP's numbers there below 240. The opposition INDIA alliance are going to meet tomorrow. Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu will be key newsmakers as well. The Prime Minister expected, as Gargi mentioned, at the BJP headquarters in a bit from now.
Exactly, that's right, around 7:45. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. And the Congress addresses a media conference after their exceedingly good show. And Congress chief says that this is a moral loss for the Prime Minister. Mallikarjun Kharge says the credit goes to Rahul Gandhi.
ये जो रिजल्ट है ये जनता की जीत है। स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है।
Gets that majority, but the BJP falls short. The India bloc puts up an impressive show. The India bloc getting 233. Not one to waste time. The BJP moving to form the new government. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister call up Chandrababu Naidu, while BJP leaders go in a huddle at BJP President JP Nadda's house. The big upset, or rather the great showing has been, or great surprise has been, the Samajwadi Party, which has stunned with its best ever showing. The BJP retains the heartland but stumbles in Uttar Pradesh. And Amethi also the big talking point, with the Congress worker Kishori Lal there beating Union Minister Smriti Irani, who had the title of Giant Slayer. So now Kishori Lal, the Giant Slayer, Smriti Irani concedes defeat.
जो चुनाव जीते उन्हें मेरी ओर से बधाई। मैं आशा करती हूं कि हमने जितनी निष्ठा के साथ गांव-गांव जाकर जनता की सेवा की, उसी प्रकार से अमेठी की सेवा होती रहेगी।
And in Maharashtra, new allies drag the BJP down. The Ma Vikas Aghadi steals the march, and Pawar Senior trashes any rumors of talks with Naidu and Nitish. That buzz had already begun.
Right, so all those headlines, all the news playing out here, right here on NDTV, and as I said, all the big faces with their reactions coming up to that results. Slowly, you had Jagan Mohan Reddy, Mamta Banerjee, all of them reacting. Different states, different results
right.
that's down there.
And we're going to take a look at those results, also some of the surprises, how, the Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party did, also down south, the BJP opening its account in Kerala. But first, let's take a look at what was said at the press conference just a short while ago. The Congress addressing that press conference, and starting with Mallikarjun Kharge talking about that the results, this victory belongs to the people.
ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की।
ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their कल decide होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा alliance decide करेगा, बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे.
Right, that was the reactions at that press conference. We'll try and go and analyze this a bit more as we go along and also pick up the big newsmakers coming in at the moment. But Manisha Priyam here with us in the studio wanted a quick word on Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, you've got the, for the moment, the number is 8 for the BJP, 3 for the JMM, 2 for the INC. So that's up 3 seats for the UPA when compared to what it was in 2018.
3 plus 2, the JMM and the...
They were 2 last time.
Yeah, absolutely, 2 up. But the important part is that, you know, the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister Arjun Munda, very respected, very important Chief Minister and leader of the tribal area, and he fights the election from Khuti, which is where Birsa Munda has led his life and has gone to school. Now that Ulgulam has been lost by the BJP. A lot of the other tribal seats, this 3 plus 2 that you see, the wins of the India Alliance come from the tribal seats. And that's an important lesson going out to the BJP. Second election round now in the State Assembly for the Jharkhand Assembly and now in the Lok Sabha. Tribal seats having slipped out of the hands despite a very invigorated Babulal Marandi, Arjun Munda combination tribal leadership of the BJP. So that's a very important lesson.
And that's
here.
interesting because there was anti-incumbency, against him, and then he got jailed, and it seems to have, sparked
There's
that
also
sympathy.
something called the Patalgadi movement. The BJP had tried the whole agenda of having a non-tribal chief minister for Jharkhand, which could lead to a BJP model of governance and development, wherein there would be land acquisition, etc. That's something the tribals resisted, and you saw that they were voted out.
It's important that you make that. Ashok Gehlot is speaking, we believe. Let's cut across to that.
But yes, he's, there you can see from the hospital bed.
That's right.
केंद्र में सरकार बनाने का दावा पेश करने जितना, चूंकि अब तक तो इतने सहयोगी और आप सबकी कांग्रेस की सीटें मिलाकर इतनी नहीं हुई, तो क्या दावा पेश करेंगे आप लोग?
देखिए, बात तो खड़गे साहब और राहुल ही कह चुके हैं, कोई भी फैसला होगा ओपन रखा, सब ऑप्शन को ओपन रखे, तो फैसले होंगे वो कल जो मीटिंग होगी इंडिया ब्लॉक की, उन सब पार्टनर से बात करके विश्वास में लेकर फैसले होंगे.
कुछ सीटें और आपकी बढ़े, उसको लेकर भी चर्चा?
Interesting,
that's
Veera,
a fascinating
because
state, right?
no, he has
Garg?
a slip disc, so we were told that's why he's not, coming out. We're not seeing him out and
But
about.
he's still
but
from the
still
hospital
from the
bed, sending a
hospital
message
bed.
that we'll all decide tomorrow.
In this moment of the Congress having done, much better than expected, and we
That's
have
right.
Mahima Singh and Tom Vadikan also joining us. Mahima Singh, first you, and I know this is the question I think was asked at the press conference, and again Mr. Gehlot said, but yes, a lot of speculation about whether the India bloc is going to, make that bid for. Forming the numbers, whether, phone calls are being made, something Sharad Pawar also actually denied.
Jai Hind. First of all, we thank the people of India for having shown their trust in the constitutional values, having stood up to the occasion to safeguard the democracy, the constitutional values, and ousted and weakened the power the tyranny, power of tyranny that was being brought in this country by the BJP. The people have not given mandate to a single party. And I think, you see, there are possibilities, manifold indeed. And as Rahul Gandhi ji has indicated, it is to be seen tomorrow after all our partners meet. Of course, as Jairam Ramesh ji indicated earlier, some partners of the NDA also have been in touch with us. So let's wait and watch in the next couple of days what is to unfold. But one thing is for sure, tyranny has been defeated, Man Ki Baat, Modi Ki Guarantee has been defeated. It is the true power of the people of this country that has thrived over the power of, the negative power of hatred and divisiveness.
Tom Vadikan, as I get a response from you for that comment, your home state is possibly one of the few states where the BJP can smile today because you made entry into Kerala.
Well, the green shoots are all over the place, and if you see the vote, the number of votes what we got in Trivandrum, I mean it's extraordinary. It's never happened, and the difference in Alathur was about 5,000 votes. So I think it's the beginning of, I think, a good journey. Now, overall, I would only like to comment that this reminds me of a sociological text by M.N. Srinivasan called Continuity and Change. The data presented before us by the People's Court is essentially for continuity and change. Okay. Continuity for the present government to continue.
I'm sorry to butt in, sir, but I'll have to go across to the Congress headquarters where my colleague Sunil Prabhu is waiting. Sunil, we just heard Ashok Gehlot speak from his hospital bed. I believe you have Sachin Pilot with you.
That's right. Ashok Gehlot's son has lost Vaibhav Gehlot by nearly 2 lakh votes, and somebody who's also been campaigning in the state of Rajasthan and been, very responsible for a number of those victories. Sachin Pilot, many congratulations. How do you look at the verdict?
Thank you very much. I think the takeaway from the counting and the results so far is quite clear. It's that the governance provided by the BJP ND for the last 10 years has not got a thumbs up from the people. The numbers, the coalition, government formation, what will happen, the next few days will tell. But the real takeaway is that the sense of arrogance that seeped into the ruling party and the way in which people have voted clearly shows that there's a pushback, and despite getting some numbers, it is not what was claimed. You see, the bar was set so high, 300 par, 400 par, 500 par, and ultimately what happened was that in the strongholds, there's been a strong pushback by the voters. So this election was fought on issues for the people, and the Congress and the India Alliance was clearly focused on enunciating those issues, not the religious issues, not the fear-mongering and not the unparliamentary language being used, but focus on farmers, young people, jobs, inflation, real issues of this country. And people have actually, I think, given us the response that we were expecting. Like I said, tomorrow I think the India Alliance partners will meet and take a call on what the future course of action should be. But just the numbers so far indicate that the kind of management and the kind of exit polls that were projected and the kinds of narrative that was being thrust upon the people, that's been clearly not accepted by the majority of people.
And do you think somewhere down the line the Congress as well as the India Alliance should try to form government, even though the numbers are not completely entirely for you at this stage?
I think it's too early to comment on those things because we fought this election as a coalition. So it's wrong for any one party to speak out of line. I think once the leaders meet tomorrow and take a considered view as to what the numbers are, what is required to be done, we will do that. Whatever may be the outcome of that discussion tomorrow. But today, just since the morning, what we've witnessed really is, I think, the sort of complacency that we were seeing is not something people of India like. They prefer humility than arrogance, and they prefer delivery and sort of connect. And in India, what we saw in the last few years, that the gap between the rich and poor kept increasing. The misuse of agencies, bundling of chief ministers into prisons, the real misuse of government machinery and undermining of institutions, really important issue. And people genuinely, I think, were quite right in thinking that if you give someone too much power or some party too much leeway, they will try and then misuse it. And I think that message has resounded in the results so far.
Some would say, sir, that a person like you, I mean, after the Gandhis, you were most sought after, and this is I verified with the Congress headquarters, that, for being most sought after across India for campaigning. What do you feel really ensured? Is it that, the index of opposition unity? Because this is in many ways an unexpected victory in the way, things that...
According to media channels, but all of us for the last few months knew that, when you start doing excessive stuff, people don't like that. And I must tell you, when Mr. Gandhi did his walk across, the length and breadth of this country, the kinds of interactions he'd had and the kind of response we saw, and the connect with the people and enthusiasm, the workers were enthusiastic. And what really works is on the polling day, your Congress party worker, are they enthused or not? And just to set an example, in states where people were thinking BJP will get 100% seats, they're less than half. So it's a clear indication. And I think someone somewhere should take moral responsibility for what has transpired today. I think the campaign that Mr. Gandhi did, Mr. Kharge did, Priyanka ji, of course. So we all worked hard. All of us worked hard. But I think our campaign, our manifesto, and to be honest with you, during the entire campaign, no one knew what the BJP manifesto says. It was the Congress manifesto, for whatever reason, became talk of the town because they were real people's issues. So the campaign, the narrative, the hard work that leaders and the workers put in, and I think the opposition coming together itself, sent a very strong message to people that there is an alternative, right? And I think the kind of attacks that were made on leaders, agencies were misused, parties were broken, all that, I think this election results so far indicates that all of that is not acceptable to the wise voters of this country.
One final question about Rajasthan. How do you view that victory in the sense, it's not really a thing, you just got 10 or 11 seats.
We're leading 11
seats. Yeah, so that's clearly an indication that things haven't gone well for the BJP because they didn't put Vasundhara. Is it beyond that, or how do you look at it?
I think there are multiple reasons, but in Rajasthan and also in Haryana, the Congress party has done well. We fought a very good election. Our candidate selections were very good. And even though, like
you all work together also.
We all work together. I think this is a much larger election. It's not about individuals. But Rajasthan, our campaign and the new government that's been there for 4, 5, 6 months really left no impression on the people. And all the promises made, etc. As you know, Rajasthan, we win one election, we lose one election. Alternate karte hain hum log wahan pe. But this time, despite having a new government, I think they were not able to. There are multiple power centers and all pulls and pressures. But the Congress selection of candidates, our campaigning, the issue that we took up, Agniveer, farmers' issues, they are really important issues to people in the Hindi heartland. And the results in Rajasthan show that.
So here you have it, Sachin Pilot, who has really helped the Congress party, apart from the Gandhis, campaigning across the length and breadth of this country, being able, speaking to us and explaining to us what are the issues, not yet committing on whether they'll came for that government formation, but India Alliance partners will definitely be working through the night to try to get coalition, many people to be part of that alliance.
But what's the sense you're picking up, Sunil? Because one of the, from when you heard Rahul Gandhi in the press conference, he turned around and said, this was a battle to protect the constitution we did. You have some of the allies pushing it, but at 100, Sunil, and BJP at 240, 238, 240, it's still 1.5 miles away from single party majority. Even in 2004, the Congress was at 145. What's the sense you're picking up? Is it really working towards that, or Is this just a way to say that we want to keep the cohesive alliance going as a strong opposition, so we will consult our partners before deciding?
I think they're trying to keep the coalition partners together. 130. If you talk about 2004, it was 145, 138. At that time, here, of course, you're right, 240 to 100. But please remember, the Congress party, for the first time in independent India, has only contested in 328 seats, and after that, 2 had already been given to Surat as well as Indore, where you saw what has happened. So it's in that backdrop that the index of opposition unity is very different, and that is the pre-poll alliance has really been able to do wonders in terms of working, especially as Sachin pointed out, in Rajasthan as well as, of course, in Uttar Pradesh.
Sorry, Gargi, Sunil, if you have still Sachin Pilot with you, just one quick question. Is the choice between a strong opposition vis-a-vis a weak and unstable government, is that the choice that the Congress has to make now?
Sachin, there's a question from the studio. Would you prefer a weak government or a strong opposition? Because, if you have a coalition, if the India Alliance does forge an alliance, it's going to be, back to UPA 1 without that full numbers. You don't have, a very strong single largest party.
It's not about my preference. It's the verdict of the people. What will come out of it, we will only know tomorrow once the meeting happens of the India Alliance. But a coalition can be strong or weak, depends on who's leading it and what circumstances there are. And I always feel that we should have a strong opposition no matter which party it is. So it's very clear that tomorrow, once we all sit down together and figure out what the best way forward, not just for us, but for the country, what needs to be done, what are the options, what are the final numbers, it's far too early to speak. And I think Mr. Gandhi and Mr. Kharge very clearly said that unless we speak to our partners, I think it's decency demands that we have a clear, open-hearted discussion with the leaders of our alliance and then take a final call.
So here you have it, no clear answer, because it's extremely difficult, and I think anybody would like to be absolutely sure, whoever is joining, who is going to get what ministry, what is the kind of cabinet that is going to be formed. You have to be absolutely clear at any particular stage, and there are a lot of contradictions that will take place, and it's in that context that the India Alliance will have to forge and see whether they'll work as an opposition or try to form a government. Ultimately, it is the president who will have to call the single largest party poll formation, and in that case, it will be the NDA which will be asked to first form a government. That's been the convention since President K.R. Narayanan. And it has been followed by successive presidents after that.
If we can now just talk about the current results and about Chhattisgarh. If you can get Sachin to respond, what's gone wrong there? Chhattisgarh, just 1 seat, 10 have gone to the NDA.
What happened in Chhattisgarh? What's the reason for why the Congress didn't do well?
Well, Chhattisgarh, we had 2 seats in the last election. And historically, Chhattisgarh, since the state was formed, we haven't gotten more than 2 or 3 seats out of 11. So this time we were hoping to better that score, but we haven't. We've got 1 seat, and the other one, it's a 2,000 vote difference. Counting is still on. We were hoping to do better, but I think Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, both states, we need to work harder because we didn't make any progress in Madhya Pradesh either. So organizationally, politically, some things need to be tinkered with and made better. We'll certainly do that in the future. But like I keep saying, the Congress as a political party, we should, and we have been focusing on states. Once you win, we won the Telangana elections and Karnataka election, Himachal election. When you win the state elections, it really gives a momentum for the workers across the country to work harder for the national elections. So I think moving forward, we have to start focusing on winning back states. I think that really adds to the strength of the organization.
So it's back to ground zero in terms of in Chhattisgarh to try to because it's Bhupesh Baghel couldn't even retain even though he tried that.
You see,
which has traditionally been a BJP.
Chhattisgarh, we lost the state assembly elections by a margin of 1.5% votes. So it wasn't a huge difference. We were not able to form the government. But the difference of vote share was 1.5%. It wasn't that much. But in the Lok Sabha elections, I was hoping we'll do better than what we've done. We will certainly have a talk with the leaders of the state and see what best can be done. But both these states, I think a lot of work needs to be done, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh.
So thank you. And that's Sachin Pilot for you speaking to us.
All right. Thanks so much for that, Sunil, and taking back all those questions, back and forth. But let's go across to Ratnadeep now. who joins us from Odisha, from Bhubaneswar, outside the BJP office there. And Ratnadeep, for the BJP, decimating the BJD both in the state as well as in the Lok Sabha elections. Tell us what's happening there. Show us also what's happening over there.
That's right. In fact, in the land of Lord Jagannath, lotus had bloomed. The 25-year-old rule of BJD has come to an end. Here you can see we are at the state BJP headquarters in Bhubaneswar. Party supporters very happy. They're looking at a giant screen. Remember, it was a simultaneous Lok Sabha and assembly elections that took place, in which the BJP not only swept the Lok Sabha, but it has emerged as the